Hope you all enjoyed that nice trip down memory lane thanks to Children's Day, but it's time to yank you back into the present. Welcome one, welcome all into the LPL English unofficial broadcast as our continued coverage of the Split 2 playoffs arrives at another heater junction here with Anyone's Legend taking on the red-hot Weibo Gaming squad for a spot in the winners finals, a spot to confirm themselves top 3 for Split 2. I, of course, am Good Slayer, joined by the one, the only, the legend, the encyclopedia of competitive League of Legends known as K-Man. And K-Man, I want to do some remembering and some reminiscing back on our own here. And the best way to do that for us on the LPL English is looking at the same slide that we've been watching the entire Split. Talk to me about the format, just to make sure everyone is up to speed on how exactly we got here.
Yeah, Slayer, it's been an incredible split up until this point. We've had so many twists and turns, ups and downs for so many of these teams, but we finally got into the playoff section, and we've really started to see what a lot of these teams are made of, coming from Group Ascend, coming from, qualifying for the play-ins, which is applicable to one of our teams here today. But I'm just so excited to see these games really ramp up in terms of importance, because all these teams definitely play a little bit different with so much on the line, and it's been a lot of fun to see that transition for them.
Yeah, you talked about it a bit, though, with our top 4 teams that already moved into this playoff spot earlier than the others, didn't have to play that play-in stage. That brings up the bracket of where we're currently at in the playoffs, and the big theme that we get brought into, K-Man, is those 4 teams that you get to see chose their seeding. 2 of them are already on elimination point. Not how a lot of us had this playoff starting off, but honestly poetic knowing the LPL.
Yeah, this is just how things go here. This is why the LPL is the most exciting region in the world, because you can never expect how things are going to go with these teams. Top Esports, JD Gaming already in the lower bracket, and one of these teams here today, Anyone's Legend, Weibo Gaming, they're going to be joining them, and that's such a scary proposition for anybody who feels that with only one life left, they have to make a lower bracket run. Yeah,
it is a lot on the line, knowing that you have such a run ahead of you. I mean, we can talk about JDG's, how far of a run they're going to have to make for a very long time, I'm sure, K-Man. But top 3, the fact that for Weibo, this could be a reality locked in, and for Anyone's Legend, the fact that they could, kind of get that one big headache off their mind, knowing that they are, if they win this series, one series win away from the same spot they got to last split. One series win away from, after that point, going to internationals, K-Man.
Yeah, and that's huge for this team. I know we've been talking about Anyone's Legend as one of the prime contenders all year long because they've deserved that, and we can see it up on the screen, but this is really the first year this organization has been vying for an international spot, at least, consistently coming off of summer of last year, and you can see with the roster up on the screen, they certainly have enough talent to be able to get there.
Yeah, the roster that all of you at home have been hearing all year long, all split long too. Fondra in the top side, Tarzan jungle, Shanks mid lane, Hope and Kael to round out this bottom lane. But when we talk about Anyone's Legend, it's redundant, K-Man, but it's important. The spirit of this team, the soul of the squad, Tarzan in that jungle, trying to play for that MVP potentially of Split 2, and he's just been so integral in every one of their huge matchups.
I'm not going to get tired of talking about Tarzan. I'm the biggest Tarzan glazer on the internet at the current moment. I think this guy is unreal. We have some clips up on the screen right now. Let's remind ourselves, Tarzan was the jungler for Weibo Gaming last year. He came in mid-year in the summer split and ended up getting that team not only to the finals of the LPL, but to semifinals at Worlds. He's been a huge, huge boon for every single team that he's played for, and a huge hindrance for any team that he has to play against. And the carry ability, the facilitation that he's able to offer, he's just so well-rounded, and he's really going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, X factor here today on whether or not tempo can go one way or the other.
God, I just get stuck watching these highlights back and just honestly just like watching the nameplates, right? Like seeing the 2 sides of what the LPL was, as you mentioned, not too long ago, the Xiaohu Tarzan jungle duo link. But even this LNG team, it's always fun to go down memory lane, especially with you, K-Man, when you probably could have named the 10 champions that were picked in this game if I told you which game of which series this was. Oh, this one feels nice for us NA fans, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. It's always fun to see Fnatic getting blasted at Worlds. Shout out Fnatic. They're not doing so hot right now, but obviously, it just goes to show how important Tarzan is for every team that he ends up playing for, and that's certainly been no different for anyone's Legend in terms of him being kind of the driving force for a lot of their plays.
Yeah, and it has carried over, as you mentioned, even better almost for anyone's Legend. But it's time to introduce the squad that we just showcased him being a part of not too long ago, with some familiar faces on that roster. We'll introduce Weibo Gaming, arguably the hottest team going into this playoff so far after their big win over JDG in 5 games. Breathe on the top side, Tien in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, Light and Erha back in to round out that bottom lane. And, the conversation I want to have about this team so far, K-Man, is, the duality of the old heads and the resiliency they've brought to this team in their playoff run, but also a guy like Erha getting back in that youthful injection that they didn't realize they critically needed so much during that Rumble stage.
Yeah, Erha has been incredible for this team in terms of the role that he's come in and filled. He was obviously unbelievable in their big upset over JD Gaming, but even more so, this has been, kind of an up and down position for Weibo in support, and so I'm glad to see some stability there.
Yeah, and, we talked a little bit. I hyped up the Weibo JDG match. We're going to throw to a quick part of the interview Weibo had after that 5-game series. Let's take a look and see where their head's at about not only that matchup, but the matchup they now see up against anyone's Legend.
做好自己的部分，然后下一把来要玩得再好一点。
是当时因为是全年 PP 第5排，然后其实红蓝方就还好了，然后跟阿乐就商量了玩的比较尽兴的英雄，然后选了这样的英雄，然后队友其实就完全没在理我，就让我一个人在那里玩。
这环节我也没看过，所以我也不知道发生什么情况，就可能后期小时候比较瘦吧。
Okay, man, my favorite part about this is that a game of 5 1v1 for it's super important, right? It's just that all on breathe handshake a matchup. That's the funny. I would expect that on our best of 3s, right? Not the stakes that game 5 had for the entire playoffs.
Yeah, it's hilarious to know that even amongst all of the pressure that these teams are facing, they can still keep their, composure and their sense of humor about it. But I doubt we're going to be getting the same kind of lackadaisical nature today with as much on the line as there is.
Well, one guy on this team for Weibo that never really brings much of a lackadaisical approach is Xiaohu, the mid laner, the superstar, one of the staples of this team, and the LPL as a whole. And, well, the stats recently here, not disappointing, and as bad as Weibo looked at points came in, there was always that part of your head, right, that knew this guy, when it came to playoffs, would kick things up to another level, and it's awesome to see he already hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, the Spring Tiger, you can always rely on him kicking into gear when it matters the most around this time of the year, but there are a couple of things that are really interesting about Xiaohu to point out in terms of how things have gone in 2025, most specifically, in my opinion, just how flippy he's been, how feast or famine, if you want to say, that he has been. When this team wins, when this team is able to really push forward, he is at the forefront of everything this team is doing, and he's still one of the elite team fighters that we have here in the LPL. But in terms of being able to generate resources, you could argue that this team, pretty consistently being down in gold can be tracked back to the middle of the map, and the lack of pressure that might be coming pre-10 minutes. And so if you can get Xiaohu into a place where he's going to feel a lot more comfortable playing towards those mid-game skirmishes and going later into the 5v5s, I think that's the key to victory for Weibo here today, because he has shown that if he's put in a position to win some team fights at the end of a game, to make some big highlight plays, he is more than capable of doing so.
Yeah, and, it was so poetic, this game 5, that you're getting clips shown, if you didn't remember, if you missed out on it, by the way, if you did miss out on the series, got to go back and watch it in some form. First and secondly, that you got that Aurora going, because I remember when, I was very early on these LPL splits, and we talked about Xiaohu, a guy that has so many champions in his repertoire, like Talia. He's been a Talia player, came in for God knows how long, right? He goes and brings this Aurora, and I remember being is this guy the best Aurora when Aurora was super popular in all the LPL? Shows it why in that game 5. But yeah, like you mentioned, even when his impact as a player on this team, it's also important to note, goes so much further than what his 2 hands are doing, right? He is the biggest steel anchor for any of these LPL teams for this Weibo Gaming squad.
You're absolutely right. I mean, talk about somebody who has some of the most experience of any player in the world in high-pressure situations and high-pressure best-of-5s. This guy's been doing it for years up until this point, but that can be both a benefit and a negative for Weibo at some points. You can see that mentality bleed through where the consistency of Xiaohu can really elevate the team, but the play style that he likes to go for can sometimes be a little bit more indicative on making life a little bit tougher on his teammates.
And especially that laning that we're going to really focus on for Xiaohu. Big spot for Shanks to try and impact and take Xiaohu down early, like you talked about, so that play style really gets punished. But we opened with the roster, came in talking about the veterans. You know, we talked about Xiaohu, you know, TN being a rock for this squad, keeping that mental sharp. But you always got to talk about that youthful injection for a squad, and no better than the rookie of the split, Erha, who, you know, I mean, he's going up against the best of the best, but the stats for these two so far make it look like a pretty close argument.
Erha has been tremendous since coming in for Weibo Gaming. Of course, they had their struggles with Hong as the starting support for a little while, but, you know, getting an injection of maybe somebody who's willing to be a bit more aggressive, to follow along with some of the plays that TN wanted to make, I think has really helped this team a ton. And you look at KL on the other side, I mean, I can't speak for everybody. I think a lot of people are looking at him as the best support in the LPL, or at least one of the best supports in the LPL. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there as well. And so this is going to be a huge matchup for Erha to kind of prove that, okay, well, Missing's a little out of form right now, and he's had some up and down moments. You know, being better than him in a best-of-5 is one thing at the current moment, but this is really going to be the big test, the big challenge for him to prove that I'm not just somebody that can come in and help, you know, the rest of the team get up to form. I can elevate the form of Weibo Gaming with what I can do on the Rift.
And what's a great way to elevate a team in the new Fearless Best-of-5 format? We got to see that from Erha, who says, you know, my champion pool may be the widest, maybe wider than Kael's. Breaks out the set support in this matchup to get them a critical Game 4 win, and, I mean, might have earned Series MVP the way he plays this Game 5 Bard. How much more does that stock do you get from Erha, knowing that he's got these champions in his bag if he needs to, K-Man, in, like you talked about, some of the most stressful games of his career?
I can't stress enough how important it is for your champion pool to be incredibly deep right now in the LPL, because so many strategies have become viable across the past couple of patches. You need to be able to switch up on a dime depending on blue side, red side, what the enemy team comp wants to go for, what's already been taken off the board, what the enemy team wants to take away in terms of comfort. There are so many factors as you go further along in the LPL. You need to be flexible in that regard. Erha might be the most flexible support right now in the entire league. It's been genuinely incredible to watch him. Whether it's playmakers, you know, like the Bard, or even like something, you know, the Rakan, which I think has been really good, the Nico, or it's just engaged tanks. I think everything has really worked for him.
Everything is up for the taking. And we'll talk about, you know, how that is going to potentially morph the draft for Weibo once we get a bit more into that. But you knew the last clip had to be this blind three-man tempered fate, literally called series. It wasn't Xiaohu, it wasn't Tien, it was Erha telling everybody that this series was over and that Weibo was moving on. Will he have another big moment like that up against Anyone's Legends? And like we talked about, arguably the first team All-Pro support across the board for a lot of you LPL fans in Kael. Only time will tell on that one. But I alluded that we'd talk about it a bit later here, Keyman. Let's start talking about draft and more so side selection, because you and I found a really interesting correlation between these two teams in red side versus blue side that is kind of shocking, and the arrow is indicative of where everyone's eyes should really gravitate with Weibo.
Yeah, it's certainly a noteworthy graphic. I think that's fair to say. Both of their blue side win rates are pretty good. I mean, AL, one of the best teams in the league. It's not surprising to see them around 70%, but the dip that Weibo have, a 37% win rate for a playoff team on red side, is incredible. Yeah. And I think, you know, just as notable is the fact that AL's win rate actually goes up on red side. They go from 69.6% to 71.4%. And so this is definitely going to be, in my opinion, a much more important 1v1 than what we had in the previous series for Weibo. This is kind of a must-win for them with how consistent AL has been at taking games, no matter which side they end up getting in draft.
But I want to spend a bit more time, K-Man, picking your brain, you know, talking about where you think some of the reasoning, especially from a draft standpoint, might come through for some of these discrepant numbers like you're talking about. Mostly, I want to start with Anyone's Legend, right? You know, 72%. What do you think is in the sauce for AL when it comes to their red side? Like, what do you see from them that you think signals how much they enjoy actually playing from a side that has been, as the stat showed, the worst side to play on all year long in the LPL.
I think for them, it comes down to two key factors. In draft, I think you're specifically looking at two players, KL and Shanks, in getting counterpick and being able to be saved for later on in the draft. Shanks is somebody who I think has been, very quietly fantastic across this year, has been very consistent for this team, and that's because they invest a lot of resources into making sure he feels comfortable in the middle of the map. I think Red Side honestly helps AL more than most teams in the mid lane for Shanks, but specifically for KL in the support position. Get him on something that can make plays, get him out on the map, and let him be the #1 support in the LPL. That's what this team has done incredibly well. They get them into good matchups, 2v2 bot lane, and everything clicks there. I think there's also a little bit of AL is arguably our most consistent team here in the LPL, specifically taking down some of those middle to lower tier teams in Group SM. They don't just randomly drop games on Red Side, even when they're, up in series, like, maybe some teams like Weibo were more prone to do.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make. Another, resounding thought that we want to make sure everyone keeps in mind going forward is that AL have been consistent in two facets. You heard K-Man talk about the fact that they are very consistent against lower tier opponents, which Weibo, even off their hot streak, they're still the 7th seed. They still had to play in to get to this very tournament. But also, Anyone's Legend, talking more about the matchup dichotomy as the walkout start here, K-Man, is AL might just be the most polished team in the early game when it comes from a macro approach. And how do you think that figures into this matchup against Weibo?
Well, I mean, that's a great thing to call out because that's a perfect thing to highlight for these two teams in particular. You can't ask for two more different styles to go head-to-head in a series like this. You've got a team in AL who, Tarzan as a player has always been known as the guy who will pick Sejuani and Maokai and then skirmish all the time at 10 minutes. Like, he doesn't care. He doesn't want to wait for a lot of these team fights. He wants to make plays as quickly as possible. He wants to take everything on the map, and, AL have definitely matched that strategy. They're greedy, but they're very calculated. And then Weibo are a team that, while they do, skirmish a lot in the early game, I do consider them a little bit slower paced in terms of how things end up going in their mid games, especially when Xiaohu's not in a lane matchup that he feels comfortable in. This team likes to slow the pace down, play towards sides, play towards team fights a little bit more consistently. And so I think if AL can get that tempo rising, that's going to favor them. And the slower these games go, I think the more that's going to favor Weibo.
Important thing to watch as this series goes on, because I think that is so critical, is the diametrically opposed approaches to the strongest periods of the game here for both of our squads. And while, we talk about AL as, very early game dominant, and that could really be a problem for Weibo, I do think on the flip side of that coin, K-Man, right, if we do get into a game that's closer in the mid to late game phase, AL have been kind of hands checked when they've lost to those upper tier teams. And the way, TN and especially Xiaohu have been able to team fight so far through the playoffs, that's a worrying sign as well.
Yeah, let's think of the teams that AL has lost to over the course of this year, or at least have consistently struggled with. You're only thinking of Top Esports and Billy Gaming, these teams with elite level talent, like the best players in the world. That's what's been Anyone's Legends kryptonite across this year, is just they're all really good players and they all have fantastic hands themselves, but these elite, unbelievable level players can give them trouble. A team like Weibo, you're typically looking at a 7th place team as like, maybe they're just a good team with a couple of nice players. That's not this Weibo Gaming team at all. You've got a ton of players with World Finals experience. You have a World Finals MVP in TN. You have Xiaohu, who's won multiple international tournaments. Light, who's been in World Finals, like we said. Erha has shown incredible mechanical skill. Breathe is a ridiculously talented top laner. This is not some team that you can just go into and say, all right, well, we're better than them, so we can get our leads in the early game. You need to come in with a calculated plan on exactly how you're going to generate that early game advantage so that you can take advantage of their weaknesses right now, which is just, pushing the tempo as quickly as possible.
Hit the nail on the head there, K-Man. This 7th seeded Weibo squad is a dark horse being rode by the Spring Tiger himself in Xiaohu. So we will get into our series now officially. 1v1's only going to come around if we go the distance here, folks. AL being that 2nd seed, we're allowed a side selection. So despite how successful they are on red side, K-Man, it's not enough to dissuade them from selecting blue. They will be starting out here on blue side. And knowing how much we talked about red side, what are you expecting to see out of a potential B1 here? Knowing the pool, knowing the meta, knowing the player, I would say, if you leave something up that Tarzan likes, it's probably just getting slammed B1 here.
Yeah, I think Xin Zhao is already something that I'd really want to prioritize in terms of how quickly is this thing going to get picked in this series, because those early skirmishers, that's really going to be a big tempo dictator. Even things like Pantheon, I think, kind of fall into that category. Vi has obviously been super prioritized. I'm more so going to be looking at how many top lane bans are thrown out here. Gwen has obviously been the most consistent, but we even see a Taliyah ban coming out early, probably to dissuade a lot of that Pantheon idea coming in from AL early on in the draft. So it's definitely going to be interesting. I think that there are a lot of avenues for both of these teams to go, but it's really just about what they want to try and take off the board as quickly as they can, rather than, maybe we can kind of get this in game 2, game 3. With best of 5s now, you got to be a little bit more, I guess, calculated in terms of what you're leaving up for the rest of the series.
And even further calculated, knowing that Fearless factors into it, is hopefully we just check off our tech pause early off here with this draft. It seems like we messed up a little bit on that first draft, but that Taliyah ban is interesting because I think, speaking on Fearless, it's twofold. Because one, you want to deny that Pantheon combo, you want to take away the Taliyah from Shanks, but if you give over a B1 Taliyah, you now take it out of the hands of Xiaohu. So Weibo are effectively banning this Taliyah to kind of save it for when they inevitably would get a blue side game of their own. That's a really fun little draft wrinkle as we get the Poppy, the Nico to round out the red side, Yone and Ari. So a lot of Xiaohu bans come across, but we've now already have AL making it clear what their comp wants to do. They want to buy time for Flandre on the side lane and play the map, something they have done better than a lot of teams in the LPL so far in Split 2.
Yeah, Yorick has been an increasingly popular pick globally. We really saw it first here in the LPL, but Flandre is certainly no stranger to side lanes. First, always, as per usual. But yeah, we really see a lot of priority put on playing the map for both of these teams. Weibo Gaming has actually been a team that's indexed heavily into playing side lanes throughout a lot of this split. AL has been there as well, but it is still actually going to be the Pantheon. Some weird hovers here, but I imagine we're going to get something different, at least for now. The Pantheon does kind of signal to me that this team is a little bit more concerned about the early game on red side, and that they probably just want to take this away from Tarzan. They don't want to give him something that can be so proactive. Varus, widely considered to be the most consistent AD in the game. This is a pretty standard start for Weibo.
Yep, pretty standard start. Have some global threat on the map, though. I'd like to see that they've already accomplished that, knowing that, hey, we're going to have to be dealing with Flandre on this Yorick all game long, so Tien going to have easier access to try and create a 2v1 opportunity against this Yorick much quicker with that Grand Starfall. And now for anyone's legend, it's like, how do you want to build out your 4-man wrecking crew, right? Because you are going to have team fights with Flandre there, but you're really going to be rolling as 4 most of the time. Jhin is an intriguing one for me, I feel. And also a champion to hope that hasn't played a ton of this split either, came in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's barely played any Jhin. It's been one of his lesser played AD carries, but this is a pick that he's played a lot previously in past years for multiple different teams, JDG and WE. It kind of makes sense in terms of the idea they want to go for. It's definitely going to be a carry-oriented mid laner here for Shanks, and it's going to be the Azir locked in, a takeaway there as well from Xiaohu. Yeah, one of Shanks' best champions, and then as well, Xiaohu obviously has played so much Azir in his career that it's a takeaway from him as well. But with the Rumble left up, the Gwen taken off the board, kind of the 2 big top laners that I think a lot of people consider right now. It feels like a pretty easy lock-in for Breathe, who's played a ton of this champion across this split. And honestly, we're looking at a dichotomy where, AL are really relying on Shanks' damage, and Weibo Gaming have quite a few options right now on red side.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent, if we were giving out regular season awards here for Weibo, would definitely be Breathe. So putting him on that Rumble, very, very integral. And like you called out, 2 clear carries in separate lanes here for those team fights, however they come across. This Rumble is going to be impactful. The Azir is going to be have a big impact as well. Big impact bans, I would figure, would start being supports, as those are 2 of the roles that both sides share and not having selected so far. And like we talked about, Erha has a very deep champion pool, and Kael's not too far off outside of that set and Bard, I would say. So we see the Xin Zhao not going to get through a second ban phase. Rarely do we see this champion even reach this point, K-Man.
Yeah, I was expecting this to be prioritized a little heavier, but Pantheon was clearly the priority for Weibo. I think they can fulfill similar roles depending on how you want to play the Vi, the other kind of general all-around, jungle champion in the meta right now. This really does create some questions, though, because it's clear that AL were comfortable letting these 2 fall through and, not needing to pick it in first rotation. That opens up other facilitators, potentially like the Skarner, or something like a Wukong, if you want to just go all in for this, 4-1 with the Azir and try to create some advantages in that front. It can really disrupt things like Varus that don't have a ton of mobility if you can get onto that backline. And so that would really be something that I'm looking at for Weibo Gaming. I think really just rounding out the mid lane and like the middle of the map with what they want to do, you know, maybe an Aurora, I think could be theoretically good here. Rise is also something that kind of matches a lot of that tempo and pressure, but we'll see what they want to go for.
Fortune teller K-Man. So we get the Xiaohu Aurora 4 games earlier than the last time we saw it. But I think you point out something very important here, is that we are in a weird spot for an AL draft where Tarzan does not draft very early. We also don't get Shanks a counter pick, right? He gets the Aurora picked into him the easier. So this is a much different approach to an AL draft that we've seen so far compared to the many games they got in the Rumble stage. They do still get Kyle his Rel, one of his best champions by far, but what does Tarzan want? What did he see an angle for? He was willing to wait this long to B5 his last pick, give away that vibe, Xin Zhao, 2 champions he's has such high win rates on. It's looking like it will be the Sejuani locked in here. So pure facilitation still matches that early game tempo like we talked about, K-Man.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Tarzan. Again, we've talked about this previously with Tarzan. He's in elite company all time. It's really just him and Peanut who have been able to have such a difference-making type of career on champions like Sejuani and Maokai and Zac, and really kind of making their names known on facilitators. I think Tarzan is still very willing to play aggressive, but this is a real like one main carry comp here for Shanks to really step up in. It will be the Leona as the final lock-in, but overall, like, this is a really interesting draft for both sides. I think AL being the team to choose to index into more late game and to choose to index into this Azir Jhin, you know, duo carry with Flandra pressuring a side lane, whereas Weibo Gaming going for Pantheon Aurora and being the team that kind of wants to create a bit more action in the early game is certainly a lot more interesting. I'm definitely looking at this Yorick. I think Flandra needs to be big this game. Also really looking at Light on the Varus. If he can step up and get really strong, especially as early into the game as possible, I think that's going to change a lot for how this game ends up going. So expect some pressure in the bot lane from Tien early.
Pressure in the bottom lane. The pressure comes to the casters and you all at home when it comes to series predictions in the playoffs. We're going to throw those ones up here now. And despite how fiery hot Weibo were in their Game 5 banger win against JDG, a lot of AL sympathy, including you, K-Man, who are betting the red-hot 7th seed doesn't even take a game in our matchup tonight.
I am definitely a bit worried about the matchup in terms of just how these two stack up against each other, but Weibo have more than enough talent to be able to make it work. They're going to have to play fast, though, something they haven't proven they can do at an incredibly high level, because AL's comp is very scary the longer you let it scale here.
So those are those predictions. Shout out to our two Discord emblems you saw there. Those two, you guys are at the very top of predictions so far, with the K-Man that is next to me as well, that I'm hoping misses, so I can nail my point here after a hectic start to the week for me. But a hectic start has been in store for Weibo. They now have to continue thriving in the chaos up against one of the teams that's been slated as finals contenders once more ever since we started those 18 best-of-3s for 10 of our Group of 10 teams. It's anyone's legend trying to have themselves a legendary performance on Summoner's Rift to kick off another best-of-5 with a ticket to Winners Finals on the line. And, of course, the Jayos to sing us in, K-Man, to what should be an absolutely banger and historical night ahead of us.
Yeah, I cannot wait. This series is so fun to talk about and to try to predict, but we're finally on the Rift for game number 1, and I think there are a lot of things to look out for. Tarzan gonna get some nice vision in there on the Raptors, a pretty normal placement there to Tien.
Oh, that is great. That is an all-time quote from Tien. Hey, I mean, like we said, a guy that has been in so many higher leverage games than this one, and even for Weibo, right? Like a year ago, the amount of finals this team showed up to was, 1, amazing, 2, arguably not what a lot of people at the time would have figured, even with how good that Weibo squad was, right? I mean, what was it, summer finals, last LPL split in 2024, and then we all know what happened when it came around to the fall for this team.
Yeah, I mean, they really came out of nowhere. This was a team that really struggled in the spring of last year, and then they make a jungle replacement, or I guess really a topside replacement, and Breathe and Tarzan end up coming in, and Tarzan's really the one to reignite that roster and to be able to elevate them to final status. We'll see if he can do the opposite for Weibo in this series, but in terms of how these early lanes are breaking down, once again, I think the onus is much more so on Weibo. Even if I do think they have a lot of engage down the stretch, I think there are a lot of ways to play out team fights. I'm really specifically looking at the Pantheon and looking at TN's pathing to see exactly where he's going to put his priority. We do see that topside start makes a lot of sense. I do think there could potentially be an avenue for Weibo to force a fight early in the bot lane. If that's going to be the case, then I think you definitely want to make sure the Pantheon is around for it, but it's actually going to be the opposite side for Tarzan as he pats up to the top, so could just perhaps be a standard full clear into crab take for both.
As we always talk about the evolving meta in the LPL and just in general, a lot more of what we're getting from Light here, which is an interesting wrinkle when we got to talk about these later fights. Getting that on-hit Varus, right? You got the lethal tempo coming through, so you lose some lane dominance you might have liked into a Jhin lane, but you have the power to be able to match the Jhin scaling-wise later as this game goes on. For Light, we'll have to see. Or came in. How do you feel about? Were you expecting this to be an on-hit Varus from Light?
I think it makes sense with the composition that they have because they don't really have a ton of consistent damage throughout a lot of these fights. You already have a ton of burst coming in from the Aurora. Not necessary for you to go, poke Varus in this game or to go for a lot of range, but we do see that engage coming in at level 3 as predicted. Erha taking a bit of damage. It's actually a bit of a sloppy fight coming in from Weibo. That's their advantage, I guess, thrown, or I guess used, but Hope is going to burn the cleanse, so at least they get something out of it. It's definitely a positive, but
is Tien the worst Pantheon player in the LPL? That's an unfortunate 3-10 record on the Pantheon. We'll see how effective it looks here on this gank. He's walking a long way up the lane, and guess who reads Tien's play towards Shanks? It's Tarzan perfectly. Doesn't even throw a spell, by the way. That's the definition of mogging your opponent. He walks up, forces Tien off. He still jumps forward later with the stun, but Tarzan protecting his prize carry for AL this game well in the first gank of the game, and well, he might just kick off the second on his own here. Walked his way all the way up river. Breathe has no vision, has no idea, and until it might be a bit too late for his flash key, and right on time. Breathe has to burn that flash, and Tarzan will remember, K-Man.
Tarzan just collecting everything as he moves around the map. Tien is up here now, but there's no play to be had. This is just a little bit of time wasting. He's probably going to ping down some of his camps, but overall, I think that play is started because of an interesting fight timer that Xiaohu ends up taking in the mid lane. I think he realizes that they don't do particularly well in the 2v2 if it ends up taken, and so he just full engages onto Shanks before that exchange even starts in order to dissuade any 2v2 coming out. Loses a lot of his health, but makes it a little bit easier for them to back off. It's going to be interesting to see where that pressure continues to go in. You're right that, with Breed's flash now burned on the Rumble, it's a little bit more difficult for him to survive, but that was already going to be a bit of a problem for him going into the Yorick early on, in my opinion, so it's all just really about where Tarzan wants to put that pressure and whether or not Tien wants to create his own or just match what the Sejuani's doing.
And again, if you missed it, thing to focus on for an Anyone's Legend game in Split 2 is how clean and dominating they are in these opening 15 minutes, even the 20-minute mark, moving across the map. So see how, like you called out, how Tarzan's going to punish that lack of flash. But also, I want to give credit to the rest of this team with how succinct they are, because once we start seeing maybe the bottom lane shift around a bit, they always find the perfect timers for it. And we haven't seen it just yet. We still have Flandra in that top side. But already, as I talked about it, Hope is going to sprint up to this top side. And I'm willing to bet, K-Man, that they're really not going to drop many creeps, if at all, making this swap here as Kael is trying to hold these minions for Flandre, who will ultimately just teleport back down here to cover the bot side.
Yeah, this has become the most standard of lane swaps here in the LPL around 5.5 minutes into the game, where you send on blue side your AD carry to the top side. We sometimes see this first matched by the red side, but generally we're seeing blue side be the, I guess, initiator in terms of how these lane swaps go. It makes a lot of sense if you want to prioritize grubs, especially because teams in the LPL seem to not really care all that much about this early dragon, at least before the other objectives end up spawning. So it's just going to be a trade of resources, which in my opinion does end up favoring AL in this case, with Hope getting a freer laning phase without the cleanse, at least for now. But Tien is here and Flandre is alone on the Yorick.
Can always be a dangerous game trying to dodge this Yorick, especially knowing how well he can cut down the wave and obviously amass an army with the click of a couple keys. The Maiden not to come out just yet for Flandra, but this dive is seemingly
Xiaohu's
set
making
in
his way
stone. Xiaohu's going to try to make it a 4 versus 1. So the first big play, the first big kill being hunted is onto Flandra. The stunlock is going to come across here, but his health bar is only down to about half, and Erha is going to fall to the turret. So Flandra makes it a 1-for-1, nearly making it a 2-for-1 as Tien also having to expend the flash. Very expensive dive for Weibo to only go 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's a little bit sloppy coming in from Weibo. It's clear they want to send the Aurora down to make this a bit more consistent, realizing that, okay, maybe just with Pantheon, Varus, Leona, we don't have enough damage, but they don't actually wait for Xiaohu to get down there because the wave is crashing just too early in order to make that play, and so Flandra ends up pulling one back, and that's big. The Yorick is ginormous in this game in terms of being a win condition for anyone's legend. He was put behind a bit early. That completely neutralized and equalized the gold differential on the top side, which I think could be a positive for AL. Still a gold lead right now for Weibo Gaming because they were able to get that kill onto Pantheon, and he's going to be a little bit stronger right now, but I expect the tempo to stay up for Weibo as we are going to see the grubs spawning in 5 seconds.
And while they are able to cut down that big wave that came across that Flandra wanted to pick up, this was a freeze that was going on this whole top side for Hope and Kael, who Hope did fall behind a couple of CS. They were able to catch that one back up as well and keep the gold, as you mentioned, within about 300 and open up the map for Tarzan to create whatever havoc he wants on this top side, which is right now being pressed against the grub pit as he will start up those grubs. Shanks having that priority in the mid lane. Hope breaking that freeze. All three members, the 2 damage dealers helping to make sure that Tarzan has those 3 grubs, and how sweet is that going to feel on that Yorick comp, K-Man?
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream for anyone's legend. Being able to grab these grubs for free is ginormous. Dragon's not even traded. Tien is just going to let this go down. We never see these grubs so easily acquired. We see so many teams, especially Tien-led teams, being so greedy at trying to get everything on the map. This is definitely not the Weibo that I remember. It's a big win for AL, but looking forward as to what that could potentially mean, you know, I'm expecting to see even more priority come down onto the bottom side of the map now, potentially from Tien, more specifically from Tarzan, as he continues to clear down there after clearing the top side. But it looks like Dragon's going to be started now. It is going to be on Vision. We'll see if they want to do anything about it. Hope's just going to make his way back to the top side. It looked like he could potentially be pathing there for now, but no play to be made, and a 500 gold lead for Weibo going to be stabilized by them countering the grubs with the Dragon here.
A trade, like you mentioned, they were expecting to make, nonetheless, so they'll happily give that one up and still hold these lane assignments where they're currently at by this point. It's important to remember that we are looking to see anyone's legend really break this game open once these first items come across. One of the best teams at pressing first item issues, but that is not what impressed us about Erha in the last series so much. The flash Zenith Blade goes wide, and Hope is probably catching his breath, not realizing how dangerous of a wave that was to catch, but now he's caught on Vision the same brush, trying to just be a nuisance, it looks like, and cancel Erha's back out, but that flash being down does take away some of that youngster's playmaking we highlighted in the pre-show.
Yeah, I mean, it's an aggressive play. I think, especially for Erha, he's more than willing to burn the flash if it means trying something because of that Hex Flash being available. We've certainly not seen him play scared, so it makes a lot of sense. But at this point, with all of the objectives on the map gone, nothing really to fight over, I imagine we stall out a bit more for the next 15 minutes. That being said, not a single Pantheon ultimate yet in the game. If you're going to draft that champion and, you know, really try to play for, you know, Pantheon Aurora and Pantheon Aurora Varus as well, you want to try and skirmish. It just has not been the case as we see Maiden summoned and Breathe having to respect that on the bot side. But this slower paced game, I still think favors anyone's legend, especially with that gold going into the pocket of Flandra.
Again, is the stark contrast to how we felt anyone's legend would prevail in this series. We thought they would index into constant early game chaos, Tarzan getting huge gold leads, but what does it say about this team that in the opening match, they're willing to try and win the part of the game that Weibo was so dominant against JDG in?
I think this is the concern for Weibo when you look at this matchup is, okay, well, it's, you know, AL are the early game team and Weibo are the late game team in terms of the narrative as we see the equalizer dropped here, but it's not like AL are bad in the late game. Like,
oh, here we go, though. There's that Pantheon ult you wanted. Flandra does not have access to the flash. He's going to try and use the E to heal up as much time as he needs because the teleports are starting to come across. Main doing as much work as he can, but with the response teleport from Xiaohu, Flandra is going to fall, and Shanks will not be able to fly in and try and trade any of those kills. There's the immediate Pantheon impact we needed from TN.
Yeah, that was a necessary play for Weibo to make, and a really heads-up one. Breathe ends up using the equalizer at first, what looks like, as you called out, to clear the wave, something we see pretty standard from a lot of Rumble players around this level 8 power spike, but no, he actually gets enough damage that they pull the trigger with getting the Pantheon in there, and things kind of go back into their favor. It's a kill onto Rumble. It gets Breathe back into this matchup, which is huge. Tarzan potentially waiting this out. Probably not going to love to run into both of these members, but it's just going to 1v2. Who cares? We've got KL here. He's not scared.
Just Tarzan things. Knew he was going to be spotted, so he's like, well, if I'm going to take damage, I might as well be the one to initiate it, even how little damage he does end up getting down onto Light. Starting to have some of those first item points come through here that are going to be a bit indicative of the play styles we're expecting from some of these players. Markedly, we saw the Rod of Ages for Xiaohu get completed, so that more scaling Aurora, and on the flip side, on the contrast, Hope going for that first item, Youmuu's, which is effective, but does take away the super scaling Jhin build you might see with a Collector Rush first.
Yeah, I mean, all these builds to me make sense for the state of the game that we're going to be in. One thing I do want to say, I've been talking a lot about how, AL scales better, and I absolutely agree with that. Like Sejuani, Azir, Yorick in a side lane, Jhin, like all of those things are going to be a problem. The engage from Weibo is strong, and Aurora Varus can absolutely still win team fights in the back half of the game. This is not, oh, we hit 25, 30 minutes into the game and Weibo can't play anymore. This is much more of a skill check for Weibo and whether or not they feel comfortable being able to play this out from a neutral state as it goes later. So my eyes are really going to be on the player we highlighted at the beginning in the pre-show here in Xiaohu in the mid lane and what he can do on that Aurora, for now down in gold. But as you mentioned, the Rod of Ages completed. He's only going to get more and more damage as this game goes along, and really going to be interested to see how he utilizes it.
Interesting to see how Tarzan also going to utilize this first item, Locket. You haven't seen a lot of Sejuani's running that, but in his full supportive era nonetheless. Getting a bit of a look at what AL has done to keep the gold lead close despite the kill discrepancy, and it's that side lane threat, not just with the Yorick, but the Azir as well. Those grubs helping knock down some extra plates that is keeping this game as close and competitive as we can get, with Rift Herald coming up in about a minute. Second Dragon 20 seconds away, and Atakan in the far distance.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to get some supportal combat there between Era and KL. Unfortunately, no action happening in the river, at least for now, but you're absolutely right. Dragon coming up in 5 seconds here. That's going to be a priority for Weibo. I think they could potentially see that as a big win condition. We see a ton of that priority put down on the bottom side here. Xiaohu playing respectful enough to not walk into that brush. It could have been disaster for him if he did, but just going to be a dissuaded dive. And Dragon here is going to be started by Weibo.
They do have a lot more control over the river. They got pink wards on both sides of the river, and Kyle with a way too far forward escapade. That was a gift of a kill. Kyle, rarely out of position, is there, gives away a pretty big kill. The Dragon should be secured for Weibo, but the trade here is Flandra's Yorick being an absolute menace. Breathe trying to escape and flashes towards the enemy turret to try and buy space for the Flame Spitter, but his fate has been sealed. One more scrap shield is going to buy him a bit more time, and this boy is just about wasting the time of Flandra because he has earned his first solo bolo on this Yorick.
Yeah, it's a huge trade for Flandra. We talked about this Yorick getting scarier and scarier. Not only does that kind of make up for the fact that Dragon fight did not go as you wanted, with KL getting caught out so early on, just being disconnected from the rest of his team, but the more gold that goes on this Yorick, the scarier this late game gets for Weibo Gaming. Breathe actually playing that exchange quite poor overall, missing quite a bit of his damage throughout a lot of that, but it's a trade for objectives. That kill on the top side allowing Rift Herald now to go over to the side of anyone's legend, which is going to be huge for opening up the map a bit more for them, wherever they want to end up utilizing it. And again, just forcing out more pressure, as now Flandra is the one who has to eat it up on the top side.
Yep, he's going to TP in, match TP for TP, try and get rid of the Maiden. The Maiden will survive. And while we got that second Dragon going down, it was going to be a big point of conversation, knowing the scaling threat of these two teams and how Weibo will try and match it with the Drake stacking as we get a replay on Breathe. Not really getting a lot out of the equalizer like you called out.
Yeah, I don't think he hit a single tick of the equalizer in that fight, which is just, I mean, it's over at that point for the Rumble. I already think even if you land a bad equalizer, York probably wins the 1v1, but if you hit none of it, it definitely doesn't go your way. Breathe, trying to stall as much time as possible, but it's just a big mistake from the Weibo Gaming top laner, who has been known to be caught out in sides at points throughout his career, so...
Oh,
1v1
here we
down.
go. The Aurora Pantheon, this Riemann shuffle whiffs. And Xiaohu perfectly sets up Tien to fly in and get that Aurora a coveted kill back. Game 1, we're already going blow for blow. Each of these teams are matching each other and right on tote. Here it is, Breathe being the weak side. Unfortunate benefactory of another dive here from AL, who look clean on their play. Cross maps galore going on right now, but the mid lane may have some action as well as Hope. Potentially spots out Erha looking for an engage angle, pops the Yomus. But we'll be able to stay safe under that turret and allow Flandra more space on that top side. And Tarzan might be looking for more here. Has the Herald, going to drop it in the mid lane. This is Anyone's Legend showing how well they play the map right now, but they have a team fight coming their way. The problem is Erha's taking a ton of damage on the front side of this, and they're going to get the stun through thanks to Sejuani. Hope hits another shot into the heart of Erha. Flandra is getting a tier 2 turret, and AL are still winning fights, breaking structures. This is why AL are so feared right now in the LPL.
What a fight from Anyone's Legend. About as well played as you could ask for. The teleport coming in from Xiaohu. He's behind Flandra. He could potentially look for the 1v1 here now.
He used his ult on the bot side to kill off Shanks. So this TP falls flat, and we're starting to see some of the miscues that Weibo have trying to answer the all-out map assault that AL brings.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that play, because that was a gigantic win for AL that completely turned the entire tide of the game. It's gorgeously played by the front line of Anyone's Legend. Tarzan tanking up absolutely everything from Weibo Gaming. Erha uses every last ounce of his CC to lock down Tarzan. There's just not enough damage, and now, you know, Tarzan once again gonna be the priority target.
But you're chasing a Sejuani with just Pantheon Leona. Not enough reliable damage to break through Tarzan's blockade. The latest time it starts to get a bit different now, and Flandra actually wants to fight into Xiaohu, who gets his ultimate back up here. Flandra trying to use the Spade healing to out-trade Xiaohu, but he's not going to get the main up in time. And, well, we start out rusty at points for both of our squads now. That was kind of an errant 1v1 to take, I feel.
Yeah, he just completely mistimed his ultimate there. It's clear that he thought he was going to have it up and be able to trade with it. Was not the case. He did not have Maiden available, and that's an instant loss for Yorick. You can't fight without that, and that's a pretty big blow. Again, all of the gold here for AL is going to be on Flandra in the top lane. He can't really be making gigantic mistakes like that, and so it's a nice pickup specifically to go onto Xiaohu moving forward, but we're finally going to get a replay. Oh, I guess we're getting a replay of the 1v1 here. I thought we were going back in time a little bit. If he has Maiden for this fight, I can see why he likes it overall, because I do actually think he ends up winning it with all the gold he has, but the problem is it's not available, and Xiaohu can just, you know, poke him down, burst him down. Eventually the Aurora is going to be able to outdeal your health bar, and that was the case there, especially now with the completed Leandries coming in. Second item, 5 stacks of that Dark Seal. This Aurora is still getting scarier, and as much as we talk about AL getting an advantage there, the kills are actually in favor of Weibo right now.
Still holding on to it. Start to see some more of these build paths start to evolve, but might be Kyle getting picked in nearly the same spot he died at that first Drake take. Burns the flash and the crash down to get out of the same brush he was claimed by Erha, but this time he has Tarzan to lead out. He's going to try and start the first fight out here as the Takeist member on the Rift. Going to hold the front line down here for AL, who have made it clear that they are not going to be giving up soul point this early without a fight. Or Weibo up to the challenge, though, because Tarzan is going to look with the Glacial Prison, find his mark on the Tien. Maybe not the best target. Equalizer. It's a choke point for the Equalizer as well with the Aurora ultimate. Kyle is going to fall for it. The crit shots don't find any mark just yet, but Shanks this time round gets to stand tall with his Sand Soldiers, and Hope is finding the shots to break the will of Weibo. A chokehold exactly where Weibo want to be fighting, but AL just better right now.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice equalizer. Xiaohu gonna try and pull off some miracle play here. He's stepping up. He wants to engage this.
He's too late, and he eats a deadly flourish right to the face. Xiaohu mispositioned. Tien comes in with the Grand Starfall. He's only gonna be able to trade Shanks here. Goes into the Unstoppable, but Hope hits another big crit shot. And Weibo, they just gift away an Anacon off the back of the Cloud Drake.
Slayer, what just happened? What was that call from Weibo Gaming? Xiaohu goes in 1v4, immediately gets a 0 ulted and dies. Tien goes in after his entire team is dead, Stormtrooper-esque. Yes, he's able to pick up the kill onto Shanks, but he gives over Otacon by dying there. I can't fathom this. We'll talk about this replay here. I think there's a lot to kind of go over. First off, Tarzan once again doing a great job to tank up as much pressure as he can at the beginning of the fight, but notably here, no ultimate for Erha to actually lock anybody in the equalizer. That means that while it's a great ult coming in from Breathe, nobody really ticks down from it nearly as much as they need them to, and Shanks and Hope are just free to fire on the backline because of that frontline pressure coming in. And, you know, again, we see here, it's questionable. There's no reason to make this decision, and yes, Tien is going to be able to pick up the kill on the Azir. Is that worth Otacon? Absolutely not.
This isn't even like a super fed early game member of AL. If that was your target, maybe go after the 3-0 AD carry of Hope that is currently sporting a bounty. But yeah, you just trade out Shanks, and Otacon is such a powerful snowballing effect buff in its current iteration with the XP gains you get. This game has been taken over by AL in those last couple of minutes. And how promising is it for the rest of this series, K-Man, that they did it through a team fight, something that against the best of the best, they sometimes have gotten just hand-stiffed on when we talk about the Rumble stage.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they are so comfortable executing this, you know, basically one hyper carry, one Jhin team fight composition that they put together for themselves. You really need to be able to rely on your front line to execute in these fights, and Tarzan and KL have been excellent in that regard. I would love to see more vision control come in around, you know, these river areas. AL have control of it for now. It's something I want to see them prioritize more as the game continues to go along, but especially the stronger Hope ends up getting, if that Jhin is going to start doing main character damage, that's a real problem for Weibo Gaming.
And a guy you just brought up that we didn't get to talk about a lot, but earlier on, towards the end of Rumble stage, for AL, I thought, you know, Hope definitely showed up as sometimes their weakest member, especially in the team fights. Not having, like, you know, the best clicks is what everyone likes to throw around, but just positioning all around. This game on this Jhin, he has been locked in. Flandra's been locked into these 1v2s a lot this series. Now it's going to be 1 versus 3s, but he uses the play place, buys a bit of time here. Xiaohu teleports in with the Between Worlds. Flandra is going to die,
Shanks.
but he's bought so much time and taken so many resources away from Weibo. They're completely split, but so is Shanks. He has to buy time for the rest of his team to get here. There's the curtain call over, and there is the alley-oop into the dunk, but the curtain call does get canceled, and that buys enough time for them to kill off Shanks. Now it is only Hope, the only damage dealer up here for AL, as their front line begins to crumble. Tarzan is going to have to bring the rest of Weibo away from them, and just like that, the team fighting that got it done for Weibo against JDG gets them a huge spot in Game 1 against AL.
Oh boy, Slayer, we got a back and forth one here in game number 1. It's a really proactive play made by Weibo. At first, I thought they overextended way too far to try to get Flandra, but Shanks being so disconnected from the rest of the team buys them enough time to be able to establish their line of pressure. We're going to see the replay here. A lot of resources put into killing this Yorick, but remember, this is where all the gold is at the current moment. Yorick has a lot more than a lot of the other members of anyone's Legend, so being able to burst him down so quickly, making such a proactive play is huge. And then at this point, you see the disconnect. Tarzan's throwing ultimate out onto Light, onto the top side of this fight, whereas Shanks is just trying to 1v3. It's a really nice alley-oop on Breathe, but he's already gotten all of his damage off. Tien and Xiaohu are free-firing. Hope gets his ult interrupted by Light and Erha on the back end of this fight. That means there's no coordination from AL, no damage actually coming in from any of these carries, and Tarzan at that point has to sacrifice himself. It's just split, it's disconnected, and that's what Weibo need to do to win these 5v5s.
Just when we were talking about Hope, I mean, that is a tough spot to even pull the ultimate, but you could tell, like you called out, that to get that first kill, they were banking on those crit shots. This Jhin that has been a bit extra accelerated. Hope hasn't always been up to the task in that marker for big-time AL games so far. Still going to have to be integral, as he is one of the closest members to 3 items on this Jhin. 2/3 of the way for that Infinity Edge into a comp that really isn't that tanky. It's really susceptible to the damage that Hope puts out. This is going to bait Erha into that brush to get the pink ward down. Kyle not going to look for the snap engage here, as we have the 4th Drake, the 3rd Cloud, 2nd Cloud Soul of the game, hitting the Rift. And these are the same fighting lines that started off that big first AL fight win just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, this is a ginormous turning point for this game. We're going to see if either of these two teams want to full commit to this. It looks like Weibo want to step up.
It's the exact same choke here, K-Man. that Weibo thought they had the right fight in. They're going to try port 2 as Airhaus swings on into Hope, but goes way too far forward on his lonesome. Kyle punishes it. We're not going to talk about that Glacial Prison from Tarzan because it looks like Weibo are content backing out for now. Their only target really going to be the Maiden, because Flandra, while his main counterpart holds the rest of Weibo at whole, is going to take the Dragon. So Airhaus' death is enough to dissuade Weibo from trying to play for Soul Point.
Ooh, it is a really, really close fight here. If Tarzan hits that ultimate, I think that could be a really big problem for Weibo Gaming. Luckily for them, it ends up going wide. But once again, it's AL just keeping their foot on the gas. We talked about how their comp is much better and more consistent in the team fights. TN now looking for a potential desperate play. Shanks can just dash out there. More so just trying to get out on the map once again, coming in from base. But Baron is now the priority. 27 minutes into the game, the major objective up on the map. Vision control going to be what these teams are really prioritizing over the next couple of minutes. And if either of these teams end up winning a ginormous fight, that could be the turning point of this game.
It is big to take that ultimate off the board whenever you can get it, though, right? Because what's the big threat that is posed so much for AL in these recent minutes is that Flandra can't get comfortable on the side lanes, and your huge range of this, your Azir and Jhin, can get dove on by an instant with that Grand Starfall. So while that ultimate isn't down as long as it was earlier, nearly will be level 3, K-Man, this is a couple, a window, a small one at it where AL feel very confident playing their style on the map.
Yeah, and they're going to show that death pushing TN here. Ooh.
Okay.
I thought they were going to go for that.
I was pretty confident as well. But I like this. This is how AL should constantly go for their setups. Get your side lanes pushing, those long waves coming across. Top side, somebody's going to have to answer. Somebody's going to have to catch that. Looks like it might be Breathe. And Flandra's going to get the bot side pushed up as well. So this is the real push and pull that Weibo are going to have to deal with and will dictate the game, is how they play, matching those side lanes and a potential Baron threat that could come their way.
Yeah, I need to see what AL want to do with Flandra. We've seen so many teams across this year in many different regions pick Yorick, get so much gold on him, and then team fight him in. Teleport him in for every single team fight. I want to see this Yorick be a nuisance in side lanes, force 2 people to go and match him. He is strong enough where Breathe alone is probably not going to have an easy time being able to deal with him. I think you can create so much pressure through that Yorick. We'll see if they want to be aggressive enough to go for it. For now, it's just KL and Shanks being able to control the area around this Baron. We'll see the vision be placed down and just generally trying to control the area of knowledge. But once again, Yorick moving to the bottom side of the map. It's exactly what I want to see. Force them away from this choke point and then do what you can to win the 4v3.
Talked about who brought over those big gold leads from the early game. On both sides, a lot of those players on 3 items, i.e. done for Hope. 3rd item in Terminus here for Light. We have 3-item Jack Show on this Yorick, and to hell with leaving him on the weak side. Tarzan wants to give some love to his teammate, trying to punish this TP from Breathe, and he can't get it out in time. He's going to burn the stasis, just buying space for Weibo on the top side. But that is an absolute turn to the decimation on the side lanes we saw Flandra getting all game long.
Yeah, we talked about side lane pressure being important. Why not just make it, actual pressure? We don't have to make it just a Yorick split pushing. If you have established so much vision around Baron, there's no way Weibo can walk up without, completely obliterating all of the setups that they have to put together to get there. So they know, Tarzan knows at the very least, that it's basically a free gank onto the bot side with no threat of repercussions on the top side. And they get that bot tier 2 for free. That opens up Yorick even more. And now they're just going to continue to dance around this Baron. They lose nothing for that play. It's a huge win for AL, and they could have another fight here.
I'm interested. Flandra has a wave crashing into a tier 3 turret, but he still walked all the way over here, showing that AL's priorities are going to be potentially this Baron. I wonder what this would have looked like if they just left Flandra on that top side. Sure, there's a Pantheon and Aurora ultimate combination, but with Breathe off the map, it really felt like if he'd stayed bot side, it would have at least been traded for a Baron or something.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's playing around that Yorick that has really kind of bit a lot of teams in the butt throughout a lot of this split. And, we've seen teams that feel a lot more comfortable playing those side lanes than others. AL, a team that, while they are very calm and collected, they may not be the most consistent side laning team in the entire world. So definitely something I want to continue to see. I want to see Flandra pressure those lanes. But we see the teleport coming in from the Yorick. They're just going to start up this Baron.
All right, they feel like Flounder is strong enough to team fight 5v5. The Baron has been spotted being taken by Weibo. It's going to have to be Tien's ult, like you called out, K-Man, but they have no idea what Baron timer it's on, and he just doesn't want to pull the trigger into 5 members. And AL, with Floundra's TP, take a Baron for free. Everybody near this Baron pit, it's still Tarzan that's looking for fight angles, despite getting his team the Baron. The Glacial Prison's going to fall a bit short, but they'll happily take control of this mid-wave, and they might even be content trading this Cloud Drake up in 4 seconds for turret decimation.
Yeah, this is just a macro disaster class for Weibo Gaming. They're completely out of position. Baron is given over for free. Their base is going to get destroyed. They can't take this dragon.
They have Tien's ultimate for a flank opportunity, but like you called out, there are major waves pushing on 2 fronts right now that Weibo are going to have to clean up. You see Tien on the lower side of mid lane. He's not confident pulling the trigger because the team has to clean up so many of these waves. They're going to lose the top tier 3 just like that. Tien, where is that Grand Starfall? Because it looks like AL want to scrap, and they get rid of Erha with 2 shots of the curtain call, and it's just total chaos. Weibo are crumbling over the crushing might of anyone's legend. It's a complete rout of a fight, 4 for nothing, and just like that, game over. AL take our series lead.
Absolute masterclass from AL on how to play with the Baron buff, and they are going to run that masterclass right into the base to dominate game number 1.
A team in Weibo that was so connected, so online, just team fighting their way through JDG. AL figured out the recipe right off the bat, K-Man. That was one of the few games of the LPL you just watched that ended without a true team fight, and it's because AL weren't going to even let Weibo try.
Yeah, I really got to see the replay at the end of all of this because there's so much to talk about with what happened. The last 2.5 minutes of that game were so destructive for Weibo. Not only do they not commit at all to the Baron fight, they end up putting themselves in a position where they have to try and trade something on the map, but once they choose to go for Dragon, they send 3 members. You send 2 protecting your base with Yorick and, 4 people pushing double lanes. Like
Rubs, too. Baron, like everything against them.
There's no explanation for the shot calling there, and, that's how quickly things can disintegrate in the LPL if you make a pretty massive mistake like that.
But AL, like we talked about, we really hyped it up for like the early game map movement, right? But this team is just so succinct in how they make decisions in every aspect of the game. Those comms were consistent. There was their calm in that spot because we were like getting a little bit scared, right? We saw them pull the Yorick off of a tier 3 turret. They didn't start a Baron up, but they always had a plan, K-Man, and when it was executed, it was flawless. Also to see after we know that the playoffs are already gotten so chaotic for these top 4 group Ascent teams. AL look like the best of the bunch outside of the BLG run so far.
Yeah, it has been gorgeous to watch from AL. I think the thing I was most impressed by down the stretch of that game, something I actually struggled with, I would say, pre-15 minutes, was vision control and tracking Tien and tracking Weibo in general. They did such a phenomenal job. Like, I criticized the Yorick for teleporting into fights, but if you see all 5 members on the bottom side of the map, yeah, TP your Yorick in and burst that Baron down. It's completely free. It's just really, really smart gameplay. That's what KL has always been really good at, and AL in general benefits so much from it.
AL, while it got a bit close in the mid game with some good fight angles from Weibo, utilizing that Pantheon, it really felt like AL were very much so in control. And again, like we talked about, always just so poised, even when they were giving up some gold. Knowing Flounder was going to die on the side sometimes, Tarzan sacrificing himself off of a losing fight to get his AD carry out. Even when they were giving up things, it seemed like they were still confident that they were going to come out on top, and I feel like that mentality is what is just most scary, not for just Weibo, but any other team that's going to run into this squad in the playoffs.
Yeah, AL is super good at this. They are very, very good at knowing exactly where they have pressure and where to put it. Tarzan has always been one of the best in the world at this. It's why he's been so successful everywhere he's gone throughout his career, and I think that has absolutely shown through. I want to highlight, though, for Weibo, you just have to be more decisive in the end of the game. It really felt like they were behind the 8 ball on every single play that was made. And I know we talked about AL scaling, and we can see Yorick damage was out of control that game. I highlighted Flandra in the pregame draft as the player that needed to step up, Yorick being the most important piece for AL. That came to fruition, but specifically, I'm looking at Breathe doing 12,000 damage on the Rumble, and Light doing 8,000 damage on Varus. It's just unacceptable. You can't have games like that in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you want to cope for Light in the chat, like, you could say, oh, this was, you know, an on-hit Varus that needed time to scale. Like, you never got those big fights where you could even ramp up. Well, you drafted for that Varus. You took away a lot of the mid-game power spiking, like you called out. There was just never that many succinct calls for Light to even have impact as one of those big carry champions on a team that needed that scaling threat. Part of that obviously goes into AL's game plan, being to shut that down, but more importantly, Weibo kind of just letting the game come to them, and you just cannot do that against anyone's legend. We're going to get a look at some of these replays. This was still a rusty game one, right? We saw some interesting calls from both sides, but when it was all about pushing all the chips in the middle and really starting to throw down some serious bets, AL were just much better, miles ahead in this game.
Absolutely. Their execution was great, but like I highlighted earlier, and we see this in a lot of these fights, their setups were awesome for a lot of these fights, burning things like Leona Ultimate before any of the 5v5s even started, just making sure that every single time that Weibo felt like they could go for a 5v5, it was from some level of disadvantage. This play is just unacceptable. Like, I don't mean to rag on Weibo too much, but just... what is this? Like, this is an unjustifiable mistake, and these are the kinds of plays that you make them, you know, in the regular season because you're limit testing and you're trying things out. You cannot make them against anyone's legend in round 2 of the upper bracket of these playoffs. These are not mistakes you can make right now, and they really ended up costing Weibo.
I'm glad you highlighted the stakes of this game because this series, because what we talk about for AL and the expectations this team has coming off of a Split 1 finals appearance, but even for Weibo, you win this series, you are one more series win away, no matter if it's in the upper bracket or lower bracket, from going to MSI. For a team that has banked on so many lower bracket runs to get to those internationals with guys like Xiaohu and Tien before and past, really heightens how important it is not to be making these critical errors like the end of this game that we saw from Weibo.
Yeah, and this is the final fight. If you notice, you can't see Tien anywhere. This is obviously a fantastic engage from KL that just completely obliterates Light from the fight. You don't see Tien on the Pantheon anywhere. He's getting 1v1 by Yorick in the mid lane. Like, he's completely separated from the rest of his team. You know, this late game Pantheon trying to deal with 6-kill Yorick by himself. It's a complete disconnect in terms of the communication, and no Pantheon ultimate used throughout the last 5 minutes of that game, even when all these objectives are being taken, when the base is being blown up. It's just so many of these minor errors that end up stacking up into making a pretty unwinnable late game that they can clean up. We saw them clean up against JD Gaming. We saw a team that maybe looked a little bit shakier at the start of that series and then figured it out as things went along. You know, I'm not ruling out that Weibo has the mental to be able to kind of get themselves back on track, but man, we're going to need to see it as early as game number 2, because if they fall down 0-2 in the series, I think things get pretty dire for them.
Unfortunately, even with the picking blue side, they're going to play against the best red side team in the LPL in that critical game 2. But K-Man, I'm not even going to get your take on this player of the game. I would have said I would have been fine with Flandra or Tarzan for this one personally. They're going to give it to the Yorick, like a lot of top laners have earned when they've gotten wins on the Yorick.
I think, to me, this was absolutely Flandra's game. He was the one with all the resources in the mid game. He generated their big early lead, and when you look at how a lot of those late games went, that Yorick was a problem, and that's a big plus for AL.
Big plus indeed. A big plus for us here, though, at the LPL English unofficial broadcast is our coffee and YouTube subscribers. We're extremely grateful to all the awesome people on your screen now who help level up the show every night. We've been able to bring it to the audience. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and K-Man and our awesome content creators that help do amazing things behind the scenes. Subscribe to our coffee. It's linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to the content and the ability to ask interview questions and to see your name on screen once a month like you're seeing now. So thank you to all the amazing star-studded people that keep this show running. I'm going to give you time to check out that coffee link if you want to subscribe and help out the stream, because we are going into our first intermission of our banger best-of-5 matchup in upper bracket round 2. Anyone's Legend start out with the first big blow thrown. As the whistle sounds, we'll see what Weibo can scrounge up in their corner to make this series even out, and we'll hear from one of our other awesome sponsors. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast, and I return to your screens with an important question. Have you heard about MOBA Trainer? It's a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program you see in front of you. You work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this awesome progress map, and you can see it is extensive. You beat some puzzles well, you gain points, you unlock more of it, and harder levels to do. It's awesome, and we're going to do one right now. We're going to go random puzzle and test the knowledge of K-Man, and oh boy, K-Man, you're going to be tested quick here.
Oh,
Support Extreme. Let's see how you navigate this
and it's
early
a Soraka.
game.
Yeah, so we will see how this goes. Taking a look at the map state, we do see both junglers. We see the Vi pathing to the bot side. Soraka stepping up a little bit. No Twitch to be seen. That's always a good sign.
Or a bad sign.
Yes, exactly. Always something you're a little bit concerned about. To me here, the obvious answer is to place a ward. You got to get vision on the Vi and make sure that this is a good spot. They want us to immediately move to mid. I guess Void Grubs are the priority here, but, you know, not getting too punished for the ward placement.
Yeah, so Raka actually is the one to do the ward. You saw there, whenever you guess, you get a detailed video explaining why the MOBA Trainer devs think certain choices are the best choice. As we see, moving over to mid helps the Raka get a kill on the mid lane. I do want to point out, as the puzzles come across, we are playing from ahead, so I hope that impacts what they think are the best choices. Here's our next play here, K-Man. Covering Kayle mid or returning to bot?
See, I would imagine right now you call for Lucian to play safe, and you cover the Kayle with Void Grubs up. That's why you roamed in the first place.
Boom. K-Man.
Yep.
Well, 1.5 for 2, as he got the OK in the first one. So we're going to cover the Kayle. From a scary Lulu gank. Oh my god, I'm always afraid when I get the Lulu ganking my mid lane. Oh my god, we're just going to kill the Lulu? All right, nonetheless. Move on to our third one. Shout out this Raka player for being 2-0-4 in the early game. Okay, so we got our jungler taking grubs, our Kayle low, and a turret with a wave crashing, and a bottom lane. 4 choices here, K-Man. Where's your head at? 9 seconds.
At this point, if Lucian's coming up to hit the turret, I would do so. You can get a plate on this turret basically for free with all 3 of you here. Oh, I'll be wasting time. My bad. It looks like the Void Grubs are secured. Otacon's not Otacon. Akshan is not on the map, and so to me, this feels like a pretty easy fight. But if you want to cover for the Viego, that obviously makes a lot of sense. You still want to prioritize. We talked about the Void Grubs earlier. That's still the priority here, so definitely makes a lot of sense.
Tarzan prioritized those grubs and got his Yorick 1 MVP off of them. So extending LPL logic here. You can see why is healing of that rocket definitely makes the Heartbreaker reset just enough to ruin this Vi's day. Oh, they gave it over to the 80 carry player as well. Sorry, you just knocked down the Vi trying to stop the grubs. Cover your Cassante topside or return to bot.
This is an interesting decision that we'll find out some other time, I think.
We can't do it because, you know, as much as we love MOBA Trainer, drafts of playoff series are more important. Unfortunate. Last thing I'll say, you saw the code at the bottom, LPL 20 goes directly to the MOBA Trainer devs and ourselves here at the LPL English broadcast. You unlock the ultimate mode, so ultimate puzzles. Shout out to them. Game 2 draft came in. Immediate reactions from the bans you are seeing with our first AL Red Side game.
I'm seeing more Gwen bans towards Breathe. This has become basically a permanent ban against him as a player. We saw this super consistently. I think it's 100% so far in the playoffs and play-ins against him. The Annie still a priority to take away from AL. I think this is to dissuade the Annie-Nefiri combo that has really been more popular as the Nefiri, kind of duo in the middle of the map here. And obviously Poppy, Sion, just easy options. Flandra really liking to play that Sion in a side lane, something he really values. And obviously that makes a lot of sense. We'll see if AL want to continue to put pressure onto perhaps the Taliyah. You called it out really well in game number 1. Weibo Gaming banning it out so that if they potentially went to blue side, they'd have the opportunity to take that champion. And this would be that opportunity if they wanted to do so. So we'll see how... Xin Zhao as well, also. Vi, a couple options. So it will be the Ahri, though.
So they take Xiaohu's Ahri away and all those options you called out. And hey, look at that. Play-by-plays have a brain. Breaking news. Taliyah banned so that Weibo could gobble this one up for the second game, and Xiaohu gets one of his most famous and impactful champions for arguably their, well, no, I'm not going to say arguably. Right now, their most important game 2 of their entire split.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely the most important one up until this point. It's going to be the Tarzan lock-in for Flandra, and immediately, I said the Tarzan lock-in. It's the Vi for Tarzan. It's the Nidalee for Flandra. A
Here we go.
blind Nidalee.
Early game AL. We only got one game of scaling AL. Now they're like, all right, we're getting gold leads as quickly as possible. There are no two picks that would solidify that more in my mind right now in the LPL than this.
Yeah, I am not usually a fan of blind pick Nidalee top. I think that can often, run you into a pretty rough situation, especially because I think tanks just turn off Nidalee's strength. Something like Ornn could be on the table as a potential ban, or it could be taken here for... I guess it couldn't be. I guess you could throw it to KL, but...
They leave top for second phase, so that's interesting because you now give Flandra 2 more ban cushion. I would feel like it's just 2 tank bans you might see here in the second phase with that Renata and Kalista bottom lane locked in. Obviously very powerful, and I do like for Weibo that they go for a pretty early game dominant bottom lane, knowing that, hey, top side, going to be pretty hard to compete early game with a Vi and Nidalee.
Yeah, and it's just different indexes, right? The Orianna coming in as the answer in the mid lane. Wukong is actually going to be taken away, so it's these teamfight-oriented junglers that we highlighted in game number 1 in the draft for that are being taken off of the board. Definitely not so much looking at that. Xin Zhao, to me, is a must-ban for this draft so far. If you can get the early skirmishing priority of Xin Zhao Talia alongside Kalista Renata, that becomes a terrifying pre-15-minute game and, really puts you in a scary spot, but... Again, it's no tanks coming out as bans on the top side. It's just going to be the Ezreal as the answer. Again, banning out AD carries that could potentially play safe into Kalista.
See if Xin Zhao for the second game in a row survives the second phase, only to be banned away. It will be AL paying that toll, as we might just see. Yeah, you might just see a second marksman ban come across here. But K-Man, I want to open you up for this one. What a spot here, knowing the absent impact of the light Varus. They are putting him even more in the spotlight for a composition. Now playing Kalista. I mean, Kalista, you immediately are just, it's like win or lose based on how successful this champion is.
Yeah, and the reason that's so relevant is because, quite frankly, Light needs to step up. It is time to show up or shut up for Light. This has been a guy that I've praised so much over the past couple of years for being such an anchor, such a rock for every team that he's played for, whether it's LNG or Weibo. This year, it's not been the case. He's been one of the weaker pieces for Weibo, certainly one of the weaker AD carries in Group Ascend in terms of the output that he's put out. He did not have a good game number 1 at all. It's not been a good 2025. There is a lot of onus on Light to be able to step up for this comp. You're looking at things like Ashe on the other side. You can play into that. You can, generate some pressure into that. You need to step up here today. If Light's not going to be a primary option for this team, Weibo is definitely not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with a team like AL because they have such a consistent AD carry on the other side. But we're seeing even more setup come in. The Skarner as the lock-in for TN. The Mbessa is going to be the answer to the Nidalee on the top side. And then we'll just see what support AL want to round this out with. I could see something aggressive here. I certainly wouldn't hate the idea.
Interesting to see that Mbessa come across. That is really feast or famine into that Nidalee. But I don't hate for Kyle, just trying to also match like Enchanter for Enchanter and match range, right? The one thing Seraphine does hold over this Renata is that, double tap snares are going to outrange a handshake. Your Encore is going to outrange a hostile takeover, come across quicker. But I will say, as we round out this draft, this is why we talked about AL red side being so threatening. This is how they like to go about it. They got Shanks his counter pick, and they give Kyle R5. But your reaction, K-Man, makes me feel like you aren't as impressed, even though this is how we see AL approach these red side drafts.
I'll be completely frank, I'm not really a fan of either of these drafts. I think both of them have some clear weaknesses, and I think both are kind of indexing in a couple of different directions. I think if you have to give an advantage, I'm going to give it to anyone's legend, even on the red side. I don't love the way they compounded things. I like the idea of Seraphine. Ashe generally seen as the counter to Kalista because of the slows that come in from the Ashe passive and making it a bit more difficult for Kalista to play. Ashe also having a pretty decent early game, not a dominant one, but what is this late game for Weibo Gaming? What does it look like? Who's winning fights? Like, what even is supposed to happen here? So, yeah, like that's the answer, right? I think my concern is you're looking at potentially 3 losing lanes for anyone's legend or 3 losing lanes for Weibo Gaming and no scaling. And so if that's going to be the case, then hold on and hope you can get that advantage coming in from Talia Skarner early.
Wow, you do not hear many analysts deem a draft losable lanes and losable scaling, but I like it. I like it, K-Man. You're putting your thoughts out there. We'll see if they translate how well or not well, if you're depending on who you're cheering for, they translate onto the Rift, because we are soon to return to the familiar battle arena. We all love and hate depending on how your solo queue games are going, but the stakes here, anyone's legend looking to solidify themselves as not a shaky top 4 team from Group Ascend, as we've already watched Top Esports and JDG drop down to the lower bracket. The latter I mentioned to this very Weibo team were able to fight their way through that series that went the distance, and right now, Weibo are trying to avoid needing this series to go the distance by falling down 0-2 to AL. Jayos once again ring us in to the Rift, and a different sort of style compared to that game one. One that, you know, I know you talked about the draft sense came in, but stylistically, I feel favors AL, knowing that they have been, in my mind, the best early game team in the LPL.
Yeah, I think if they can generate any sort of early game lead, that's going to be a problem. I know there might be some people out there that take some umbrage with my statement that Weibo Gaming have no scaling, because you're looking at Skarner setting up for a potential Kalista and Bessa in the late game, but you have to remember, both of those champions rely on being able to snowball. And so if you're sitting at a neutral game position, if the gold is on Kalista versus Ashe, you know, that could be a good game state. But if you're looking at a game state that's 2-2, or, you know, neither of these carries are accelerated, specifically Kalista not being in a dominant spot, that's going to be a lot more difficult for Weibo Gaming. So I do want to see the onus and the priority kind of be on them to start to push forward. We'll see if Kyle wants to play aggressive, though. I think the Seraphine pick's going to determine a lot in the early game.
Oh, already burned the Ghost and the heal from Kyle and Hope. They really want to, I imagine, just completely take over the wave and try and potentially even deny XP. They won't get away with that, but they definitely already have control of that lane that you talked about. Is extremely volatile in the early scope. One lane that I thought would be the most boring in the early scope would be these mid laners, but even Shanks and Xiaohu are down below about 30% HP in their first exchange.
Yeah, it's going to be action all around the map early on here for both of these comps. It's all really going to be about what they turn to in the mid game. That's where I think things get a little bit more dicey for Weibo Gaming. If they can win some of those fights, specifically if they can get that gold onto Light, it's going to be huge. But we highlighted it. It's our, you know, we talked about it in draft. Light has not exactly been the most consistent main carry for this team. So we'll see what they can do. Tien not going to spot Tarzan. It's just going to go for the mid lane play here as Shanks.
Okay, hits him out of the seismic shove there from Xiaohu. Shanks still has to burn the flash as Tarzan can't get close enough to try and protect his mid laner. Another seismic shove. Not going to land there for Xiaohu, but good on Tien to get a flash out early. See if it starts to cost him his camps, though, as Hope and Kyle have control of that bot side. They're going to swing over to try and cover Tarzan, stealing the red buff. Feel like he should be able to secure this one with Smite, so potential 3 buff going to be available here for Tarzan as we get a look at the AL win rates on their respective champions so far this split. And, well, not a lot of Ashe games or Seraphine games at all for this bottom lane.
Yeah, and you'll also note only 3 Vi games with how relevant that champion has been. That's because it's constantly banned against AL and Tarzan in general, so gonna be interesting to see, but that 3 buff definitely huge for AL. That's the kind of pressure you get because you do have that priority in the bot lane. I talked about potentially 3 pushing lanes coming in from AL. That has kind of been the case. We can see the Nidalee, of course, winning on the top side as is expected in that matchup, and then the Ashe kind of being the pseudo counter there to the Kalista. Of course, we'll probably see the lane swap coming in just a couple of minutes here, but overall, it's exactly what you wanted to see from AL. It's these small incremental leads in the early game, them utilizing some of this early pressure that they have to be able to play through later, and then if you can get specifically that Orianna online, Shanks is going to be a problem the later this game goes.
All about matching the tempo the AL is bringing to the Rift here if you are Weibo. Already saw Tien, despite the struggling lanes, find an early flash. Orianna, very good champion to revisit in this early phase. And again, usually you could say into these early lanes, lean on the scaling, it's okay to turtle, but this draft, it's really about matching proactivity and correct decision making that AL is going to bring out, and that's kind of what bit Weibo in the butt at the end of that game one, which makes this even more worrying.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. I think Tien is such an integral piece. We even talked about it in the pre-show. The difference between when Weibo Gaming plays with MVP caliber Tien versus, you know, maybe LVP caliber Tien is huge. But going back on Shanks with no flash here.
Okay, they need to get the seismic stuff from Xiaohu to make sure they can get this kill.
Ooh, they got it.
Are going to land it across, throwing the stones right at Shanks' noggin, and they will punish that early flash. Tien looking a bit more like MVP Tien, just like you were talking about, K-Man.
Yeah, that's a big play to make because quietly it's actually been a decent lead for Shanks in the mid lane already. Again, as you would expect in the Orianna matchup, as we see more trading coming down. The heal once again burned from Erha. That thing's been on cooldown since the beginning of the game. But I really like the play mid lane. I think you have to try and get Xiaohu into this and move him around the map, get him at least neutral in terms of the gold, which is what happened. But because of that small early lead that Shanks have been able to generate, it is still just neutral, even after that play. Still 300 gold lead for AL. AL, of course, going to have to back off. No lane swap coming in, though. We're hitting about 6 minutes into the game, and both bot lanes still fighting it out 2v2 down here. So definitely seeing more priority from these early game bot lanes. Kale!
Looks like both supports heal is going to be on cooldown all early game long. Is that handshake nearly solidified the deal of death there for Kyle. Light not able to pick up that kill. Tarzan on that early Drake, and I will say for the Weibo camp, I don't hate the early kill on Tien either, because Skarner is the real only tank on the Rift, and there is not a lot of consistent base damage to deal with the tank. So if Tien gets ahead on this Skarner with a bunch of Heartsteel stacks, who the hell's killing him on AL?
You're absolutely right. Like, we're talking about Orianna being a problem in the late game. Orianna's not bursting through a full tank Skarner. That's just not going to happen. So you need to make sure that you keep that Skarner in check. I think the 3 buff at the beginning of the game was a really nice way to start that off. For Tarzan, he is still up in tempo and up about 10 CS in terms of how things have gone. The Vi is going to continue to be a bit of a problem, especially with these Void Grubs spawning in about 1 minute here. But it's going to be up to that Vi to see what play he wants to make. Philandra even shadowing here in the mid lane. This could potentially be a 3-man onto Xiaohu.
Oh, all right, yeah, here we go. Shockwave going to pull him out of the spear range. Commits the flash. The double tap from Kyle. Not going to land, and the general is going to stand tall on his lonesome. Does burn his flash, but a lot of resources used just to try and get that kill. Erha, though, going to have to be careful not to walk into Tarzan. Does have access to that cease and desist. Tien as well has that impale if he wants it. Seismic Strike is going to land, immediately goes for the impale, stacks 2 just like that. But the turn comes out from Tarzan because they didn't have any damage. Light wasn't close enough. Xiaohu had cooldowns. The bailout will not save him, but luckily the flash play onto Shanks will make it a trade. So Weibo still going to stay up in the kill count.
Yeah, it's a really aggressive engage from AL. Tarzan understands that he's always going to be able to trade because of that ultimate. It looks like a gorgeous impale from Tien, but what did we say earlier? It's a little bit low damage coming in from Weibo. They just aren't able to burst down the members early enough. Tarzan's able to get that ult off. Xiaohu has to play so safe. Ends up without his flash, obviously has to really make sure that he's in an okay spot. Even then, he still ends up getting bursted down. 1 for 1 is okay, but look at where the gold is right now. It continues to go into the pocket of AL. That being said, Weibo first on the priority here to the Void Grubs, which would be a ginormous get for them.
And it's going to be a get that they should be grabbing here for free. Tarzan is going to walk up late, but is completely spotted. Got Shanks nearby with Shockwave available. And Tien once again looking for an engage, but a quick use of that Vault Breaker and a flash having to come out from Tarzan. Going to buy some space. Arrow. Here's the Ash Arrow. Going to land onto Erha's head. The full stun duration lands. But no trigger pulled there from AL. They lose all 3 grubs. Good double tap snare comes across there from Kyle, but that's the takey Skarner. There's no way Ash is burning through that health bar. So Weibo looks like for now are getting away with that 3 grub take, but one snare lands into the Encore. They're trying to get through Erha, but Fate's call does not ring death's number for Erha just yet.
Oh man, that was a knife's edge that we were living on in that fight. So much to talk about for both of these teams. You know, as much as we can go, you know, oh, that's huge for Weibo, and it is. Them being able to grab 3 grubs is ginormous as Tien continues to try to look onto Hope and KL here to protect Light. He's just constantly looking for pressure. You know, as much as we can talk about being really good for Weibo Gaming, they're still down in gold, and in fact, they lost gold in that exchange. Light actually taking a lot of damage in that exchange, so Still a very, very finicky early game here, and look at the red down in terms of these, gold differentials between these these laners. You can talk about, some kills going over to Weibo, but CS leads firmly in favor of AL right now.
And that's the call out, right? Is that all while Weibo are constantly having Tien ganking everywhere, moving their bottom lanes over appropriately for the Void Grubs, they're dropping the small but very important things, which are constant waves, constant minions. And we knew that the Nidalee was going to accrue a lead. I do want to call out that Breathe has done a good job keeping consistent in that CS department, but bottom lane is the one that really shows out right now, with Hope up a lot of CS compared to his counterpart. And now that we've got all these ultimates online, the playmaking for both teams, but markedly AL, is very, while single target damage oriented, online nonetheless at this phase.
Yeah, it's definitely time to start looking for plays. Both Vi and Talia love to do things around this time. We have Dragon spawning in 1 minute. Will be Chem Dragon. Free Vision coming in from Ashe, the big perk of the champion. But generally, I'm just going to be looking at Tarzan. I think he's going to be the fight starter from this point onwards. That being said, Tien has been crazy aggressive, so maybe it's actually going to be him in terms of just how these players have played it out. But that Vi ultimate is really going to matter a lot in terms of how the rest of this mid game ends up going. If you can find one fantastic engage onto the backline, that is huge. And I hate to keep, badgering the point, but Light was really someone we highlighted at the beginning of this game, and picking Kalista, being down 20 CS as we head into the mid game here, he's going to need to start stepping up. He's going to be big for a potential exchange that happens around this, 10 to 15 minute mark. If he can step up and start getting some gold, get that first item completed, that's going to be big. If Hope can continue to accrue his lead, that is a problem for Weibo.
Here's a lower bar to clear right now for this Dragon. Let's get Erha to ultimate right now. He's been on level 5. He's 2 levels down to Kael right now. We need that hostile takeover to assuage some of these pick plays, but no, the ultimate's not going to be used. Instead, it's going to be the Weaver's Wall. Hope's arrow does go wide, but he flashes out of the first Talia play, and Tarzan's always looking for the turn. Good flash from Tien. Gets out of the Encore. Vondra does join the fray. So a lot of ultimates come off the board here, as one does tick online. Erha has access to that hostile takeover. Is AL confidently still going to go for this Dragon? But like we talked about, a couple of those engage tools down for AL. Not Shanks. Has the Shockwave. Tien going to go in with that E on the Skarner. The Shockwave completely whiffs from Shanks. He has to flash away from the Impale, but fortunately for Shanks, all of that chaos buys enough time for AL to secure their second Dragon of the game, and cease and desist was left up into a perfect double tap from Kael. They perfectly locked out Xiaohu, and the General is sent packing.
That was a 4v5. Like, what is happening? Breathe does not have teleport. He used it on the top side. He's split pushing as Ambessa. Even the Nidalee is able to make that fight. That is a gigantic mistake from Weibo Gaming. Another massive one is Xiaohu stepping up. What is it with him this series and just playing so far forward in these team fights? He's constantly in range of a lot of these big lockdown ultimates, and Tarzan happy to take advantage. I think if you really want to be generous, you can call the Shanks Shockwave a zoning ultimate, which we will hopefully talk about in a replay here, but it does separate.
Term, right?
Yes, it does separate Weibo Gaming. It does keep them away from the Dragon, but just, again, it's miscommunication, and it's, quite frankly, sloppy play coming in from Weibo in a situation where they're really not all that far behind.
Nope, they're luckily still not, but now in a game where you talked about there arguably being no scaling, there is a clear scaling bandage known as the Dragon Souls to play for. And while I really feel like Weibo lost the coin flip last game up 2 Drakes to 0 with the Cloud Soul, AL are they've got luck on their side. Hextech Soul to play for, that'll really help woes of scaling in my mind.
Yeah, I think that that's fair to say. And I already like this Orianna going into the late game, but I think important to highlight just how aggressive this Weibo Gaming team needs to be right now. They're looking for Shanks. Tien has been active on the map. These plays are just not materializing at the current moment, but because of that lack of a teleport coming in from Breathe, he has started to accrue his own gold lead on the top side, the only part of the map where that is going in favor of Weibo. So we will see how that continues to move. He's gotten quite a few plates throughout this game, so definitely going to be keeping my eye on Breathe on this Ambessa and seeing if that's going to be something that they can play through. But you're right, like Erha, hitting level 6 late, and, we have to remember, Weibo engaged that play. It was the Weaver's Wall that ended up starting it, so just need to see be a bit better decision-making as we transition now into Rift Herald in 30 seconds.
Yep, that's the big next objective to look for. And I will say for Breathe, this matchup does sway into the MS's favor when the game goes on. Italy is one of the most early game maxing champions in this form, topside AD build. So Breathe gonna really sway the side lane matchup. But again, like you called out, Mbessa is not picked primarily to be a 1v1 merchant matching side lanes. You pick this and need to set it up for those big public executions. Going to be calling Breathe's name later on if we hope to see Weibo get back to that team fighting that was so deadly a couple days ago up against JDG of all teams. Maybe we'll see a bit of the light that they showed in that series in this Rift Herald fight, as they do have AL pretty split off. Tarzan too far River on his own. They'll look to punish. Shanks is close by, but Tarzan has to flash away from the Impale. Ash Arrow's going to go wide, as Tian didn't even have to commit the ultimate to get the flash out. There's another Shockwave down. Shanks only finds one, so AL really struggling to sync their ultimates up together, and this game too is just getting really marred by the mistakes on both sides now.
Ooh, we talked about desperation for Weibo Gaming. That looked like desperation for AL. I assume they're going to back off here. It looks like Fondra's just stepping up to try to get some poke down. Some damage coming in on the mid turret.
Tarzan, you have the aggro! Oh my god. Tarzan's down. Breathe is unleashed. Am I watching playoff LPL? I'm completely rattled at this point.
I think LPL is the operative instead of playoff in that sentence, as we are getting some vintage LPL chaos in this game number 2. You know, I hope we'll get a replay of that fight, because I'd really love to talk about how Shanks ulting without the rest of his team in any position to follow up is maybe not the move moving forward, but that gold lead that AL had generated for themselves, it just completely disappeared in that team fight. Weibo has completely gotten themselves back into the game. They have put themselves in a great spot to be able to move forward, and look at where the gold is. We talked about it needing to be on some priority targets, and Bess is obviously strong, but so is this Kalista now with 2 kills for Light. Gonna get this replay here. This Shockwave, it only lands on Breathe. He's so separated. There's no way for him to be able to fight this out. He just gets completely picked off. I get if you want to go for the pincer play and you feel like you have to make that work, but that means that the bottom side of that fight has to step up. It didn't happen. Bad coordination, and here we are.
Feats of Warfare were picked up there. It will nearly secure the Feats of Strength here for Weibo. Is a little adage. Doesn't show up on the gold graph. And we are in for a wonky one, because like we talked about early, there are very few scaling threats in this game. The tankiness of TM, the Orianna on one side, but a lot of early game action that has fallen flat. We are 5 kills deep, about 17 minutes in. A couple turrets being taken on the other side, and K-Man, what does that really tell you about who can find the win here? The confidence of the macro execution of AL in the last game, or maybe what we've seen in these recent minutes out of Weibo? Where's your head at?
Oh, well, right now my head's at KL and a potential huge
I didn't
ultimate
see Tarzan.
if he can land it.
Yeah,
Tarzan is on the flank. This could be a huge problem. This is a big
Vault
fight.
Breaker, Ash Arrow. Can he secure it through the Ren? No, the Ren takes it away from Tarzan. So they stop the Dragon stacking. And now Weibo, yeah, let's get out of dodge quickly. No reason to fight. The power of Smite Ren proving pivotal for WBG.
Oh, it really felt like AL had the setup there to be able to create something. I was super concerned for Weibo Gaming. It felt like they were lining up perfectly for a Seraphine ultimate to come in and really not allow them to make that a 50-50, to let Tarzan be able to burst that down, but the Sarah ult never actually comes through because they never end up getting into position, and so it is a secure from AL. That's huge, like ginormous, to be able to stop the stacking. And, you know, even with everything kind of going in favor of Weibo right now, you know, that Dragon is still a win condition, as you pointed out, for AL, so to be able to secure that is big. Gold is even. Hope is incredibly strong. 162 CS here with a kill on the Ashe. But is that going to be enough to burst through what is a very strong Weibo Gaming comp right now? It's going to be difficult to tell. I love the way that this game has progressed, because I really do think at this point it all comes down to execution.
Yeah, so that's the answer I was looking for in that last question where the Dragon rudely interrupted us, is which team is more poised for better execution? Because again, the recent history of this doesn't give us a clear answer. Last game, AL execution is what closed out that game 1 that they really took over. But Weibo, execution-wise in team fighting and post 20-minute mark, which we're about to crest, was what got them the 5-game win over JDG. They're going to drop the Rift Herald here mid, try to break open the map, and they're going to succeed at doing that. So the mid, bot, and top tier 1 is down, and that creates a whole lot of flank angles for this Talia and Skarner to do their work.
And it's all really about finding that flank angle. A 2 or a 3-man Impale could be the difference between winning a fight and losing a fight for Weibo Gaming. That's how thin the margins are. Breathe now, potentially a target, but understands that he is playing weak side in this instance and backs off to the wave. ESTN covering him as well on the Skarner, but we're really on a knife's edge right now. Otacon spawning in 15 seconds. That's the next major objective. It will be here on the bottom side. Both teams clearly want to try and set up for that, but as we've seen pretty traditionally, when that is the only objective up on the map, unless there is a major mistake, I doubt it's prioritized early. And I think notable for AL, the one member of their team that we talked about being the big scaling threat that led me to believe that they were going to be more consistent in the late game is 1-3-1 on the Orianna right now in Shanks. And that could potentially be a big issue for them moving forward. One shockwave, though. You know, I say all this, right?
Yep.
Like,
one shockwave.
That's all it takes.
I will say, though, the more worrying thing may be that the flip side of this scaling conversation is Breathe on this at best end in the Nidalee that we're really afraid of even being able to thrive and comfortably scale. Has got a pretty good pass, and how useful is Flandre really going to be for the rest of this game? Because you can't side lane match the Bessa. You can't hit the arrows so far for Hope as well. The Shockwave and Season Assist, though, is enough of an ailment to knock down Xiaohu. Don't need the crystallized stun of the arrow. First pick found here for AL, but they use a ton of ultimates to try and go for it. No Shockwave, no Season Assist, no arrow. So is Weibo going to be able to punish? No, because Erhan nearly gets chunked out completely by Hope, who pops the Ghost. Anyone's Legend have control of the Otacon pit. They get the pick. They're still down ultimates, and still, Weibo are not clear and concise, trying to find a team fight right now. Does CN have a Miracle Seal? Can Breathe find the big public execution? All of it's about to go down here as they are circling and entrapping AL, daring them to try and 50-50 this Otacon. That's what they're going to get. Hostile takeover hits onto 4 members as Erha and Breathe fly in, and they set up Light to go wild with the Callista. AL trying to bite off an Otacon that they just could not chew, and it gives them so much runway in the name of Weibo Gaming.
Oh, what a fight from Weibo. We had just been complaining over and over about execution in these team fights. I think both of these teams ended up executing relatively well there. It's just a mistake by AL. They burn everything that they have in order to kill Xiaohu, and at that point, unfortunately, they don't have the resources to actually go and take on Weibo in a 5v4. They've utilized everything, and you still have the Impale, you still have the hostile takeover, and man, does it come in clutch. Both of those ultimates landing in a major way, and that's another big win for Weibo Gaming. We're going to get a chance to see it here. Shanks is chunked out from Breathe early, but you can see the setup here. I was already getting very nervous. The hostile takeover is perfectly set up, and obviously Tien able to grasp onto Tarzan, make it so it's impossible for that smite to come in. And Flandre, you hit the nail on the head as we talked about it before, just really falling off on that Nidalee. Doesn't have the damage to be able to keep up. As much as that was a 5v4, it was closer to a 4v4 with where the Nidalee is at.
That fight definitely going to get the fan aspect into this matchup a bit more riled up. Saw some Weibo fans looking a bit distraught. I'd like to see that team fight win. Some of the loudest fans in that JDG matchup nonetheless. And Weibo really cruising along that Otacon fight win. They got the grubs. They've got complete control of this bot side. They're going to take a tier 2 and even up the Drake count. For once, I'm asking AL, what does their response look like? Because a tier 1 on the top side is a very small consolation prize compared to the double-decker trophy that Weibo just grabbed.
Yeah, things start to get a little bit dicey here for AL, and I think especially because Shanks is so far behind, it's really difficult to plan out these team fights. You're looking at an Nidalee that's not going to be all that effective. I really think it all comes down to the picks now. Those Ash arrows are going to be ginormous, I say, as he throws it out at Breathe in the mid lane. But if you can find some picks either through the Vi or through an Ash arrow, potential Seraphine ultimate, that's going to be your way back into this game. You need to try and set up for those picks, because if not, I think the split push, the side laning is in favor of Weibo Gaming with how things have broken down, and I certainly think the team fights are going to be a lot easier with all the gold on Callista.
A rare moment for AL against teams that aren't in the top 4 of the Rumble stage, that aren't, you know, the BLGs and the top esports. We rarely see AL play from behind like this up against a team so much further down the standings than like Weibo was. Who are they going to have to call on, K-Man? Tarzan to make the plays, make the calls. As he tries to shadow Flandre taking this bot tier 1 turret, but the thing you were afraid of with this Nidalee pick now, And Italy is afraid of the Ambessa. That matchup is completely changed in dichotomy.
Breathe is strong. Like, he is a real problem on the map right now, and he played that last fight around Otacon so gorgeously. We've seen Breathe step up in a lot of these fights towards the back half of these games. It's one of the reasons why Weibo has been such a consistent team fighting team, because you can rely on a player like Breathe to be in the right spot in the 5v5. If that Ambessa is going to continue to be a problem, then that's going to be tough for AL. But with Baron now spawning in 5 seconds, things are really going to start getting dicey. We'll see if Priority wants to go on that vision at the current moment, going in favor of Weibo on the top side of the map with that Baron spawning. But still 3 minutes away from drag. We could actually look for some picks instead.
Tien, been the most active member on this Rift of anybody. Always looking to try and pick off those 2 squishy bottom laners. This really feels like a great get-back game here for Tien. I've been super impressed on how he's been able to outmatch Tarzan in tempo. A player you called out really was only matched by maybe Peanut in that regard as a player. Tien, like he's back in that form. So threatening for many years of his career. Is you can see it like showing up on the Rift here. Tarzan getting pushed out of his own jungle by Tien, and now Weibo with complete vision control of this Baron. They could be doing it at any time, and with Smite Rend, why not even try and force a fight around this Baron?
Yeah, this thing gets bursted down with Callista very, very fast, and you can also get Breathe onto the flank, which is what they're doing now.
Oh, public execution lands. They find the crown jewel of Hope, who falls first, and now all of AL's damage is gone. The encore hits onto 4 members. Hostile Takeover is going to go wide as a response there from Erha. But again, AL, they can't operate in a 5v5 setting with all this burst damage, especially not with Hope. What does Flandra give you? What does Shakes get you? Nothing but survivability, and that's not going to cut it for AL right now. They're going to re-engage back onto Breathe here. Double tap lands, but Tien gets the impale onto Shakes, the primary target. Tarzan trying to bail out, but Flandra Breathe is going to follow him over the wall and execute him once again. The comp for anyone's legend failing them as they give up more and more gold.
Hope being the one to get caught is a disaster for anyone's legend. They don't have the damage to ever be able to burst through. It's actually a really great ultimate from KL, followed by Shanks, but they can't do much about it. Now Baron has been started. KL is here, but jungle's not on the map. With Rend and Smite, this should be gone.
What do these 3 champions even do except fall to the seismic shove from the general? Tien secures the Baron, and now the turn comes out here. Hope and Kael gonna have to run away from the big Scorpion, but Xiaohu finds the seismic shove, the perfect combination knockdown to Hope. Every laning phase may have been questionable from Xiaohu, but when it comes to fights, when it comes to end games, this guy is locked in. Sets up another kill onto Kael. This game has completely gotten away from anyone's legend, and Breathe might just sing that home.
Flandra's
absolutely dousing Flandra in gasoline, but the match will not be lit because the flash comes out to save him for now. Oh my god, what is going on? We're just fighting everywhere. Tarzan is getting jumped on his blue buff by 4 members. Shakes tries to cover him, has to flash away from the mirror sight of Xiaohu. There's nothing AL can do. There's nothing AL can take on the map right now. They are being routed.
Now this is peak Weibo Gaming. When I think of what this team does at a high level, it's greed. And I know greed is often looked at as a bad thing. Not for Weibo Gaming, it's not. When they win, they take everything on the map, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. They put themselves on Soul Point with 3 Hextech Drakes. Even just the perfect cleanse coming in there from Erha. Why not? Mikhails, the perfect Mikhails, who even... Oh, and it's not even over. Tien is still going forward. This time maybe a bit too far.
Oh my god, we're going after the take. Skarner, we've dumped 2 ultimates into him. Okay, Hope gets the shutdown. Fate's Call gonna save Erha for now. Hope able to free fire, gets a really good first commitment. Xiaohu comes through a gate that he had no business going through, but still kills Kael. Goes into the stasis. Tarzan will shut him down. Second kill found. Shockwave hits its mark onto Erha. No bailout. Public execution though from Breathe. There's a ton of damage in that Ambessa, and Tarzan is down now. But AL still want to push the tempo, knowing that this is a window for them to break back into the game. It's through a flurry of arrows from Hope and the damage out of Shanks. So somehow through all this pandemonium, AL get 4 kills and only cost their jungler and support.
Slayer, I hope you have time to take a breath. In just a moment, it has been play after play after play. Just major event after major event. It's a nice pullback from AL. They continue to stay active. This team does not want to give up. They do give up, you know, a bit of wave pressure, but as we're going to see in this replay, it's Tien trying to go for his own camps, not realizing that this is probably a reset timer for Weibo Gaming and ending up, you know, dead because of it. But Weibo don't want to give up on this play. Xiaohu ends up hex gating in, and this looks like a disaster at the start. This did not look like it was ever going to go well, and then, you know, for Xiaohu, he's still able to pick up the kill on the Seraphine. Of course, Tarzan's strong enough to be able to pull that back with the Orianna damage, but from this point onwards, he kind of baits his entire team into this fight, and from here on out, AL are actually able to pull back quite a bit of gold and getting it onto some priority targets, and so this is a generally okay fight for AL, but if you want to take the last 3 or so minutes into account, I would definitely still say that Weibo has opened the game up entirely.
Yeah. Yeah, that last fight, it's important to remember that all the major shutting down of Orianna Ashe ultimates are all off the board. Like, there was no Impale, there was no Weaver's Wall to section them off, no hostile takeover. All those were down except public execution. So while that was nice for AL, they're never really going to get those scenarios because Xiaohu is trying to hunt, but there's the Ashe Arrow Encore combination. But where's the damage, K-Man? Xiaohu doesn't even go below 75% HP off of those two ultimates.
No shanks, no damage. That is the MO right now for AL. If this Orianna can't get full combo off, there's actually just no way to burst anybody down. The Ashe is not strong enough at this point to be able to actually make an impact in that regard, regardless of the build. And so you have to fight as 5 if you're AL, or you have to be up in numbers, and Shanks has to be part of that equation. That wasn't the case there, and so it's ultimates used. Luckily, both of them are on incredibly short cooldowns, but with Hex Soul now being on the table in 2 minutes for Weibo Gaming, that's definitely going to be the priority. That's going to be a 4 Hex Dragon Hex Soul for Weibo if they do end up acquiring it. It would be a disaster for AL to let that over and to really allow that as an option. And so that's where all of the setup is going to be over the next, you know, minute and a half. And we're going to need to see how much AL can even get tempo-wise down there.
This is a big discipline spot here for Weibo because if they can just stay resolved and wait for this dragon to come up, 5v5, there isn't a chance in hell that AL can fight their way out of it. It's the pick potential that they're trying to flex. And if they can find a target in this window. So Weibo being tested, not wanting to, you know, play too much into that greed you talked about is so indicative of their play style. As you can see, Tarzan's already hunting, daring somebody to walk away from the pack into this bottom river.
Yeah, and the setups are there. AL is in darkness. They are all here. If Weibo overstep, that could be a huge problem. Tarzan is finally going to get that bot tier 1. 32 minutes. Yeah, they're just pushing down mid. Inhibitor tower could be gone here.
I love this for Weibo. This is exactly what AL did to them just a game ago. Stretching them thin, forcing them to make tough decisions as a team. So they give up their tier 3 turret. Weibo not going to greed for the inhibitor because that's not what matters. They just pulled AL off their complete bottom river setup for this Hextech Soul.
Yeah, that's a huge pull from Weibo, and honestly, the difference between this team from a losing state and a winning state is unbelievable. The amount that they've been able to pressure out anyone's legend throughout the back half of this game has been super impressive from Weibo. You know, there were some mistakes in the early game, we can definitely call that out, but they have really turned up the gameplay volume here at the end of towards the back half of game number 2. They need to keep the pressure up, though. AL going to continue consistently looking. Xiaohu potentially looking for a Weaver's Wall, though.
Wants to separate the squishy members away from each other. Keep Hope and Shanks on opposite sides of the fight. There isn't much of a front line to protect these guys from an Impale, from a Weaver's Wall. But Weibo, again, doing such a good job playing the map. We see an Arrow split the uprights. Erha and Tien both don't get hit. Breathe has a flank or just a tier 3 turret if he wants to. Weibo just need to be on the same page here. Dragon is getting started up, but AL are blowing so much gold to try and stop this Soul. It's going to be an inhibitor? No. Breathe is going to cancel it. Weaver's Wall comes across. Tien goes in. Encore's going to hit light, but he is starting to free hit. Shanks has to get towards the back of the pit. Hostile takeover. Going to hit onto Tarzan and Shanks. Kyle goes down. Public execution comes through for Breathe, and now it's time to get the mops out because Weibo are cleaning house 1 kill at a time. It's only Tarzan to survive, but the Hextech Soul went down, and next up on the menu, anyone's Legends Nexus as Weibo bounce back from game 1 and even up our series.
An unbelievable team fight win there for Weibo. They set themselves up so well. I was actually concerned because of the grouping up, and it looks like it's Tarzan just juking out the entirety of Weibo. Tien's going to keep following him, but he is not going to find what he's looking for. That being said, it is a consolation prize for Tarzan to be able to escape this potential fight over the blue buff. We're just getting everything at this point. It's actually just
Tarzan.
cinema here. Oh, he got it too. Credit to Tarzan. He walks out with the blue buff and his life, but what a fight win for Weibo. You talked about it. You called it there. Like, there's no way for AL to be able to win a 5v5 if everything goes according to plan. I'd love to look at this replay because it is a pretty decent setup for AL. Tarzan ends up starting the dragon. They want to burst this down as quickly as possible before Xiaohu can get in, before Breathe can teleport. But look at this gorgeous ward placed down by Weibo Gaming. The flank is fantastic. The engage is of everything you could ask for. Shanks doesn't even get a chance to pull off a beautiful shockwave, which would have been set up a couple of seconds earlier if he had not been completely zoned out by Tien. So awesome stuff coming in from Weibo, just phenomenal setups. You know, some flashes that might be a little bit more, you know, question mark pingy overall, and, you know, maybe some questionable positioning coming in from some players like Hope. But at the end of the day, it's still a really nice team fight win for Weibo, and them showcasing their skill as they take Baron now as well.
Yeah, they can just go through the motions. They have so much more power on the map right now. And like we talked about, as 5, how do you even knock them down? It's an impossible task as AL are sectioned out of the pit, and they don't even get a chance at Baron. Comes across, and here is the first marker of the fight. It's Breathe trying to go wild. Hostile takeover going to hit Hope and Flandra. There's no way to play when you are taken over by Erha and the rest of Weibo. Sure, you had a massive shockwave from Shanks, but it is too little, too late. The witching hour has arrived. The midnight strike has came across in the name of Weibo, and that'll do it. 1-1 your series as this upper bracket continues to not disappoint.
And Weibo Gaming have turned the Jets back on for game number 2. You can talk about the mistakes. You can talk about some macro decisions. At the end of the day, when they get into these team fights, that's when Weibo Gaming really arrive on the Rift, and they did so here to tie up our series and keep the pressure on in game 2. Unreal stuff. They played that late game so well. I want to give them a ton of credit because I think that there are a lot of teams that would have been over-eager and over-aggressive in how they went for that. And Weibo Gaming, as a team, known for their aggression in terms of how they play those late games, they had to keep themselves calm and composed. They played those general setups incredibly well and got themselves into a position where all they needed to do was execute.
That is what Weibo was able to get done against JDG. That was what was so oppressive in some of those critical late game fights. Awesome to see. It might be even more integral that we got that kind of game from Weibo, knowing the worrying starts we had to this series. These have been night and day definition games from really both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can basically flip them in terms of how game 1 and game 2 went. You saw so many negatives out of Weibo in game 1 in terms of late game decision making and making sure that you're not overextending and walking in 1-for-1 and just dying, right? Like, that was all gone at the end of game number 2. That's the part of the game that they actually cleaned up. They had more mistakes in the early game like you would expect. They were down in CS. It didn't matter. They kept their heads about them, and Tien in particular just stayed so active throughout the mid game. He was everywhere on the map, constantly burning summoners, and that meant that AL couldn't actually pressure out any of the advantages they had in terms of gold.
And that might have been one of my most questionable drafts, I would say, from AL. I know you weren't a fan of either one of these drafts, but that style of trying to index into winning 3 winning lanes, boy, does it look ugly when you don't, like you mentioned, don't come away with big enough leads. They were marginal, but not as impactful as you would have liked from an AL team that's been so good at starting a snowball in the early game and turning it into an avalanche by the time we reach team fights.
Yeah, one thing I really want to call out that I think is important is the idea of the draft worked. Like, you did draft those 3 winning lanes, and you were up 20-30 CS in almost every lane. Like, you were generating leads, you were getting advantages. The problem was those mid-game decisions that ended up completely collapsing your lead. There was that, 2.5, 3-minute stretch where we got fight after fight after fight, where things just fell apart for anyone's legend, and it just seemed like they lost all sense of control. And I think specifically when you talk about like the theoretical upside, the scaling from AL, it's Orianna. Like, that's your win condition in the late game. Shanks got so far behind, and from that point, it was very difficult to win.
And that was big because even going into this series, we were worried about Xiaohu's effectiveness in the early game. You know, we felt like Shanks could really run away with this mid lane matchup, trying to get early leads and scale into a bit better spot. But a lot of the reason we've seen Shanks play so consistently because Tarzan has been able to set him up so well. I want to hats off to Tien in this game. I don't think he'll come away with player of the game because I think Breathes and Bessa, like, it was really a highlight play in finishing off these fights. But Tien really was able to go blow for blow from a decision-making standpoint against one of the best junglers, not just this split, but maybe of the last half-decade at those sort of decisions in the early phase.
I absolutely agree, and I think the gold graph kind of showcased that well. Tarzan did a good job of being able to push through the early game, but Tien makes these decisive, snappy plays in the mid game, and we see that gold graph go from AL at 15 minutes to Weibo Gaming at 15 minutes. That's Tien being proactive, looking for these plays. That's this big Otacon fight. You know, Xiaohu buffering, obviously, his movement there. This is the fight that really changed the game, this Otacon play that really opened everything up. It's just AL feeling like they found that pick onto Xiaohu and putting so many resources into it, but Weibo Gaming not burning anything. You still had the hostile takeover, you still had the Impale, and both of those coming in, Tien being able to secure that Otacon. This is where everything really turned for AL and really went into a negative direction, and where Breathe really started to take over in the mid game.
Called him Mr. Consistent. His ability to constantly kind of weak side and have, you know, not giving up leads, play set up top laners. Awesome to see Breathe kind of have that carry performance on this Mbessa into a matchup that's been, you know, a nightmare patented early by the Shy. A lot of people question the early pick. I think this game is going to be why, because Flandra disappears outside of that early phase. But the reason it's popular is because it might be one of the best early game top lane shutdown champions. But Breathe wasn't going to fall for that, and is that huge Mbessa carry that brings this game home maybe a bit later than expected thanks to this utter chaos that still continues through from game one. Xiaohu, we're going to forget that you hex portaled into this one because it was a pretty awesome game from him outside of this one interesting play design.
Is it really a Xiaohu game if he doesn't make one gigantic mistake in the last 20 minutes? Like, that's how it goes. It's what you give and take with the player, but I think you're absolutely right. Like, I think in terms of, you know, I've certainly been vocal on my own channel about the Nidalee pick and about how not successful it has been outside of the hands of a select few players. And, you know, I think we definitely saw some of the negatives here. All of the negatives, really, where, you know, post 20 minutes, that champion doesn't really exist. And even with the lead, which, by the way, wasn't even really a lead. Breathe was the only one staying even relatively neutral in the laning phase. With that gone, it's basically a 4v5, and it's really difficult to win those fights at the end. So credit to Weibo Gaming for understanding that if they could keep the Mbessa in, they were in a good spot. You know, I was criticizing them at the beginning of the game. They weren't teleporting Mbessa into these fights. They were letting them be 5v4s, and it really paid off for them.
And how big does this game win mean? Not just for knowing how rough game one looked, but just from a numbers standpoint when it comes to best of fives in the LPL. I mean, even in the best of threes, the Rumble stage, most teams that ended up coming, you know, winning game one would rarely ever, you know, give up the next two games, the best of three reverse sweep. Those numbers get even more daunting, especially in the LPL when you look at going down 0-2. Like, we could very well go through this playoffs and not see a single reverse sweep comeback from 0-2. So to get here to 1-1 is more important than you really could know for a single game to win in a series that has a ton more ahead of it.
Yeah, I talk about this all the time, where the difference between 0-2 and 1-1, ginormous. And we see our player of the game graphic. You called it, Slayer. You doubted. You didn't think they were going to go for it, but it is going to be Tien on the Skarner here.
So Tien grabs that one. And how big could that be for Weibo? The fact that we hype up Tarzan, superstar jungler, potential MVP of Split 2. If you can go blow for blow with him, it opens up a much more fun series ahead of us, Cayman.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we're getting the jungle matchup where it's both of these guys playing an MVP form like we got in 2024, I'm going to be very excited to see how the final games of this series go.
Well, we move into a best of three. Only difference is the stakes rise even more, and we take more and more champions off the board in our Fearless format. Weibo with a great response to the shellacking AL wanted to start the series off on. Now have to try and do it back on the red side where they are 37% win rate, maybe even lower since that red side lost to AL. We'll have to see what that draft looks like and who can break the rubber match of the start of this series. It's Anyone's Legend of Weibo Gaming, Game 3, coming to y'all after the break.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Back in action here at the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we have got ourselves a series ahead of us. It's now virtually a best of 3 as we've gone 1-1 to start out this upper bracket round 2 matchup, which I want to highlight again, K-Man. I'll let you do it. The stakes are just so big. Not just like a playoff series win, but knowing where this puts you if you're either Weibo or AL in the grand scheme of this playoffs and even internationals ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams, regardless of how the regular season or the Group Ascend stage ended up going, want to compete to be the best teams in the LPL. They both had expectations of being that at the beginning of the year, and right now, only one of them is going to be able to make winners finals. I have to remind people, that's what's on the line here today. Winner of this goes to a series that qualifies for MSI. You are one series away if you can win this to immediately go to an international tournament, and the loser of this, they go down into the lower bracket. They have to take on the winner of FPX and Invictus Gaming. Like, the gauntlet, and Top Esports is down there, and JD Gaming is down there. The gauntlet from that point to have to get yourself even to just where you would be if you won this one series is tremendous. So definitely need to see both of these teams lock in. Game 3 is huge.
Game 3 stakes are heightened, and we return to the same sides we had from Game 1. So we're back with AL blue side and Weibo red side. And Cayman, I'm going to ask you the impossible question when it comes to Weibo. We showed the graphic in the pre-show if you missed it. Weibo are way below the average, way below AL's red side win rate with about 37% of the time. What do you want to see them do approaching this draft to try and treat some of the woes that they've had constantly on this side of the draft?
Well, I think what we saw in Game 2 is that even through some early game failures, maybe a draft that wasn't as cohesive as maybe you would want, getting, Xiaohu on Talia, getting Tien on Skarner, getting these comfort picks coming in, things that you feel good about. That's what really unlocked Weibo. They still have plenty of those left available to them, and I would really love to see more comfort coming through. If Gwen's going to be left up, that could potentially be an early pick for Weibo. That thing's been permanently banned against the team. Right now, it's the Yone and the Jace taken off the board, and so we'll have to see if that Gambit ends up coming in. If AL might want to first pick it for Flandra, we already saw they were very willing to do that previously with the Yorick when they were on blue side, so they're not scared of blind picking top lane, and it's going to be the Trundle as the ban now that these more facilitative type of junglers are starting to gain priority as we go further along in these fearless drafts.
Oh, thanks, Monkey. This is your fault. I blame you for this Trundle priority that has come across, but that is a great point to make. I will say, I know Naafiri priority has really started to fall off compared to earlier, but Tarzan has been one of the biggest proponents of a B1 Naafiri lock-in of anybody, especially this late into the year. But I like the Annie ban because, like you called out in Game 2 draft, the best setup champion for that Naafiri is the reliable Annie. But Gwen slipping through for the first time in this series, Flandra will happily gobble that one up.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the ban phase. It's clear that that is the avenue AL wanted to go there. On blue side, they understand that you can't give it to Breathe. It's his best champion. You got to take it away, and that's what Flandra does at the beginning of this draft. And especially with a lot of things off the board, there aren't super clean answers to Gwen left available. You've got things like Rumble that are traditionally considered the easier answers off the board because of Fearless, but it could just be the Xayah Rakan first rotation for Weibo. I thought this is what they were going to go for last game. Things like the Ezreal banned out, but it's actually going to be the early Lovers duo coming in as a potentially stable and self-protective bot for Weibo Gaming.
And also one of the best champions we've seen Erha on in that Rakan was huge. Got a win on this very lock-in up against JDG just a couple of days ago. Big spot here for Flandra, though. We talked about how invisible the Nidalee became as that game went on. Completely opposite trajectory with this Gwen. You, the later the game goes, become Exodia. Similarly compared to that Ezreal that scales up pretty nicely once you get to the 3-item breakpoint. But you got to keep that lane threatening for Hope and Kyle, who have been one of the best in lane when it comes to all the bottom lanes in the LPL. And Karma Ezreal is pretty oppressive, even into the safety that Xayah can bring.
It's very clear the directive for AL is get Light and Erha uncomfortable in the early game. They don't want to let them be able to get any sort of lead in the 2v2. That's been the case through all 3 drafts up until this point. I would say game 1 maybe less so because the Varus probably should have won, but didn't quite get there. But specifically games 2 and 3, that's been a clear directive to take Light and Erha out of that early game decision making. Will be the Rise locked in for Xiaohu. We saw what he could do on a champion like Talia that had so much priority in game number 2 where he could open up the map a bit more. This also gives you a few more options in terms of the junglers that you could play for because of the immediate amount of support at level 6 from the Rise. But you're definitely creating a bit of a level 6 power spike for Weibo Gaming here. The Rise ult coming in, the Rakan ult coming in, Xayah ult coming in, a lot of things that really rely on you getting to those breakpoints that make it a bit more difficult to react early if plays are made on the other side.
And now what we're looking for here for AL is setup. They need to just really index into pure setup by this point. You have a Karma, you have a Gwen, you have an Ezreal. You need to point this sort of Gatling gun of damage you've created in the right direction. So I like the Galio ban, not only because you see an AP mid laner, but that's a huge setup piece. Now, take away one of Tarzan's best setup champions left around. As you mentioned, we've kind of already lost some of the priority. Poppy's already off the board. I'm thinking like Wukong is there, J4 if you want to dip into that pool. We need to see a champion that facilitates the way Tarzan was able to facilitate for AL in game 1, and we see the J4 taken away. Weibo recognizing what AL need with the rest of their draft.
You're absolutely right. There are plenty of facilitative champions up, though. I think things like Wukong are definitely still on the board. Worth noting, Xin Zhao is available in this draft, and
oh yeah,
you could definitely go that direction. That would probably be what I would prioritize. That's likely to be R4 if AL don't ban it here, or at least I would guess that's likely to be R4. Xin Zhao Rise is terrifying to have to play into in terms of the skirmish potential, so it's actually going to be the Wukong taken off the board. Huh. It could be a Maokai angle. That's really kind of what I'm looking at for Tarzan here. I think that would add some stability, and it would allow you to play more aggressive through Shanks and whatever you want to go with, and as that counter to Rise. But I would very much expect this to be the jungle pick. I think could be top lane as well. Also, Breathe has played Rise in the past. Not going to throw that out too much, but with Xin Zhao up, I would just be stunned if that's not the selection.
All right, so the champion that was S+ tier in the jungle for so long has been slipping through drafts here and finally gets through a ban phase, and as you call it, Tian locks that one in. We'll see what Shanks wants to do. As we talked about, AL have found a lot of success when they give Shanks his counter pick. He had that in game 2. Was not able to make a lot out of that one. Silas is going to potentially be the lock in here. A lot of quality ultimates to steal, markedly the Crescent Guard, and I feel like the quickness, those charms being able to come across are a big threat there. So Shanks going to try and play somewhat of the facilitator role. Not impossible with the Silas, but what does Tarzan want? Because that hole is still very prevalent in this comp. This would be so fun, but just I don't. Does this work? I don't think this works.
No way it works. Yeah, that makes more sense.
There we go. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, we get the bear coming in. I do want to quickly touch upon the mid lane matchup because I think that it's important to talk about Shanks' Silas. This is his best champion, I think, in terms of his career. I would have to look at the games played mark and see, the stats on it, but just from the eye test, this has always been the thing he's been feared for the most in the LPL as we see the Scion come in to round out kind of that front-to-back comp that the Xayah and the Rise can facilitate coming in on the other side, but it's just a lot of comfort coming in from anyone's legend. I want to say, as a mid lane player, I can offer a little bit of knowledge into this matchup. A lot of people like the Silas because it can match the Realm Warp. Rise with the Root can really make Silas's life a lot harder in these team fights and can actually create a lot of situations where he can't function as aggressively as he wants to. So it's really going to be on Shanks to play aggressive. But when you look at these two comps combined, I think it's pretty clear where the directive goes. I think the Rise is going to be massive this game from Xiaohu. They're really putting him into a spot where he needs to step up. I think if you're looking at blue side, I'd love to see, once again, a bot lane focused game coming in from anyone's legend. I think that's where the priority could go, but it's all going to be really about which part of the middle of the map can push forward and whether or not that Gwen can become that, as you said, Exodia that really obliterates the game.
Because they have an early game set up for not just success for Flandre in that aspect, but it's the added adage of being able to have him set up for success on his own and then play towards that bottom lane. I think while Weibo have, I think both these teams actually have drafted themselves into exactly the play style they like to do. You called it Weibo. They want to infinitely scale. They want to front to back through team fights the way that they were able to get done so many times against JDG to find that upset. But AL have themselves an early game comp where Tarzan can play for bot side, play for those leads, and then allow Flandra to just do his own thing and scale on this Gwen. That's why this game feels so massive, because this game, this very draft you're getting in front of you guys, not only for the rubber match to split this series up, put somebody on match point, it fits into the narrative style that we were talking about for these two teams came in from the jump on this broadcast.
So we get those gyos coming in.
I can see the Weibo fan that's just screaming too. Shout out that guy.
Yeah.
Holy moly,
No.
he's into it.
If you're not impassioned by a 1-1 series between AL and Weibo in the playoffs, then I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get you excited. Like, this is what you build for if you're, one of these top teams. This is a top 4 matchup going on right now, but you're absolutely right. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of where these teams' priorities are at. Weibo scales incredibly well. That Xayah is going to become, an X factor in the back half of the game, likely the strongest champion as long as Light can receive even the smallest amount of resources throughout this game, but it's really Xiaohu on this rise that I'm going to be looking at. If he can get a lead early, which I think is totally possible, especially pre-6 into the matchup with Silas, I think things can get a little bit dicey for anyone's legend, and so watching Xiaohu's going to be big, but how can you not point out the junglers? Volibear versus Xin Zhao, we're going to see some skirmishes, and we're going to see some exchanges that could really dictate the tempo of the game.
A lot of champions have struggled to not only keep up, but try and match the skirmish power of a Xin Zhao in the early phase. PTA Volibear from Tarzan might be one of those few that can answer the call. Start with our bottom lanes once again. Looking for Kyle and Hope to use their double poke power to take control of this lane like they have all series long, and it looks like once again through sheer might, they might set themselves up for an early level 2 as we have both our junglers pathing away from each other. Tien might make it a priority to make sure that Flandra doesn't get too comfortable into a fairly controlled topside matchup like we talked about, but Breathe is making me eat my words pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I don't actually think this is super dominant for the Gwen. I think it's really easy for Sion to stall this lane out, especially if there's any attention from the Xin Zhao, if he wants to, put anything on the top side, which he is pathing up towards there right now. I think it's pretty easy for both of these, champions to really just kind of get to that mid-game power spike that they're looking at. But as you can see, some pretty nice win rates coming in from the side of AL. I think part of that has to do with just how much they win, but these are champions that these guys are comfortable on, specifically Hope on the Ezreal at 6-1. That's a really, really nice record. And, I called it out before. Shanks' Silas was something he was known for, even before coming over here to Anyone's Legend when he was on WE. So
yep.
This is certainly a comfortable draft, and we can see a lot of games played for Weibo Gaming on these champions,
okay,
but
Erha.
maybe not quite as much individual success. Erha, of course, being that exception, 5-0 on the Rakan.
Like we talked about in draft, the 5th win in a row on that champion came a couple days ago. Their opening bout against JDG kick off these playoffs. 6 in a row would feel so nice to put Weibo on the precipice of an even bigger upset. We are a long ways away from that for now. We are spotlighting these junglers as they make their priorities known, as Tien, through his full clear, is going right after Flandra on this top side. Does have the flash on the Gwen, immediately matched. The 5-point strike gets the knockup win, becomes lightning, and Tien is back, wrecking the early game, matching Tarzan and maybe outperforming him, as there's no response from the Volibear. This mid lane gank is going to fizzle out, and first blood goes to Tien.
Ask and I shall receive. I literally got done talking about how Tien was likely going to spend some time going to the top side and how Sion could actually be in a good spot because of it. And lo and behold, first blood going over to that Sion with a really nice gank from Tien. That's a nice setup. Like I said, too. I think this is, a much more neutral game state. And with the swap coming in with Light so early on, 4 minutes into the game coming into the top side, after that Sion picked up that first blood, you're going to be in a spot where this Gwen is going to have no resources coming out of the early game. It's going to take her a little bit more time to actually get online and get to that stage where she's going to become a nuisance in those fights.
I'm a huge fan of this because the flip side of this, right? This is a Sion for Breathe. This guy doesn't care about gold, farm, resources. He's just stacking his passive. He'll easily handle giving up, some gold to Kyle and Hope. Kyle is looking to get back out on the map here and put his Xiaohu. Does get the root down, holding on to his flash. Abscond Duck. Not going to be pushed through by Shanks, and Xiaohu kind of playing chicken game with his own flash, and he wins it at this point.
Yeah, I think this is kind of why Ryze feels okay in this matchup, is because Sylas has almost no kill pressure, even with a lot of assistance. Now, Tarzan could potentially change that because the Volley Bear is quite strong. Yeah, spotted. So he's not going to be successful in terms of creating opportunities there, but Xiaohu should be relatively safe in the early game here. He is going to have to back. No teleport available, so see if he actually does it. Yeah, definitely didn't see that as the primary option, just going to catch the wave. But Dragon started here by AL. We've actually seen a significant lack in early Dragon priority, like pre-grub spawn, not only throughout this series, but throughout the LPL. So it's nice to see a team, you know, finally say, screw it, we have Volley Bear, we can take this early.
I like Kyle's approach to this lane swap, though, as an answer. He recognizes, hey, listen, Ezreal, so safe. Hope has really got him in this position with summoners up to ever be in threat for Breathe to kill him. And there's no reason for me to stay down here trying to get, you know, a major push going. Kyle's trying to do what he might do best. One of the premier roaming supports of the LPL. He's just trying to get on the map constantly. You saw the mid gank we talked about. He helps with the Dragon to get Tarzan going. This is a huge reason why Kyle is a first-team all-pro support this split in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, you can just talk about how he's everywhere on the map all the time. This has always been what he's so good at as a player. It's just being proactive everywhere on the map. It feels like there's 3 of them at any given time, but, you know, for Hope to be in such a good spot, you know, 61 CS here at 6 minutes into the game, you know, really farming up well, I think that's going to be big. We talked about the Ezreal needing to get some gold in the early game. When you're talking about these mid-game skirmishes, that's where Ezreal, in particular, is really going to be peaking as a champion. And so if you can get him in those exchanges around the Rift Herald, that's going to be, the Void Grubs, I should say, that's definitely going to be very important for AL moving forward.
Definitely going to pull on my own experience as a Ezreal connoisseur to track that as the game goes on. Skirmishing power you're talking about, obviously looking to get to the Trinity Force Moramana spike as quickly as you can for Hope. He's going to get jumped on here potentially by Erha. Slippery Rakan, though, so every grand entrance got to take with a grain of salt. Hope gets some solid damage back down as we get the Aussie lineup lanes. Bot lanes both towards the top side with those grubs spawning soon. Tarzan off his full clear should be in actually a much better position to try and grab first 3 grubs and first Drake. He's got his bottom lane getting that push going again. Fluid map movement from AL like we hyped up to start off this show.
I really want to point something out. Hope is a full level up on Light. Like almost a full level up. Like level 6 to level 5, and Light is just hitting the halfway point. This is a problem for Weibo Gaming. This Xayah is really far behind in this early game in terms of how things have gone. Not really sure how we got to that spot. It was the early swap for Light. You would have thought that you could take advantage of the Gwen a bit more, but Light has really struggled to be able to maintain any sort of consistency, and we highlighted this. This is like a problem for Weibo Gaming that they've consistently run into, and because of this, Tarzan can very freely start up these grubs, and it's going to be difficult for Weibo to make their way down as Light just hit level 6.
Shanks going to hijack that crescent guard. First grub going to be smited away by Tarzan. As we talked about, the bottom lane, Prowl comes across. Light has to catch this top wave, so Hope and Kyle can move on down, and Weibo have to be really mindful of how long they want to stay here. Second grub going to go down. Tarzan secures that feats of monster slaying. They use the heal to speed up Erha. Doesn't have the ultimate. They're going to force Stormbreaker out of Tarzan. That's a very small price to play for 2 grubs, and now they're going to look for the fight. The Realm Warp is not going to get through with Xiaohu. He steps on out of it. Crying Guard got hijacked here by Shakes. He's in a 1v1 with Tien. Light can't get any damage down. Flash out from Shakes. Featherstorm comes down. Xiaohu very low, but still trying to hold on the front line. But his jungler falls. His AD carry flashes away, but Erha cannot escape Hope, who flies over the wall, nearly hits the Mystic Shot onto Xiaohu. An utter collapse around the Rift Herald pit here. Grubs, kills, everything. True shot barrages, feats of warfare. What is AL not gaining right now is they're wrecking the early game. One more kill into Light, and it's the perfect start for anyone's legend.
It's the perfect fight. I don't know what Weibo were thinking. They overextend. I think they must just forget that Shanks is making his way up from the mid lane. He finds a really nice flank angle, and at first it looks like it could potentially be turned onto the Sylas because he doesn't really have the survivability, but there is so much damage coming in from Hope. We highlighted the difference in terms of XP and CS between that Ezreal and the Xayah, and boy did it play itself out in that fight. We're gonna get a replay. It's a gorgeous stun from Tarzan to start things up. It looks like it's going to be a really nice fight from TN, but the stolen Crescent Guard from Shanks actually matters so much. It's beautiful. Tarzan just not dying on the front line, and Hope this entire time just pumping out damage on the back end of this fight. Becomes super easy. We end up, you know, getting a little bit of damage onto Light that really contributes to the dive later on, and then, of course, the ultimate from Hope to be able to snipe away the Rise. That mid laner from Weibo Gaming not walking out alive. It ends up being a huge win for AL, and a comp that we talked about needing to get on the board early did exactly that.
And while we talked about going on to the Rift here, K-Man, that this game in particular fit the expectations and the style that we expect from both these teams. The scaling team fight basis of Weibo and the early game dominance of AL. This is the very outcome we were worried about in our predictions, right, K-Man? That the AL supremacy on the map would force Weibo into dire straits. But even then, this is more disastrous than I could have imagined off of one Grub's play. This is a huge hole to get out of already for a team that needed to be somewhat competitive gold-wise once they got to that front-to-back style that they are hoping for with the Rise and the Xayah and a tanky Sion, like you were highlighting.
Yeah, I mean, there is an out for Weibo, right? Like, if this Xayah can continue to scale up, she's going to be, you know, eventually strong, but she's 1k gold down on the Ezreal, and it's not like Ezreal's going to do 0 damage in the late game. Like, that champion's still going to be a problem. We already see the dragon stacking. Second dragon at 11 minutes here for AL. We're going to get a chance to see what the soul will be. It's going to be Ocean Soul as well for this team, and so everything kind of coming up golden right now for anyone's legend, but really the thing I'm going to be looking at is you have to start utilizing these Realm Warps coming in from Xiaohu to try to get some gold back, try to find some picks somewhere on the map. With the Xin Zhao, this could be one of them, but you know, Tarzan shadowing KL means no play to be had.
What a spot for Hope. A player that I personally, you know, diagnosed certain parts of his play that I wanted to see kicked up for AL once they got to the playoffs. Biggest spot that I need to meet that mark is a Game 3 to go to the upper bracket finals to get to match point. He has got his Trinity Force at 12 minutes done on this Ezreal. His damage is ludicrous by this point. It's all about hitting your skill shots and being a big bad carry.
TN?
But we take the focus off of Hope right now. Cien might just get completely caught. Might was putting it a little bit lightly. Totally caught. And another gifted kill from Weibo, mispositioned on the map.
I can't fathom what just happened. He knew he was on vision. He had vision of them roaming up, and he just stayed. Okay, sure. Like, maybe that's I guess if TN just expedited back, whatever you want to call that. That was a very, very strange play coming in from the jungler for Weibo Gaming that ends up giving quite a lot of gold over to AL, but you know, we talk about the, you know, I think you've highlighted, and it correctly so, that this is kind of the early game identity versus the late game identity. We're talking about the early game team having an Ezreal who's accelerated and a Gwen. Like, this is not a comp that's going to fall off in terms of damage in the later part of the game. You still have plenty of tools to be able to win. I also think their split push is quite good if they do want to go the 1-3-1 route with the way that they have their comp set up. So a lot of options for AL. For Weibo now, you just have to try and neutralize some of these objectives. Again, trying to find picks, you have to utilize that Rise ultimate. Without the Realm Warp, without TN, moving around the map, I don't really see a way for you to be able to get back into this.
Right now, I just fear that they're going to get out gold diffed in team fights right now. And as the game goes on, you called out the split pushing and also the fact that they're going to have to answer a Rift Herald, a third Drake at 15.5 minutes for Soul Point. Weibo might just get pushed and pulled around the map too much to ever really find the footing of this front-to-back fight. Shades of how Game 1 came crumbling down for WBG.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to look at. I think, you know, a lot of people might see Gwen and Ezreal as maybe not the most proactive champions, but you have to remember, Volibear Sylas is not necessarily a mid-jungle duo that's going to scale quite like the Rise Xayah will into the late game, and so, you know, there is some pressure. Like, Volibear in particular, yeah, just not going to be the most dominant, but Rift Herald spawning 40.
That's what Tarzan does, though, right? Like, that's all his identity is about, is setting up his scalers to thrive. And that's why AL are such a perennial contenders. They were in Split 1 finals. We expect them to be back. We expect them to go to MSI. It's because we call them an early game stylistically, but it's through their setup guys in their superstar Tarzan Because like you mentioned, they draft scalers. They just play from a macro standpoint the best in the early game, that they get those scalers online faster than anybody.
No, and you're absolutely right, Slayer. I'm really glad you highlighted it, because I just think AL deserves more credit for what they've been able to do, as we see Breathe proxying, as Scions tend to do. But I just want to give this team as much props as possible. It's not that we're sitting here saying, oh, every team would have won the way AL won at that fight, or had been able to push their lead the way AL's been able to push their lead. Anyone's Legend is one of the best teams in the world at being able to do this, and we continuously see it as we see an exchange on the top side. Shanks is definitely starting to come online now, and unfortunately, this is the part of the game where Ryze is supposed to be strong. See if that exchange comes in. Rift Herald could be a fight here.
So here's the push and pull, right? They teleport both top laners over. Weibo made it a point to try and neutralize Rift Herald. Xiaohu's going to use that Realm Warp to just get back to his team, get over the top of Shanks, cut off that flank angle. So you set up the 5v5 lines, you set up your front to back, but are Weibo strong enough at this point to try and fit their style? They're going to start by 50-50 this Rift Herald. Tien does win it. We have both mid laners going bull for bull, but the stolen Crescent Guard from Shanks provides so much value that Xiaohu goes down first. Breathe on the front line with the scissors is going to snip his way home through everybody. How much does your Herald cost you, Weibo? Because Hope is looking to clean house. Tien dies. Breathe is next to fall. Here comes the early game might of anyone's Legends to the tune of a 16-minute 4-for-1. But it should darn be an ace as long as they get through this tanky Scion. They let him get back to base. So it's not an ace, but it's a resounding win once more as anyone's Legends push the snowball further down the mountain.
Shanks is so clean on Silas. There is nothing else to say. That stolen Crescent Guard coming in clutch for the second time already in this game. We see the flank coming in. He's got the Xin Zhao ultimate. Xiaohu trying to zone him off as much as he can, but Shanks can heal through all of the Ryze damage, even though Tien is able to smite out the Rift Herald. We'll talk about how he's not able to get it, and Shanks just destroying the backline before completely erupting this fight later on. It's just massive coming in from him. Hope obviously doing a ton of damage to be able to push forward as well alongside Flandra, but all of that for a Rift Herald that you weren't even able to collect. Yeah. You smited it, but you didn't pick it up, and yes, you're going to be able to get a dragon here that's going to potentially... Well, I say that. Tarzan's in the area.
Tarzan, does he want to go for it? No. Great entrance there from Erha. Makes sure that Tarzan can't get close enough. Shanks, though, has the quickness stolen. How many people can he get close to? He finds Light of all members. Burns through that first health bar. Blasco going to save Xiaohu. He still gets the route through. Does Hope want it? Can he get the arcane shift up in time? No. That kill will not be found. But it still costs Weibo mightily to stop the stacking. Still stalled out nonetheless. This game state that Weibo are desperately trying to slow down.
Absolutely unreal gameplay coming in from AL. They are pushing tempo over and over again. This is exactly what we talked about in the pre-show, where we talked about how AL are so good at flexing their early game strength into fast plays that never really stop, and about how Weibo, at their best, have been really good at slowing down the pace of the game. Right now, it's just not possible for them. AL have so much control, and really the only thing I can say for Weibo is that, yes, you could theoretically have some scaling. This game hasn't gotten fully out of control yet. You do stop the dragon scaling, but with Light being 0 and 3 and so far behind Hope in terms of gold, with the Ryze not being anywhere near online, it's looking very, very scary for Weibo Gaming, and this was the fear. Bad early game, bad game overall.
Very few teams, if any, have ever come back against AL. And we talked about how they did split a lot of series against the rest of the top four. Top Esports kind of had AL's number in the early season after beating them in split one finals. But even then, right, Top, their wins were getting that lead ahead of AL and not letting them play comfortable. Even Top Esports might struggle to play back from a spot like this against AL. Xiaohu going for one of those realm warps to get a 4 versus 1 into Flandra. They get the charm, grand entrance knockup. Flandra, can he find a trade? Not this time, 1 versus 4. The needlework, though, buys him so much healing. Thankfully, Breathe is a takey Scion. Oh my God, Xiaohu nearly went back down to that heated up turret. But here's the trade, K-Man. You sent 4 bot lane for 1 Gwen. Is the gold even worth it at the end of the day after this tier 2 falls?
Well, it's not just tier 2 mid, it's tier 2 top as well. Look at Shanks split pushing. This will eventually go down, or I imagine this will eventually go down with Tarzan on the top side, KL making his way up. And this is really not a good trade or game state, but what else is there? Weibo Gaming is to utilize those Realm Warps to try to find picks. That's exactly what you did. The problem is Flandra's not easily killable. It took them so long to take down the Gwen that it ended up creating a situation that wasn't even really favorable. So we'll get a replay here. Flandra does buffer the knockup there from Breathe. He clears the wave, but oh yeah, we are seeing some fighting.
We're brawling. Tarzan wants Tien's number. That's Crescent Guard already out of the Zits out, so all of Ezreal's damage pours through with a couple of W's and Q's like that. Tien's off the map, and what timing is that for AL? Otacon spawns just a couple of paces away from them on the top side, and that is a guarantee off one single kill.
Yeah, it's pretty easy for anyone's legend. Tien wants to, I don't know, try to exist in his own jungle. I think he should know by this point that that's probably not allowed to happen at this point in this game, and unfortunately getting picked off there, allowing that Otacon to go over is just going to exacerbate the negatives that Weibo Gaming already had. It already looked very contentious for them to be able to win team fights, but with that new version of the Otacon that has the splash damage, it's just really difficult to imagine a world where the 5v5s are in their favor, even with the scaling right now.
I mean, we can look at the items across the board, and I really want to point them out by this juncture, because we were calling out some of those scalers, like item breakpoints they can make. It's like the observers are really keen that something's about to kick off here, nonetheless, as they are depriving us of that scoreboard. Yeah, so Maramana, Ezreal, with Trinity Force done, this is the huge first jump, right? The Spirit Shojin will be coming third. That's the, like, max cap of the 3 item. But we've got a confident book purchase here from Shanks. He has 12 stacks on that. The Riftmaker Nashers is the first big breakpoint for Gwen. The items are really coming through from that lead out of the early game that might make this game just unplayable for Weibo.
Yeah, and you're talking about all these third item breakpoints. Ryze is sitting on Rod of Ages. Like, yeah. This is a problem. Like, this is not good for Weibo Gaming. It's not a good game state to be in. We see Weibo potentially trying to bait a fight. I'm not really sure why. They would get toasted if they ended up fighting right now, so would be very concerning. Flandra a little bit low health. Tien potentially making his way to the top side, but he's being shadowed by the rest of his team. We'll see if they can make this play happen fast enough.
Flandra is, okay, you know what? We played a little bit too much health bar roulette there, Flandra. He took a lot of early damage before that dive was in the manifesting ale. We're in a great position to try and maybe contest it, but they recognize on the rest of the map there are bigger things to gain. A bot wave gets shoved in. I thought they were going to try and index into this dragon, but Weibo are forcing AL to match for once here, knowing that the threat of another tier 2 going down would be a big gold injection. So we've got all of the 4-stack of Anyone's Legends in this topside jungle to cover Shanks, who is going to shut down the push onto this tier 2 turret. Do Weibo overstay their welcome here, getting desperate to try and fight their way back into this game? They've got Breathe. He's going to tank up the turret, but that turret is not low enough for you to try and take down all on your own. And AL are trying to sniff out a potential flank here. Flandra respawns without teleport, though. Everyone will settle back down and take their resets.
Yeah, it's really not as big of a gold lead as you would think, because it's actually a gold lead on the top side for Breathe, and Tien's up in gold as well onto Tarzan's Volley Bear. Some way, somehow, we are sitting in that world, but even still, like, it's a nice pick, it's a nice play, and Weibo ends up getting some pressure back because of it. It's not enough to completely change the game at all. AL's going to be able to pick up their third dragon here. This is Soul Point, and it's Ocean Soul, which would be a complete game over for Gwen Silas. That makes that team fight nearly impossible. Those champions will almost never die with the sheer amount of healing and survivability that both of them have. And so, you know, while that third dragon might be going down, it's that fourth one that's really going to be the main priority. Minute 30 on to Baron. That's going to be the priority here for both of these teams. I really want to see Weibo get as much a vision priority as possible, because they're not going to have the chance in 30 seconds.
They're still waiting on really big damage out of their carries. And look at Shanks on the flank. His Pandit Silas. How many charms can he get? Gets one on the light, forces out the Featherstorm. Tarzan does get brunted. He's just knocked up. CC locked. Tarzan goes down first. What do Anyone's Legends look like without the Spirit, the superstar of their team? It's Shanks to come to rescue. Scott and duck forward. They try and get onto Flandra. The Realm Warp gets all of Weibo out. Just when they might have had a good fight, decent chance, but Hope too far up on the front line, gets caught. The Realm Warp comes across the root, it's down, the knockups are through, but Flandra is still standing tall next to Shanks. Shutdowns are coming across, but nobody can touch the Silas. Shanks is now the only one left in a 1 versus 2. Xiaohu will go down next. It's only the tanky Breathe. 2 solo lanes, 2 sides of opposite coins, going blow for blow, but Shanks just keeps on churning, burning, pushing the damage out. Can he break through Breeze's shield? It's taking so much. He's just spamming away at his keys, but Breeze walks out of all of it.
Oh, what a fight for AL. What a fight for Shanks. What a fight for Weibo Gaming. I mean, that's just, there's cinema all over the map in terms of how that ended up going. It actually was a really great fight from Weibo. They do a great job locking down Tarzan at the beginning. The volley bear is completely non-existent. We talked about this being an early game comp. Part of that is because the volley falls off so much in the late game, and we're going to get a little bit of a replay here of what ends up happening. Shanks thinks he's found this Exodia flank, and I think so as well, but Light with a really well-timed ultimate keeps him from ever getting charmed up. And because Tarzan ends up going down first, Shanks has to utilize his flash just to kill Tien. And while Flandra is trying to push through the rest of this fight, you got the Realm Warp out. Now, if they had just committed to staying out of this fight, it would have been a positive play, but Hope stepping up too much. They feel confident to go forward. They're able to land a lot of damage down. The problem is exactly what we've been talking about. This Ryze does not have nearly enough gold to be able to finish off this fight. If Xiaohu was in even a remotely better spot, this is a win for Weibo, but Shanks, with his healing, with his damage, is able to completely take over. 8,000 damage coming in from him in that fight.
I will say, though, that is the worrying trend for how much we've propped up Hope. The Jhin game was big. He was deathless on this Ezreal. A big reason why we worry about getting hands checked is the definition we always throw around for AL, is that Hope can sometimes have those bad positioning moments, and that Cardinal Ezreal sin of Arcane shifting forward out of vision is what really cost them, because he is so much consistent damage outside of that Gwen for this team. You know, Sylas is still pretty bursty, the Volibear's bursty. Ezreal's just all about hitting who's in front of you and not getting too greedy. Hopefully recognizes that now after that 1,000 gold shutdown he gave over to Weibo, as the gold lead, after all that, has narrowed a bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head for a Hope narrative and a Hope storyline. We've talked about Light quite a bit, but people forget Hope has made the World Semifinals before, the semifinals of the World Championships on JD Gaming, you know, quite a few years ago. And so this is a player that has had some experience, but he's always kind of been considered, I don't want to say the weak link, but certainly the less proven members of his, you know, successful teams. This is his chance to really step up. We need to see him make the most of it in these fights as Baron has started and the teleports are coming in.
Yeah, it's like Tarzan wants Weibo to come into them, wants that next fight here. As you called out, everybody TP's in that wasn't near this Baron pit. We redraw those similar fighting lines. Baron getting an MVP award for damage in Weibo's name. Chunks down multiple members of AL who don't have access to that Ocean Soul just yet. But again, AL's wave states are much better. Their minions alone
Shanks
get a top lane tier 2 turret, and Shanks is trying to set up a huge flank once more. The Crescent Guard hijack has been the most pivotal for him. Flandra gets charmed up on the one side, goes into the stasis, and Shanks jumps on top of Xiaohu. He has the Crescent Guard, but hits the Epsilon Duck on top of Light, forces out the Featherstorm. Can he find the kill? Light one auto from death, and Shanks sends him there with a postcard from this mid lane fight. Only the Realm Warp to save Weibo from utter catastrophe, but that means that all burners turn on to breathe. Finally, the tank Scion is down, Baron's up, and in 15 seconds, Ocean Soul is AL's to gain.
Oh, I know that you can look at the score lines and see that Hope and that Flandra and, you know, Tarzan and KL have had great games. Shanks is flexing on Weibo Gaming. We called out his signature pick, the Sylas, the champion that I would consider him most known for. He is showcasing that here. They have vision of him. They do know that he's on this flank. Xiaohu does spot him out here, but they go all in on Flandra. Unlucky for them, he has stasis to be able to go into, and from this point onwards, Shanks with one of the most beautiful Crescent Guards you will ever see, does basically half health to everybody on Weibo Gaming. Light flashing into his own demise. Another team fight where he's a little bit mispositioned, and the creme de la creme is just Shanks surviving all of this on the Sylas. It's unbelievable. Breathe, of course, finally dying, but how can you highlight anyone else? It's that Sylas who continues to make the plays.
And again, for the narratives of anyone's legends, we know what we're going to get out of Tarzan game after game. How steady Kyle is as one of those top supports. What pushes AL over the brink into potential LPL champions and big MSI threats is how much you can get out of Shanks and Hope from a game-to-game basis. You called out how this is his patent champion, and this is how oppressive AL looks when one of those two names I mentioned are playing at a high pedigree.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm just happy that we're in a game state where I can praise these guys. I spent so much of games 1 and 2, you know, being negative about the plays that were happening, but now you can just look at AL.
Oh, Xiaohu, once again, frontlining a little too far.
This teleport.
Does survive, and yeah, well, luckily Breeze the tank will stop onslaught, so he does commit the ult to get out. Xiaohu does not have TP to come back to this fight, so AL, they could turn towards the Baron. They're trying to set up to punish Light and Erha. At the very least, they're going to control this mid wave, and now they'll turn their attention to Baron. Xiaohu is having to run all the way back over here, and you can see how dark this river is. AL have complete control. Weibo have to very cautiously walk their way in. But how quick is this Baron take going without Hope hitting it? Flandra's doing a ton of damage. They finally get a shot of Baron. It's at half health as Erha gets chunked out by one combo from Hope. True Shot Braz comes across as well. Weibo, when do they go in? Because Shanks has found another master flank again. Has the Crescent Guard stolen. There is the Stormbringer through for Tarzan. He gets brunted and stunned up though once again. Doesn't matter. He sets up Shanks to run amok with the front line versus Tien. Next is Xiaohu. Shanks is setting up for a masterclass. It's absolute cinema, and the victors are anyone's legend. 5 for 1. Ace home thanks to their superstar Silas.
Oh my goodness, it's play after play after play for Shanks on this Silas. You just cannot contain the ability. They push down the top turret here. 20-second death timers on everybody. That's going to be game that Shanks ended up calling. The Baron dance does not go the way of Weibo, and AL will be walking their way to a 2-1 series lead.
And it's on the back of one of those less proven players. It's not Flandra, not Tarzan. It is Shanks. The man you're getting on your screen. I don't care. We're going to have discussions now. Throw player of the game up. I don't need time. It's Shanks. I mean, that was... I'm running out of words to describe it. That's where we're at this point. Hey, man.
Yeah, I mean, that was unbelievable. Like, one of the best games we've seen in the playoffs up until this point. Shanks gets his signature champion. He feels comfortable in the early game. I was so vocal. I was in draft. I was like, you know, he knows the matchup, but I don't love the Silas into Ryze matchup. He can root you in fights. It can be a little bit difficult to win the laning phase. Throw it all out the window. Xiaohu was so far behind in the early game. We highlighted it around 20 minutes. He was sitting on Rod of Ages when Shanks was building his third item. Like, it was an absolute disaster for Xiaohu in the early game. And you give Shanks an inch on that champion, he's going to take your entire Nexus. And that's exactly what he did.
It was just... The positioning to start off those team fights, right? One of those flanks that he got, like, mid laners are dreaming of in a game, like playing Silas. He got them every time. It was almost the same bush, like in the Baron pit, over and over again. The same rinse and repeat. But it's one thing to get those flanks to be set up on the Silas. He just always found those priority targets. That was as about a perfect performance as you could get from a mid laner. And no, we're not talking about Xiaohu. No, we're not talking about Scout. We're not talking about Knight. We're talking about Shanks in one of the biggest single game wins of AL, all split long.
Yeah, and this guy's been doing it. Like, this is not a one-off. This guy has been so good for anyone's legend across 2025. You know, I've talked about Shanks' trajectory in years past. He's always shown flashes of being ready to be one of the best mid laners in the region. This is the year that he's really ascended into that upper echelon, and what a statement game to really prove that you want to talk about top 2 mid laners in the LPL, top 3 mid laners in the LPL. Shanks has to be considered in that conversation.
Definitely after that performance. And again, we were pointing it out some when talking about not just Shanks, but like Hope, who has a really good Ezreal performance. Also, he goes 7-1 this year on Ezreal, so that's a big pick for Hope that you got to keep track of. But again, if you can get single game wins where Shanks and Hope are the ones put up on that pedestal instead of us always talking about Tarzan, it bodes so well for the rest of this series now, but again, looking forward to what AL can look at full potential, because you need that to be an LPL champion. Full potential from your squad.
Absolutely. If you're not running as all 5, especially for a team like anyone's legend, whose strength really is playing as a team. And, you know, we use this phrase a lot to talk about teams that are overperforming. I've heard this mentioned for WE, but like, this team is more than the sum of their parts. Like, you hear that and you think, oh, the sum of their parts aren't very good. AL is more than the sum of their parts, and their parts are elite. Like, that's how scary AL is. Like, they all make each other better, and they all really step up and start to contribute towards each other. And I think that's what makes this team such a threat at the top of the LPL. If you're going to get performances like this out of Hope, who's having a career year, a performance like this out of Shanks, who's having a career year, you know, alongside what Tarzan, Flandra, what KL, you know, first team All-Pro types of players are already giving you. Like, there's not a lot of teams that can match that energy. And for Weibo, it's really just about, you know, getting back to comfort. Red side loss again. That win rate drops even lower.
It's a great call out. And now, okay, they technically can avoid another red side game. I forgot the 1v1 is here for game 5. So you have to win game 4. That's the big hurdle, right? Game 5, you have to win the 1v1 to get onto this blue side. It's a lot. The Weibo is at that point. But again, when AL put all those parts together and they're all humming along like an 800 horsepower engine, you get a game like this where one fight where they overextend was the only like light we saw at the end of the tunnel here for Weibo. This was more dominating and awe-inspiring than game 1, because the game 1 had this type of feel, but only towards the close. This time round, after that Grubs fight came in, we felt like it was over.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been over, right? Like, there's no reason for Weibo to be able to fight this out, and then AL started piling on the highlight plays. Like, that's how crazy this was. We forget that this was a calm, controlled game from AL through the first 15 minutes before Shanks found, you know, flank after flank after flank. That's just the icing on top of the cake of the fantastically consistent performance they had. You're right, the only mistake that they really made throughout this game was Hope Arcane shifting in and dying in that exchange, just going a little bit too deep. Outside of that, everything was so clean, and it's really the first game in the series where you can say that from start to finish, a team really was able to showcase everything they had to offer.
It's the first game in the series where, this is a good thing, by the way, we don't have to see Tarzan be the focal point of all of these plays. You see in this last fight, right? Volibear, he soaks up all this pressure, eats a bunch of stuns, CC lock, because he knows he's the spirit of this team. He understands all the sum of those parts, that if I'm getting knocked up, thrown in the air, and I'm dying, it's okay, because I've got the team behind me to bring it home. And that's the best scenario for superstars. As like a big, broader conversation, right? Like, you always want these superstar players to be completely comfortable, be able to like carry home constantly. But when superstars like Tarzan can be the setup for the rest of their squad and be content with it, that's what not only makes AL so threatening as a team here, but so fun in my mind.
Absolutely. And that's where Tarzan thrives as a player. When you think about some of the mid laners he's gotten to play with over the course of his career, you think of Chovy, you think of Scout, you think of, you know, players like that that he's been able to enable. What a shocker, by the way. Player of the game goes to Shanks on the Silas. I think we saw this one coming just a little bit, but when Tarzan,
said it when the Nexus exploded.
Yes, yeah. I think, you know, you could even make the argument you could have said it 25 minutes into the game. Like, that's how great that performance was from him. But you know, when Tarzan's able to find a mid laner that he can give those resources to, when you take, you know, Tarzan's skill set of being a facilitator and an early game skirmisher and find someone to funnel, that is a dangerous position to be in.
Even more dangerous position is where Weibo is currently slated. They are down to their final spot. Down 2-1 to AL, who are looking to calm the storm of the chaos that has been the top 4 of Group Ascend. They want to make sure that 2 of those 4 get into that winner's final as expected, even if the matchup isn't necessarily what everyone thought. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's see what Weibo look like back on their blue side, back in the same spot they were against JDG, down 2-1. When they were able to make the comeback and get to this very matchup. Game 4 draft coming your guys' way with a ton of Fearless Champions off the board after another intermission. Welcome, everybody, back to our premiere series of the LPL playoffs as the winner bracket continues to take shape here between Anyone's Legend and Weibo, playing for locking in top 3 of Split 2 in the LPL. But before we get back to that, it's time to, say sorry to MOBA Trainer, because we did have to rudely cut off our gracious sponsor to get into the Game 2 draft.
Ooh.
So we're going to jump in and finish this first puzzle. We were on the very last one. I think... So our time is up that we can answer.
So we just won a fight around Grubs
Right. Okay.
as Soraka. We roamed up. Viego is a little low, but no jungler. Akshan is coming up, but he is not available. Right now, I think it could be wise to, shadow top lane or recall. I certainly wouldn't walk to bot lane. What do you think, Slayer? Would you shadow or would you just back here and get that reset to go back down?
So... Akshan Invis does worry me. Our top laner is flashless, but I do feel like it's better to just recall here. You don't want to try and impact too much of the map, in my mind, by this point, and take your reset timers when they come. So I would say you recall. And I feel like...
I would generally agree. I think the reason they say shadow top lane is because right now there's really no timer. Like, there's no... pressure to recall and immediately get back bot lane. Twitch hasn't even shoved the wave in, so you're not dropping anything.
Right.
But I probably would have recalled as well. I think tempo is super important there. I think it's just, they probably think you can do both. And they're right. You absolutely can do both. So
yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that MOBA Trainer teaches you, is that, there are good plays and then there are plays that are really good for you.
So MOBA Trainer, that was the puzzle testing your mind. And now my favorite part, I'm going to start testing some clicks. As a AD carry player myself, we're going to put our awesome producer, Brett, to the test. Welcome to the Dodge Trainer, everybody. It's pretty awesome and somewhat simplistic. You can see you have a time you want to last at the top of the screen. You have hearts, and certain skill shots you eat take away half or whole hearts, as Brett is off to a rough start. He eats the first 2 charms, gets away from that first one. He'll have access to his Ghost and Flash, and it's really just about surviving as long as you can to get the high score, which is... owned by our very own Alk Battery, if I am not mistaken. Oh.
The double flash.
All right, I could... Oh, Brad, we died with Flash.
All right,
He's going back. That was a warm-up.
We got to run it back. We got to run it back. That was just a warm-up. See, we drew the Nidalee this time around, so much easier. That Ahri, by the way, complete smurf. Completely unfair. Elo inflated, so... Yeah, that's not how this is supposed to go, but... Here, we got in a lobby with a little bit more of,
the flash charm.
The skill we're looking for. Yeah, the flash charm was crazy. Ahri really looking for some plays here. The flash dodge from both.
Oh, Thresh is back. Okay, so as you go along, they're going to add more people. The Thresh is now in here. Don't want to get cornered. Brett is saying, get me out. Okay. Hey, you got one more heart. Come on, let's see. I believe a minute long. Okay, all right. So that was longer than last time. There we go, Brett.
With every AD carry experience, getting every skill shot thrown at them and screaming, "Get me out! Get me out of the game, please!"
I can't concur. I've typed that into literal NA solo queue games. All right. So again, I just want to shout out at the bottom. You saw there. If you enjoyed that, you can subscribe. There's 20% off LPL 20. The proceeds directly go to those MOBA Trainer devs that we adore, and then of course to us here at the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game from clicks and mindfulness to today. So shout out to MOBA Trainer, one final time, and we'll bring our minds back towards this draft. Game 4. Weibo back on blue side. So many champions off the board, though. Okay, man, this is where the fearless conversations really start to rear their head.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of roles that specifically feel this a lot more than others. Like jungle, you still have plenty of picks. I think you could argue support still has a lot of things available. You're starting to look at the top laners and you're saying, okay, well, the big ones are off the board. We're going to start getting some more spicy picks. I think even bot laners, a lot of the comfort picks are gone. Really, the number one thing I'm looking at, Hope's Kai'Sa has always been incredibly well known. This has been something that, the team, not only for AL, but WE and JDG in the past have really wanted to play for. Light's Misfortune could be much more prioritized as we start to get into these, situations where it's a little bit harder to punish that in terms of scaling. These are just options that are on the board, but it's really going to be about the kind of comp that these teams want to go for. If AL want to keep going for early game, maybe the Kai'Sa isn't a part of the plan. If Weibo want to keep going for scaling, maybe the Misfortune isn't part of the plan. So definitely going to be interesting to see.
Also would like to shout out Hope's Corki. I think he's one of the few ADs that still likes to run the Corki this far away from his really heightened meta prevalence. We'll see if that is in the cards. But I'm glad that you called out the sort of prevalence of engaged supports, especially left up. We still have like Nautilus available right now. Alistar's in the folds. Like a lot of Braum priority can land here. And we see no support bans outside that Spend and Nico. And no real jungle bans as well. The Poppy's the only one, so like the Nefiru we talked about that Tarzan still likes to go for. J4 Wukong are both still available by this point on. I don't foresee them getting banned, but what do you like as a B1 knowing what we have off the board already for Weibo?
Look, if you want Tien to carry the game, Lilia is available. And I think that could theoretically be a B1 pick here if you wanted to go in that kind of direction. Outside of that, I do want to laugh at least a little bit. We saw the Silas take over game number 3, and then Shanks has to get his Akali banned out in game number 4, just as a little bit of a nod. But it's going to be the Renekton. You know, again, we talked about it. I just mentioned this. The top lane pool in particular is the one that I think gets shrunk the most in Fearless, because there really is a big separation between the top laners that we consider really consistent and the top laners with weaknesses. And from this point onwards, if you think there's one left in the game that's a clear cut above everyone else, like Renekton could be, I understand prioritizing it early.
Here's something that does change up the priorities that you talked about while we were off air, right? Is that AL consistently in this series have waited for Weibo to draft their bottom lane and then matched it to try and take the lead. While I think only half this statement is different. AL now are going to take their bottom lane first, but they're going to take the bottom lane that guarantees, well, doesn't guarantee, but sets them up hugely to carry Lucian, and you're expecting a Nami or Emilio after this. So Hope and Kyle, again, are going to take hands to Light and Erha in the early game.
Yeah, and you're really looking at like the rest of the AD carries available. What answers this? Like what is the 2v2 that can really keep up pressure with this? There really isn't a lot left. A lot of those early game ADCs are kind of out. Misfortune could again be an option for Light. It's something he's really played quite a bit of. I could see that being the direction, but it's going to be the Ornn here for Flandre. You know, ironically enough, with Flandre being such an aggressive player, you wouldn't think this, but I think this team has looked their best when Flandre is playing a tank on the top side. You know, the Scion, the Ornn, things like that. They've just been so unlocked to be able to play these team fights, and as I called out, there's the Lilia coming in from Tien.
Tien gets that one, the AP in the jungle, and they're going to take the Alistar here as well as one of those priority sort of disengaged champions. Obviously, the red flag constantly with Alistar picks has been, oh boy, Silas, not going to be available. So I like that a lot more, knowing that you can get away with that blind. Does Kyle, who, you know, I am also a fan of like not limiting him on Enchanters. Not that you can't play Enchanters. He had a good Karma game, but this is what I like Kyle doing. Like playing the Braum. The lane is still pretty oppressive. You have the stuns coming across. And also with Alistar locked in, you know level 1 with the Braum concussive blow stacks, like it's impossible. I don't care what AD carry gets picked here. It is impossible for Light and Erha to get on the wave level 1, and that has been consistent. Hope and Kyle have gotten level 2 priority first.
Yeah, and I think you're, once again, looking at that being such an integral priority. Quite frank, there's nothing else to say. Hope has been better than Light in this series, and it's not been particularly close. Light has really struggled throughout this series to be able to generate any sort of pressure, and so when you look at this team's ability to try to play through their early game and survive there, they need to get Light on something he can feel a bit better about, even going neutral on, which hasn't really been all that common. So at least for now, that Lucian going to continue the priority, you know, maybe not in the direct way that people would normally think, but there aren't as many options, I would say, available. The Senna being taken off the board being one of the safer ones.
I like that because, you know, while it doesn't go toe-to-toe in the lane, it does provide a scaling threat over the top. The Fury, good ban, though, for Weibo. They take that one out of Tarzan's hands, knowing that, hey, the tank and facilitation for once is already through here for AL in the early phase. You got Ornn, you got Braum. So you can... Tarzan could get a bit more, you know, carry-oriented finally in the series. Something we haven't seen him do yet, but we know he always has in his back pocket.
Yeah, it depends on how aggressive you want to go. They're hovering a couple of options here. I'm not sure I would be in love with the Nocturne, but they are going to lock it in.
Okay.
Of course, the popular Nocturne combo, Orianna, has been taken off the board. It was played in game 2, so...
Or even Aurora, also off the board, right?
Yeah, Aurora as well, off the board. So the things you would typically combo with that Nocturne not available here, definitely going to make it more interesting to see what direction they want to go in. Tarzan clearly feeling comfortable playing it into Lilia. I don't hate the idea behind it, but, you know, we'll see. It is going to be that Kai'Sa, though, locked in for Light. You know, we talked about that, you know, LPL Kaisa being something that you had to consider. I thought it was going to be for Hope. Here it is for Light. And it's going to be the Galio that actually rounds this out. Traditionally, I think I like this quite a bit with the Lilia because it can allow the Lilia to be even more aggressive in terms of how she plays this. A lot of pressure on Light and a lot of pressure on TN. Two players that we've been asking to step up. Two players we've been asking to be primary pieces for this team. Well, they're going to get the chance to do that here.
Like you called out, though, what does Shanks want on his counter pick? He'll take the Ahri, which, again, isn't the, like, usual go-to pick next to the Nocturne, but can be effective. They're both still at their very core single target-oriented champions when it comes, but this is still the sort of flavor that AL like to go for when why they have such a high win rate on the red side drafts. This style of picking across the board, where they take counter picks, who gets certain champions at a certain phase, like Tarzan picking a bit earlier, the Shanks counter pick being the main factor here for an AL red side draft.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this really plays into the strengths of AL once again, as almost all their drafts tend to do at some point or another. I think specifically their mid game is terrifying. If you get caught out, if you're overextended in the mid game really at all against Nocturne Ahri, it's a big problem. Like we talk about the Orianna and the Aurora being partners. The reason for that is because it enables the Nocturne. This is more so kind of the flip side of that mid jungle where Nocturne enables the Ahri to be really aggressive and looking for a lot of those picks. And so I really like the way they play this out, but it's really going to be up to that Galio and that Renekton to be able to stabilize the mid game, make sure things don't get out of control. Xiaohu did not have a good early game last game. That's going to have to change here.
Will have to change because Weibo, if they want to continue to be the bracket-breaking squad, knocking down automatic playoff lock group ascend teams, they've got to reach deep here. They've got to get a big Game 4 win. The same spot they were in against JD Gaming a couple days ago, but AL looked like a much bigger foe. A team destined, it feels like, for a Grand Finals appearance. A team destined, you know, hoping, thriving on an international playoff stage. If they can get it. And Weibo are just another cone in the way for this squad. The way they have looked in their 2 wins. But here we are once more on Summoner's Rift. Game 4, potentially our final one, as we all can sink in the LPL famous Jaios. Still a lot of Weibo fans out there. They're pulling for their squad, and it's always awesome, the playoff atmosphere that these awesome fans bring to really just hone us all into every single individual game. And the only thing to take us out of it is AL getting gung-ho in this bottom river. They have sent all 5 members down here and completely taken over that jungle for Tien, and he might even be spotted trying to get into the other topside jungle, but Breathe has already set up camp here, so at the very least, I would assume this sets up a vertical jungle spot, but all of AL have pulled out of their battle lines.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. They'll have vision that this is not, you know, going to be taken. Tarzan's here. Flandra's just walking up.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, level 1, Lilia and Renekton don't have a ton of threat. This has got to be one of the weirdest jungle starts ever. The closest we've ever seen 2 junglers start. Flandra forces Tien off of that red buff. Tarzan smites and he gets level 2 bursted out. Tien is homeless. Somebody help this man. He's so late to his clear.
I can't even fathom what just went through his head. It was clearly like, okay, well, I'm taking red buff. Go ahead and, you know, smite your raptors and go ahead and take those away. And Tien backs off the red buff, mostly because I think he's concerned that Tarzan and Flandra can just collapse around the play. And this is a disaster.
It's twofold because Breathe lost all XP on the first 3 minions. He's way far behind on that front, so Flandra's just going to get level 2 way quicker. That lane gets a bit neutralized where you wanted the Renekton to kind of take over. We'll see if this has big ramifications going forward because it's another pretty nice start here for AL, and you can see the win rates are a bit even on a lot of these champions here for Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-0 Lilia, so, you know, hopefully Tien knows what he's doing on this champ. I even called it out in draft. I thought this had been one of the better champions for Tien across this year. It's just a big mistake at level 1. We'll see how he reacts. Xiaohu taking quite a bit of damage. This will get better for him moving forward. The Galio will, you know, very quickly hit a point where it's a lot more difficult to punish him. Ooh. Not the best win rates overall here. It's actually the first game of Nocturne for Tarzan here in spring. Hope
doesn't have a win on the Lucian. Shanks doesn't have a win on the Ahri. Flandra that orange. So uncharted territory champion-wise, but again, champions do kind of match the MO of mid-game skirmish dominance that you'd like from AL with some winning lane scenarios. Nonetheless, they do get behind on this bot wave for once. Get to level 3 a bit late, but Tarzan's nearby. He's going to spot the ward out, so that will force Light and Airhop back at the very least, as Tarzan will contend for that bottom crab. And remember, he is just so much ahead tempo-wise on his clear compared to Tien.
Yeah, this is a double crab 100% of the time. If Tarzan just walks for it, like as long as he's like aware that this is happening, there's no way to be able to contest this. Shank should be able to teleport back in pretty freely and make this a difficult contest for Tien, although he's going to have to do it relatively soon. Xiaohu actually going to get a little bit of priority to push it out. He's actually just going to say, screw it, I'll take the Raptors. The Ahri was a little bit late, and in fact, the Galio going to try to make a play.
Spell shields the taunt. Tien is going to smite away the big Raptor, but Shank's teleport has come across here. He's going to hit the charm on to Xiaohu. Tarzan, though, without that ult, I mean, it's really hard for Nocturne to stick to these opponents. It's a tough spot for Xiaohu and Tien to be in, and Shanks is using the full combo might to force Xiaohu very, very low. Without teleport, he'll have to take a pretty ill-advised reset, so the general sacrificing some of his own economy to try and get his jungler back even.
Yeah, and it's successful, and I think luckily Breathe also has priority on the top side for Tien at the very least, because he is able to start up and basically secure that crab for Tien, equalizing a lot of that early game lead, you know, that advantage that the Nocturne had. Still definitely there because Tien has to take a reset, whereas Nocturne can stay on the map, but definitely not nearly as egregious as maybe it looked like it was going to be. Overall, still fine. Xiaohu is in a little bit of a tough spot. He had to back there because of that exchange with no teleport, and so he's going to be down quite a bit of gold and CS in this lane, but outside of that, everything kind of going as expected. I think Light being neutral in the bot lane, though, is definitely a plus to Weibo.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa's one of as much as the LPL Kai'Sa has a threatening moniker for the highlight plays, it's definitely one of the weakest ADs to play in the early lane. So getting this wave up and trying to get a reset off in a good spot, but this is a wave state that he'll hope could potentially freeze out, but he'll just, yeah, he's going to force Light to come off his reset. So I like this from Hope, recognizing wave states. He'll be able to actually get back to lane sooner, and Kyle should, as a Valiant support, be able to hold a lot of these minions in place.
Yeah, nice setup here for Hope. It's what you want. I'll say with the Kai'Sa into Lucian matchup, one of the reasons that I think Kai'Sa struggles so much in the early game is the lack of range and the lack of ability to trade with most AD carries. Not as much of an issue with Lucian, and specifically Lucian no Nami and no Milio. Lucian Braum does create a bit of an easier trading pattern at the very least for Light, even if it definitely still is not favored for the Kai'Sa, and I think we're definitely seeing that a little bit, but KL just going to be coming in with the sealed spellbook.
Sealed spellbook, yeah, gets the TP in, gets a concussive blow stun onto Airhot, throws the shield up. Damage boost, though, comes to Hope. He gets the better of the resets. Caulfield's Warhammer, compared to that recurve bow, is a much better spot to be in. Xiaohu will jump forward to get a full taunt combo. Not going to ever really scare off Shank, especially with ult up, as this Raptors camp is just the focal point for both these junglers. And this time Tarzan gets it, but does have to commit his smite on the big Rap.
Yeah, it's funny how much pressure has been put into those Raptors. Definitely more important than the Dragon that's been on the map for a little bit of time. But it does look like we could be getting some early vision around there. It's actually anyone's Legend who's going to be starting it up. Bot lane with shove and push as expected. Tarzan's going to make his way down, and it looks like it will be that free first Dragon going over to AL here, unless Tarzan, really rushes down with Airha here.
Well, Tien has ultimate over Tarzan. I wonder if the Dragon will get the paranoia up. But they have to be wary. Good dodge on the Swirl Seed is going to make sure the Drake will be secured with that 600 smite. Tarzan does take over to level 6 off of that play. Hero's Interest is going to come down. Charm does land onto Airha. There is no Alistair ultimate to keep him very, very tanky, but the Lilting Lullaby lands onto Kyle. Tarzan does not pull the trigger on the ultimate. Doesn't see a window that he likes to go in here. And the Lilia really benefits from these extended fights. Hits the field goal, though, on the Swirl Seed, and all of AL are able to get out with just a couple of ultimates burned as they secure the first Dragon.
Yeah, that's actually a really big ultimate from Tien to kind of stop a play that could be really bad. I think we're going to see it on the replay. That ult lands on quite a few members. It's cleanse down for Hope, it's flash down for Hope, and it's flash down for KL, which completely eliminates the fight for AL. But overall, just a back and forth fight. It's nice for AL to be able to start, stacking those dragons, but not too consequential. Neither team really wanting to make a massive mistake there and no first blood.
With all that chaos, though, and thanks to Tien's use of that lilting lullaby, don't think there's much room to ever contest these grubs. So Tien on the Lilia, that AoE damage should set him up to burn through these grubs pretty well. And again, like you called out earlier with that topside play, Breathe's priority really makes this hard for AL to force their way into. And while it is a win for Weibo, I do want to point out this is kind of the difference when it comes to AL, as we talk about their pedigree. Recognizing when they have to sacrifice certain things on the map. This was the exact spot where Weibo threw the entire game 3 away, trying to stop a 3-grub take.
Yeah, I think, you know, you can't talk about TN without using the word greed. Like, those two words just have to be used identically and interchangeably without you mention Weibo Gaming and just every team that TN has played for. But it's nice to see that AL have a little bit more restraint. I will say, for Weibo Gaming, their comp benefits a ton from grubs, significantly more than AL's does. I think their split push is very scary, with Renekton and Galio being able to, you know, not only push pretty efficiently in the side lane, but also, you know, Galio having that global. So very nice to be able to pick that up, but it's all really going to be about what happens from here. This game state is relatively neutral for both of these teams, and, you know, when you're talking about the advantage that you draft Nocturne Ahri for, it's going to be coming, you know, in the next 5 to 7 minutes. That's really where things are going to have to ramp up for anyone's Legend, where you're going to have to start using the Paranoia as well as the Lucian Ahri power spike in order to really start pushing your lead before that Kai'Sa, before that Lilia can really get online.
Is a little bit of time you want to wait for that moment, I would say, especially for the Lucian. The mana is a real issue in the early phase, and that's why you see the Essence Reaver rush. So Hope has been sitting on that Warhammer for a while. I got to think that that ER is soon to come through, and that'll really unlock that potential. But speaking on builds, I'm curious, K-Man, what you think the Nocturne build might look like. I know we already know the Phage is going to start things off, but I almost expect a more tankier and a tankier bruiser Nocturne build, knowing that, like you highlighted, the Nocturne does feel like a more setup-based one compared to other mid-jungle duos you'd get out of this champion.
I 100% agree. In fact, I would go as far as to say, well, I'll get to my point in a minute. We get the ult here.
Here we go. Where is Tarzan, though? Now he finally flies in. Erha does pop the Unbreakable, and they get the Hero's Entrance out, but no one from AL gets knocked up by that, and they're able to kite back. Keep an eye on Tien, though. Still has that lilting lullaby. Light trying to jump forward with his damage at some point. Kyle's going to throw up the Unbreakable shield to stunt a lot of it, and Shakes' last charge of the Spirit Rush is going to take him back over the wall. So for those proactive ultimates, AL comes up completely empty.
You know, I was talking about those, you know, proactive, mid-game oriented ultimates and saying they needed to utilize them. Maybe not so much onto the Alistar, who can just press R and survive all of it. Maybe that's not the priority target for everything that goes on here. I think the play is just a little bit too aggressive. We actually see there was a trade of ultimates in the top lane potentially here. Nope. Just an Ornal.
TP.
Yeah, didn't really want, did not want Breathe getting into that fight, which makes a lot of sense. But definitely the plays they should be looking for. There's no real major timer here. Dragon's going to be up in 50 seconds, but they should actually be fine to fight around that, even with some of the resources that were used. So nothing really changing too much from that fight. Just a little bit of a funny showcase.
Huh. I love the Ignite just being used there because he's got Unsealed Spellbook. Got to cycle through the next spell he can get up by this point. I do fear that AL might be put into a bit of a jail, that they can't really contest this next dragon. I was going to say, because Breathe has the TP advantage still, and he is consistently trading well into Flandre, has the 10 CS lead, and while the Ornn is comfortable weak siding, it does provide its benefits for Weibo, and that TP will not be up anytime near that dragon, 10 seconds before it respawns. Instead, Shanks is going to go match Breathe, but again, he uses his teleport to match Shanks, so there's a massive threat on the map advantage coming through for Weibo right now as that dragon hits the rift.
Yeah, that teleport signals to me that they are very happy to give over this dragon. It will not be contested by AL. If they do choose to contest, I will be very surprised. But it looks like it's just being forfeited. Weibo, though, a little bit behind in terms of the spawn rate, so they're not going to be there immediately on spawn. They will get there eventually, but with Shanks pushing on the top side, Xiaohu's eventually going to have to go and match. So we will see if this does turn into a 4v4. Tarzan just on the top side. Again, no real concern or worry. Just trying to generate as much tempo and pressure as they can, but right now it's a very neutralized game state. I mean, we're looking at, you know, about a 1k gold difference in favor of Weibo, 800 gold, you know, around that mark, and generally you're not really looking at any lanes being entirely ahead other than Breathe, but Flandra's going to be fine in the late game. So all it's going to take is one big explosion for this game to blow wide open.
Jan will finally start that dragon. I was going to say, though, if you want to get this done on a good timer, you got to swing some people over, and it'll be Breathe and finally Light that match that. Not going to really drop any waves for this, so good tempo timing there for Weibo is, like you called out. Xiaohu does make sure that Shanks isn't able to get any plates down on that top side turret. We continue at a 0-0 deadlock, cresting over that 14-minute mark. Hey, man, what are you looking for here if you're either Weibo or AL? And more importantly, my question becomes, who needs to really ramp up their tempo now that we're cruising towards 20 minutes with nothing going on?
Well, I think the answer to that second question for me is pretty easy. Anyone's Legend really need to keep their foot on the gas, right? This Nocturne Ahri Lucian is not going to scale nearly as well as, you know, a Galio Alistar frontline with a Lilia and a Kai'Sa. And so you need to make sure you're in a position to be able to create your own advantages. But as long as Weibo Gaming end up playing a little bit more calm and reserved, a big ask of them, I know, but as long as they start doing that, I think they'll be fine in this mid game. I want to go back to a point you made earlier about the Nocturne build. I think if you build anything other than, you know, Bruiser this game, I think you're actually trolling at least a little bit. I think your role as Nocturne is going to be to create disruption. You need to create as much space as possible to allow Shanks and Hope to be able to get onto the backline. This Nocturne's not going to have an easy time with all of the peel coming in, the Galio taunt, the Alistar in general. Lily is just not really lockdownable. Like, it's going to be difficult for Nocturne himself to be a carry, and so I would expect that to continue to be much more of a utility team-focused build coming in from Tarzan.
Questions you raised, though, and we point out from draft, do make this Nocturne pick a bit of a head-scratcher. Obviously, results-based analysis can really prevail here if he's able to find really big paranoias, set up kills for his team, but glad you called out how difficult this is of a Nocturne game to play. And knowing that you already had the Alistar and the Lilia locked in, and you picked the Nocturne knowing those two champions. The only one that came through after that was Xiaohu's Galio. But we'll have to see because, like we talked about, we're zeros up on the kill board at 15 minutes. All the summoners from that first scuffle around the Drake are now back up. Cleanse and Flash for Hope, both summoners for Kyle. Flashes are all up, ultimates are all up. So really, who moves the first chess piece in this one? With, again, had the series, the entire series' stake on the line. And as I say that, Erha takes a bit of an interesting headbutt pulverized combination. Does get the culling out of Hope, though. So damage neutralized out of the Lucian, and Weibo are going to take that and feel confident enough to start up the Rift Herald. But AL are close by. They teleport in Flandre, as you called out, K-Man. They've got Shanks on the top end of your screen. Herald soon to fall. Lights go out. Orin Horn coming out. They're going everything onto Erha with the Unbreakable Will, and they do catch Breathe trying to jump in with the Dominus. Gets a huge cold. The healing. Gets out. The hero's entrance. Will it save Breathe? No. Xiaohu gets the knock up to set Light up to go in with the Killer Instinct, but Shanks has already taken off Erha. Light really needs to be the carry here on this Kai'Sa, trying to get forward. But Shanks is the one that has to flash out. Tarzan trying to hold the line on the front side. He's going to flash after Light. He has the fear. Can he get the kill? Yes, but it's traded. Light gets the triple kill, and now Shanks is running for the hills. And Tien is very potent to try and chase him down. Gets the flash forward to make sure he can find the kill, and the poison will do it. Weibo in the first big fight breaking open, find a narrow win, 4-3 in the kill count.
It is a very, very close fight, but the difference maker in that fight is the player that we have been questioning, that we had been asking more of the entire series up until this point. Light on the Kai'Sa, who ends up getting a triple kill. His positioning in that fight is absolutely gorgeous. The flash forward to be able to secure a couple of extra kills. He does have to trade his life on it, but a ton of gold being injected into a Kai'Sa that can really take over these late game fights. We can see how this ends up starting. I understand the idea here coming in from AL to want to contest, but it's a little bit late. The Rift Herald is already gone. The Renekton's on the backline, but with all of that stacked up, the healing coming in is absolutely massive, and we'll see this Killer Instinct coming in to burst down Hope. 80 carry on 80 carry violence, and while Xiaohu and Tian are pulling so much attention, Light is just putting so much damage in on the backline. He flashes in to continue to stay aggressive, and Tarzan tries to execute him, but just can't. Doesn't have the damage. Light able to pick up 3 kills there is massive. Tian able to clean up the fight here onto Shanks. Really, really big stuff for Weibo Gaming, and even with only a 4-3 kill lead there, I would definitely say that's in favor of Weibo.
They get the Herald They get first break, they secure feats of strength, and maybe show that going forward, as long as they are still locked in on that team fighting that made them so successful in this very same spot against JDG, it's a really hard game for AL to play. It feels like another comp where they are relying on pick potential and splitting apart Weibo. And just like a couple days ago against JDG, Weibo are not going to get pushed into a pigeonhole of a game state with everything on the line in this series.
This team is just so resilient. This organization across its history has just had so many moments where it's been able to pull itself out of the brink of disaster and hope.
Yeah,
Stepping too far forward.
Blitzing Lullaby, though, not going to be channeled there from Tien. They had a ton of damage ready for it. But they're going to let Hope and Kael slide out of that one. Hope, though, not able to heal up. Should have to take a reset or call for somebody to cover this mid-turret as the Herald's immediately channeled. And that should knock down the mid-tier 1 and open up more of the map for Weibo.
Yeah, it's just small incremental advantages now at this point as we head into the 20-minute mark. That means Otacon will be spawning in 45 seconds, but right now Dragon is the priority. This will only be second Dragon for Weibo because the timers are so delayed. AL do not want to give this over, though.
This is a really tough choke to push through once again. 5v5s are so much in control of Weibo as they secure the Dragon. Ornhorn is going to hit onto Light in the background. Keep your eyes on the Kaisa for a main amount of the damage as Hope already gets chunked down to half. Taun's going to land onto Flandra. Kyle's going to try and hold the front line with the shield up, but the Lilting Lullaby hits onto Shanks. One more charge of the Spirit Rush. He has enough to create more distance. They're waiting out the dominance there from Breathe. Lots of ultimates, little consequences, and both teams turn heel and don't force any further of a fight.
That's once again a win for Weibo, though. They're able to grab the Dragon, get their second of the game. AL is going to be able to push down the mid lane. They will be able to take this tier 1 mid, but they'll have to expend their teleport onto the bottom side of the map just to keep this tower up. So
it is Braum.
Resources used. It is Braum. Actually, it's a very good point. I didn't realize. It's not even Flandra's teleport coming in. Classic unsealed spellbook, and it's actually Otacon that's going to be started here by Tien and Breathe.
Okay, Shanks has TP to come back here. Only one going for this reset. This Otacon, like you called out, is on vision. They're going to go after Xiaohu, who does burn the flash. He has Hero's Entrance. He can rejoin the fight despite burning that summoner. Otacon doing tons of work.
4K.
Breathe does not have dominance. They're going to engage onto Flandra. The Ornn soaking up a ton of pressure, but this is forcing a 50-50 here. Did Weibo go too far, trying to go for the Otacon? Yes, because Tarzan steals it away, and now the rest of AL can try and run out. Charmers can land on the TN, the Coling keeping enough distance, but AL looking to go back forward. Shakes, first Spirit Rush going forward. Flash forward from Kael. They want the stun on the Xiaohu, but they don't get it. One stack short, but Shakes is waiting on the charm, and here comes the Ornhorn. They're going to get the knockup buffered here by Airhop, but he's down. Gone. Hero's Entrance does not stop. The cow goes down. Beasts on the menu, and AL are still hunting. They're pushing the tempo, going after this bot tier 1 turret. They have to be careful because Breeze gets dominance back up. Burns through Kael. Trades his life. Support for top laner. Another win for AL. Not lights go out. Tarzan goes in. He wants light, but there's nobody else following him. Desync out of AL punishes Tarzan, and now the rest of AL are too low, and light is flashing forward. But Flandra is not the right target to find. And a long, long fight finally settles down with AL finding the Otacon, but at a price.
What a chaotic fight. I can't even begin to talk about everything that ended up going down in that exchange. It looked like Weibo Gaming had completely thrown their entire lead, but leave it to anyone's legend to overstay and overextend. I understand wanting to keep going in, but Tien is still full health. Light was still fully able to fight, and those are the real problems in this comp. We're going to get a replay here. First off, I don't know why Weibo Gaming are starting Otacon at this point anyways. This turns into a 50-50, which gets won by Tarzan, the smite coming in perfectly timed, and then, of course, the chase ends up coming. Hope does a great job of being able to disengage a lot of the damage, but at this point, after this play continues to move, once Flandra burns the Ornhorn and you combo that charm, as, of course, the Alistair tries to negate the CC, this fight is over. Tien is still full health, Light is still full health, and you have used everything. At this point, they continue to push forward because they feel like they can get more, but it's just too far. Breathe gets his ultimate back up. He dives in and ends up doing just enough with the remaining health bar that he has left to be able to make a big impact. And Tarzan just completely by himself, disconnected with the rest of his team. I have no clue what he was thinking there, but You know, Light with the flash forward looking for potentially the damage. Unfortunately, all of those shots going into the Ornn, going into Flandre, so certainly not enough on the Q to be able to take him down. But even with all of that, that's still kind of a fight win for Weibo. The big saving grace for AL is that they're able to get the Otacon.
So they can match in the XP department because the scaling threat is massive, especially with the Lilia, most importantly. You have the Ornn augments that, you know, make the gold lead a bit deceitful. Flandre is 14, so he gets the first one over to Hope, gets that 1,000 gold injection onto his Essence Reaver. But AL still have to continue to be proactive, and the one place I'm looking at right now, K-Man, is through that entire fight, Light's going to have Cleanse and Flash down for these next couple minutes, and mainly won't have access to either of those when the second Ocean Drake spawns in under 45 seconds.
Yeah, this is very scary. This Kai'Sa has to play basically perfect in the fight without those summoners up, because there's really, like, while there is disengage on this team, there's so much engage that if Light takes even half of his health bar in exchange for Tarzan diving in, it's very difficult for Weibo to be able to keep that fight going because Light doesn't have the proactivity to move forward. So you need to make sure that you are in a good spot, and more specifically, vision is so important right now for Weibo. We see that control ward in the Dragon Pit. That has to go as of yesterday. They need to get vision control of this river as quickly as possible.
AL are going to sacrifice top push. Breathe has that going with TP. So they're sacking waves to force the fight now. There's the Glacial Fissure into the Ornn Horn knockup. Charm is going to land onto the tank, but they're keeping Light safe right now. He's relatively untouched, but they're losing their front line rapidly. Tarzan's going to push the Paranoia onto Breathe to hold him at play. Xiaohu goes down first, and AL are somehow finding a way to front to back through a team fight. Tien goes down next. Weibo had no business holding that line at the Drake Pit, and boy, did it cost them.
I have no idea what their idea was there, what their plan was for that fight. Like we talked about, they needed to get rid of vision, but they actually just walk up and give AL everything they're looking for, a free engage onto the front line. While AL don't have the strongest front to back in the world, if you give them free damage on your Galio, they're gonna be able to burst through it. And that's exactly what happened there. Once again, a really nice fight from Shanks, who has really been able to step up in these 5v5s throughout this series. But, you know, AL clawing their way back, and Breathe not able to get in. That's the big difference maker.
Yeah, Tarzan, good job jumping on top of him, kind of spooking him. Breathe, though, still wants a lot of the action here, trying to hold the line after the Scuttle Crab as the Baron Dance will begin. Shanks having time on the spot side is going to claim this turret. So it's starting to get into that lull that we worry about with Weibo, where they're really just too slow on the map in multiple spots. And that's, like you pointed out, what AL does best to increase their lead as we watch back on this fight.
Yeah, I just don't really know what the setup is for here. You're trying to force them into an exchange, but KL is so tanky, and Flandre has full vision of this because they have everything. And so this big chain CC that comes in on the majority of their front line ends up being a huge problem. Nothing gets off from the Galio. He's really only able to move towards the back end of the fight. Erha is completely chunked out, and because Breathe is never able to get in, Light has no way to actually do any damage, and that is a huge problem. Again, TM, you know, going forward because he feels like he has to, but that fight is over at that point. And, you know, we talk about the scaling coming in from Weibo, and I think it's accurate to talk about the 4-in-1 Kai'Sa and the Lilia getting stronger. What we have failed to mention that I think is really relevant, this is Ornn hitting level 15. Those ornaments are coming in. Like, it's not like AL is going to, you know, fall off entirely. They're getting extra stats that Weibo Gaming is not going to have the ability to match. And so if they continue to execute better in these team fights, who's to say they don't have the better 5v5?
It's Light that has to be the one to shut down those murmurs. A guy, like you pointed out, that has been outclassed in this entire series by Hope. Game after game, even when Weibo were on top, we haven't been able to put Light on that pedestal. A player that you called out was one of the best the LPL had to offer for so many years prior. He's got the 1,000 gold lead. He is in a position set up masterfully by the rest of his front line and his team. He just has to pick his battles to have that classic LPL Kai'Sa moment that so many have claimed in the year 2025.
It is all on Light, and what a player to, you know, hitch your wagon to. Light did this so much for this team last year. It's all really going to be about if he can repeat those performances. A huge fight from Xiaohu here.
The general coming through. Lights out, though. Tarzan's going to try and disrupt with no vision. And all of Xiaohu's health bar nearly cut down by the culling. He barely survives. But a stalled engage here, and now AL can try and push the tempo with Shanks. He's got to find a Clutch Charm here with that Spirit Rush, but he's going to ait a Swirl Seed. Looks like Lullaby going to come across. Clutch Charm and Dash, though, gets Shanks back out. So that huge team fighting ultimate coming off the board, and now Weibo can settle back into this mid wave, not having to blow a ton. As Xiaohu's going to teleport back in, and Weibo might just turn and try and threaten this Baron without Paranoia down.
That would be huge. Again, not only no Paranoia, no Ornhorn as well. That's actually massive for AL. It's one of their most consistent forms of engage, and so they're going to have to teleport KL in here.
There's Dominus, there's Unbreakable Will, there's Killer Instinct, everything. Weibo have their fight that they really need. Can they just execute? Because Xiaohu's getting knocked up and thrown into the air. Bree's already at about half HP, not even popping the Dominus. They have all the ults they ever want, but still, AL do not crumble.
It's just so hard to break through that front line of AL. We talk about the Galio and the Alistair and the Renekton being so difficult. Well, it turns out those health bars are pretty squishy, and Ornn and Braum, they're not particularly easy to break through either. And so when you try to play these front-to-backs, it's just so hard for Light to step up and do enough damage to actually get Flandra and KL off of their main carries and, you know, into a position where you can actually deal damage to the backline. That's what's going to break open a lot of these fights, a lot of the damage coming in these 5v5s, and right now it's just not happening. So these back and forth exchanges where nobody's dying, eventually this will get broken through, but for now, it's just stalemate after stalemate. AL with no way to go forward, and Weibo with not enough damage to capitalize.
You're so right, K-Man, but, you know, take the nameplates off, the teams off, and just look at the game. It's really, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence that one team with no ultimates can survive a spot like this. Is where we're going to replay from Xiaohu's flank and get to see just how much damage this Lucian puts out and the value from a facilitator standpoint of that Paranoia. My God, one more shot.
It was so close. He just misses the last couple bullets on the culling, but we will see now. Breathe once again in a pretty advantageous position. Flandra's also going to be on a potential flank angle. AL going to try to make their way in, but Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. It's only third Drake for both, not Soul for either, so either side wants to let this go.
Yeah, they're still going to fight over it.
Ooh,
First
Flandra
engage going to come on to Breathe. They're trying to chunk him out before he pops the Dominus. AL all game long have been really good at making sure this Renekton doesn't go huge in these fights, but Flandra's looking to start. They force the stasis out at TN. The lights are going to go out. Breathe pops the Dominus. Culling going to force the flash out of the Croc. So flash down off of the Renekton, but it costs a couple key ults of AL's own. Not Shanks' Spirit Rush, though. He's going to connect the Charm onto Erha. Unbreakable Will matches another ultimate. Kyle going to jump in and try and set up the concussive blows. The shield is making sure Light's damage is very limited. Weibo are getting cornered, but Light still has angles to try and go in. Can Tien set up for a big little lullaby? Maybe with the TP behind. Flash out of Hope to try and create distance. Hero's entrance now comes down. We're losing tons of ultimates, but Flandra finds a 3-man knockup. Light, though, still untouched. Trying to turn and burn through the Ornn's health bar, but he's losing his front line once again. Xiaohu goes down, lifting the lullaby through, but Hope is kept safe. Kyle's shield is holding everything at bay. Light cannot get in. Somebody has to find these kills, but nobody on AL will go down. Finally, Light flies in. 1 kill found, but he's kited out. He's pushed way far out of any further fight, and Spirit rushes back up. Can Shanks find the kills? Yes! Lights down! Tien falls! Shanks the hero once again for anyone's legend!
Oh my God, what a fight from both of these teams. Unbelievable stuff from both of them. Oh my, I have to process myself as we go throughout that. Light, not able to get into the fight, pulls the trigger on the Killer Instinct to dive back in. Flandra soloing Baron. I'm losing my mind, Slayer.
Don't worry, guys. I'll warm it up for you. Slowest Baron take you've ever seen.
Dude, like, are they transitioning up to the top side? They are. They take the Dragon. They're taking the bot turret. They're just transitioning up to the Baron. They're going to be able to take this as well. Tarzan's making his way here. This is gone.
What?
That fight was ginormous for anyone's legend. Not only was that a win for them, with Shanks and Hope being able to clean up on the back end, they just got everything.
How do you... I'm dumbfounded. All right, you know what? Take us through this fight, because this was one of the most complex fight I think I've ever casted.
This was insane. This is already the back half of this fight, by the way. We're already like 35 seconds in, but Flandra with a huge 3-man knockup, and I think the most important thing to watch here is the positioning of the 2 carries for AL. They get hit with the Lilia lilting lullaby, Hope getting himself to safety, Shanks getting protected by KL and Flandra, and all of that to be able to keep their health bars just high enough to fight the rest here. Obviously the pick down onto Breathe, but it's a really big ultimate from Light. He just barely isn't able to execute the Ornn. He was so close to getting both Nocturne and Ornn there, but Shanks playing super aggressive, diving in perfectly at the exact right time. Hope able to clean it up. It's about as beautifully played as you could ask for from AL, from the front line to the back line to everything. And now, because of that, they've gone from being 3K gold down to having full control of the rest of this game.
Okay, man, over and over again, we talked about how Light is on a trajectory to carry this game on the Kai'Sa. So much focus on him as he's had, his bad moments in the series. But again, I want to highlight, I won't get to, Flandre is getting jumped on. 1 versus 3 for the time being. The Ornn is too tanky, so I'll get back to my point. Again, Hope had a lot of critics for his team fight ability in the regular season. You pointed out in that last fight, so impressed at the turn that Hope has made for these playoffs, playing these team fight champions. And as much as we put a ton of presence on Light's Kai'Sa, this Lucian 2 is such a big part of all of AL's damage. Both these AD carries are all about bringing home the damage for these teams. And again, it's Hope being better, even with Light in a much more advantageous position out of the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Hope has been unbelievable throughout this series so far, and he's in a big spot here. What a career year for Hope to show up in such a big moment in the playoffs like this. It's really awesome to see, but I want to give a ton of credit to that front line as well. KL and Flandre, they don't win that fight without those two peeling in the way that they did. It's about as beautifully played as you could ask for. But as we look towards the future and what we can expect from a potential next fight, a couple of things to point out. First off, item completions absolutely are coming in. Seeker's Arm Guard available for both mid laners. Both the Ahri and the Galio have that stasis available. That could be very, very important for Shanks or Xiaohu if he wants to dive into the backline. Outside of that, we're starting to hit the 4 item power spikes for both of the AD carries, and that means a ton of damage if you let this Kai'Sa or this Lucian free hit, even on the front line, even on Alistar, even on Braum, it's going to burst through. It's really about the setups at this point, and AL have full control of the map. It's going to be up to them to utilize that to make sure that whatever fight they take next is the right one.
And remember, that gold lead is bolsterous for AL, but it's even further. You got to factor in every Ornn augment you see. There are 4 of them. All of them equate to 1,000 extra gold worth of raw stats. So this gold lead with the Ornn augments is actually ludicrously high by this point. But again, like you called out, we're getting to the point where gold leads start to diminish value as some of these players get to full potential, like you called out with these AD carries. But execution in these later game stages in this series has been AL much better primed, but that's coming off of early leads. Weibo in the same spot against JDG were able to come back from down 2-1, being the better late-game teamfight squad. And it's so apt that knowing that form the Weibo are in, this game is anybody's to take with so much on the line.
It is such a tense spot for both of these teams. Remember, Weibo does not want to go down to lower bracket. I cannot stress enough how gauntlet-y that is becoming. Top Esports, Invictus Gaming, JD Gaming, all down there. Only one team is going to be able to make it out of that, even to lower bracket finals. And so you do not want to lose this series. A ton on the line. And for AL, if they can win this game, they're 1 series away from MSI. It's what it's all about for an org that's tried so hard to be relevant at the top of the LPL standings. They just need to capitalize, and you're absolutely right. Like, you're looking at a gold lead that's, around 7K. This is a lot. Like, that's a complete lie. It's much more around 10K in terms of the ornaments coming in, but if Kai'Sa blows up Lucian, where does that go? Where does that gold lead go? If Kai'Sa blows up Ahri, where does that gold lead go? These setups can happen. They are realistic, but you have to play it well. Weibo have to prove they can stay on AL's level. Here is the opportunity.
They have to walk into a nightmare scenario with 0 vision in the river. Breathe already chunked to half by 1 combo from Shanks. This is Renekton gets 0 value. He's way too low to even try and compete with Dominus up by this point. He has to take a reset and TP back in. So AL get a window to try and just burn through this Drake. Can they get the Ocean Soul before Breathe can even get back here? Weibo are completely stunned. They can't get into the pit. Ocean Soul secured. Ornn Horde is going to lock it down. Get the Glacial Fissure. Tien is fronted. Breathe is back here. Dominus, full health bar. Weibo, you have to go for the fight. You can't just give the Ocean Soul for nothing. They're trying to cut off the escape routes. And AL are going to play Recall Chicken at 37 minutes with the entire series on the line. Weibo need to find this fight win or it all crumbles. and they're setting up the flank angles, but the tanks are holding true. The paranoia
Flandra
comes across, two-man knock him again from Flandra, but they have to get onto light, and Tarzan goes for it, wants everything, getting towards the AD carry, but the Hero's Entrance comes across, Dominus Redacted, can Breeze survive? No! The knockups come through! Light tries to fly in to save it, huge knockups across the board, but it's AL that come out on top! Anyone can be a legend, but these 5 are legendary today! They're gonna knock Weibo down once again to the lower bracket and solidify themselves top 3 in the LPL!
Anyone's legend, they have finally done it. It has been time after time after time for them to be able to overcome their own demons as an organization, roster after roster that has underperformed, but it's the players they stuck with, Shanks, Hope, KL from last year, that are carrying them through and getting them to winners finals.
AL are 1 series away from getting back to where they fell short in Split 1, 1 series away from international debut. What a series. What a game to close that one out. That was the best game of the entire series, K-Man.
Oh, what a game number 4. Probably one of the most fun games we've seen in the playoffs up until this point. It's always a banger here in the LPL. I want to give some credit to Weibo, but at the end of the day, anyone's legend showing up here today and proving we're not just a good team, we are a great team. And, you know, with all of the talk of Billy re-emerging and top esports kind of running the LPL, anyone's legend is absolutely a team that can come out here and prove that they deserve to be considered the top of the entire league.
I am so pumped to watch these highlights back through because, again, this game did not go the way AL liked to win their games, right? They kind of struggled early out. Like, it's hard to remember with all the action we got, K-Man, but this game had 0 kills until about 17 minutes. Nobody could find a lead. AL couldn't get in their comfort zone. They actually ended up falling behind after a bad 5v5 fight, and that's why what you said really sticks with me. This was a game that so many times AL would lose against really top-tier teams. To come back like this with a comp that wasn't designed to do it, so impressive.
And it's so impressive to see specifically how they did it. We criticized Tarzan for his game number 4, and you know we've talked so much about how Tarzan's the core and about how Tarzan's the one to get them over the top. Who was it this series? It was Hope and it was Shanks. And if that's going to be the case, if it's going to be those two that are stepping up in these big fights and creating all this separation, being the primary carries for this team, you add Tarzan and you add Flandra on top of that, players who have had success internationally before, like that's the recipe for not just being a great team, but being a team that can go international and compete at the highest level if they really need to.
Totally. And I do want to make sure we give credit to Flandra. You called it. AL, he's kind of looked best when he's on those tanks. This Ornn did not disappoint. You're going to see it in some of these later fights. Gets so many clutch knockups. The front line deserves its flower, especially Kyle as well. Again, Game 3 was kind of a complete team win with Shanks being the hero. Hope on this Lucian was just better positioned to win these fights out. And as much as we've been down on Light, I don't even want to dock him that much because the way that AL turtled up in every one of these fights, I never saw an angle for this Kai set ever go in. And it stinks because Light was so far ahead that he should have kind of just taken over this game. Like, again, we've seen so many of your favorite LPL AD carries do in this split.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talked about it in draft. Like, yeah, there's frontline. There's a lot of frontline for Weibo Gaming in this draft. You've got Alistair, you've got Galio, you've even got Renekton. To a lesser extent, you've got ways to, you know, keep your Kai'Sa safe. None of that matters if the Ahri and the Lucian just burst your frontline first. Like, at the end of the day, that's the reality of the situation. If Kai'Sa, a short-ranged hyper carry, can't step up, especially because you're not building AP, you're going for this, you know, more damage-oriented route. If that's going to be the case, then, you know, it's just unfortunate that you're not going to be able to get into those fights. You're much more reliant on your team being able to play the way that they need to, and that really was kind of the nail in the coffin for Light and for Weibo.
Shortcoming for Weibo, and I will give them credit because our worry was coming into this series that they would just really struggle to compete early to keep a gold, like maybe even attain a gold lead or keep the gold relatively close for them to play their team fight style that Tien and Xiaohu were so good against JDG with. But we saw one of those games go their way, but they, again, were in positions to play the team fight style they wanted to, especially in Game 4 of all places with their backs against the wall, and it just wasn't enough. And as much as we're getting credit to AL, and we'll see in these post-game stats and replays for their resolve in a lot of these fights, still a lot left on the table from Weibo, and still a couple times where they were kind of just caught trying to cover too many parts of the map and late to certain objectives.
Yeah, I think it's the small things. It's the little things that really separate the best teams from, the teams that get close. And unfortunately for Weibo, they just weren't good enough at the little things here today. I think that there were definitely some optimizations in some team fights. There were multiple moments where it felt like TN's Lilia was not really as productive as maybe you would want. Those ults coming in way too late.
We haven't even talked about like this Renekton. Credit to AL for the way they just constantly singled him out and didn't let him get in, but I saw that like a Renekton with like 15% of your team's damage share in a game like this is just not going to cut it. Like this Renekton never had that huge Cole of the Meek dominance jump in that you needed out of Breathe. This was a B1 pick for Weibo in this draft.
Yeah, it's just not acceptable. There are a lot of things that you're not going to like about this performance coming out from Weibo. I think lucky for them, because this is a double elimination tournament, they've kept their extra life from round number 1. They get a chance to adapt and learn and, try to move forward. I think there are definitely some draft adjustments that I would make if I were them moving forward, maybe playing a little bit more for the things you were winning on in the first round or, in the regular season. It felt like they kind of got away from their own play style. They played a lot more towards light being this big hyper carry when that's not really been the success statement for them over the course of this split. Right. They wanted to get Erha on playmakers and they wanted to let Xiaohu be able to team fight. Wasn't so much the case here, but at the end of the day, Weibo's not dead in the water. They still very much have a shot. They now play the winner of Fun Plus Phoenix versus Invictus, which I'm excited to, see what ends up happening there.
Without a doubt. I mean, the hidden stakes of elimination and teams that we have homework on thanks to the format is always so fun to see who steps up, who beats the sort of performances they had last time around. But again, as we go through these replays, I really want to focus on those last 2 fights. You saw Breathe just not get enough out of this Renekton. And again, that light killer instinct where we thought he'd get the triple kill, yes, he falls short, but if that Renekton just gets like 1 extra Q in on the dominance, like those health bars aren't that low. Again, this fight, like Breathe is getting knocked up before he can get dominance down. He just doesn't get in, and finally that Nocturne connects. This fight was also, this was like a meat pile of a fight. Like the charms, the Renekton never gets in, and it was just everybody slam your keyboards came in and hope one of these teams comes out on top by that point.
Yeah,
I
mean,
the coaches though.
How can you not be, jubilant after this win? I mean, what an unbelievable feeling that must be. The players that, they're not going to get player of the game. We'll talk about player of the game. Shanks would be my choice, but I would be remiss not to mention Flandra and KL. You cannot play that game if they're not absolutely dominating the frontline battle. Like, if they're 100%. Not peeling that Renekton off, if they're not, forcing Breathe to stay out of every fight, if they're not forcing the Galio to, prioritize his own safety over making sure that his backline can actually play the game. If none of that happens, if Flandra and KL are not playing the way that they are, none of this is possible for the rest of the carry. So I want to give a huge shout out to them, even if they maybe don't get as much praise in terms of maybe the player of the game or the score lines.
Okay, man, I'll keep it simple, and I can't believe I'm saying this, and this is the first time I've said this on any AL coverage. I would be okay with anyone picked for player of the game except Tarzan. That is a reality in this elimination game.
Yeah.
What? Because like the point you made, like Kyle and Flandra, especially Flandra, I think would be an easy pick. Shanks was hitting clutch charms, dashing in and out, min-maxing this Ari's kit. But maybe it's the AD carry player in me. I think Hope was always positioned perfectly to not be in vulnerable spots, but still get the most out of his Lucian's kit. I remember that the fight that you called out where both him and Shanks get slept. He dashes over that wall that makes sure he's safe and out of vision so that Light can't jump him early enough. We'll see where the voters end up going. They're going to give it to Flandra. Probably the best choice here is his Ornn gets another player of the game under his belt.
I mean, you can't go wrong with that. This was a gorgeous Ornn game. You know, we said it in draft. It was honestly kind of funny when we talked about it. This guy on tanks is actually unreal. He is crazy good when he gets to play a lot of these frontliners because he just gets to play so aggro, and he understands his role so well within the confines of the rest of this team. Once again, executing again that, you know, experience coming in, that world champion experience. So just excited for AL as they move forward.
And they do move forward into a matchup against BLG. Talk about Weibo as maybe the hottest team, as I believe we have the updated bracket. If we can throw that one up, Red, before we get any further towards the end of our show. I mean, if we talk about Weibo as the hottest team coming into this matchup, BLG are scorching surface levels of the sun after their top esports series. So this one, again, also a matchup that we did not get a best of 5 in from these two teams in the winter playoffs because they never ran into each other, thanks to BLG having to be in the lower bracket from the start. We'll give you guys a look at that bracket now, a bit updated with our recent fixtures.
Yeah, and this bracket has broken down in the most interesting way I think it possibly could. Talking about everything, right? You mentioned BLG versus Anyone's Legend. You're right. We have not gotten a best of 5 between these two teams. And I think right now, there is an argument that these are the two best teams in the LPL, the two that are going to be contending to potentially make MSI. BLG have been on an absolute roll since Beishuan came in as their starting jungler, but AL have been so consistent across all of this year. Remember, BLG's first big win with Beishuan in was against Anyone's Legend. And so, you know, it's going to be exciting to see that rematch come in and see if AL can get their revenge from that previous matchup.
We will have to wait for another day, though, to get into those awesome matchups. Tomorrow, we will start eliminating our playoff teams, but that is for another day. That will close out an awesome broadcast, and I know, K-Man, potentially your final one of your first split here on LPL English. It's been awesome casting with you, my friend, but I do want to give you a final word before, or actually, I'll give you the final word after we shout out some important people. So I do want to give a big thank you to our elite coffee supporters, and we got a new name to shout out among that list, so thank you very much to our usuals, Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and now our newer one. I apologize if I butcher this. I know you're a Lord of the Rings fan with this name, so I'm going to try to do my best. Owners of a Silmaril. I think that is it. Owners of a Silmaril. So feel free to shout us out if we got that one wrong. But these fours pledge contribution financially help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every day. Big shout out to those elite coffee supporters. You know where the links are if you want to join that awesome crew. We appreciate all of you to make this show run. But K-Man, your final words after your first split here on LPL English, my friend.
I couldn't be more lucky to be able to get to cast for the most fun region in the world. I think we can all watch these games and just see the bangers that we get. Thank you again to all of production, you know, Bread, Kelsey, everybody who's working today that has really made the process so simple. Slayer, obviously today, just making everything as easy as possible for me and, you know, for everything. So I appreciate it, and I can't wait to watch you and everybody else get the rest of these awesome playoff games rocking and rolling.
What a nice sentiment. And one more shameless plug for all you at home. Super K-Man Rocks YouTube. That is where you can get every single region. I'm not kidding. Basically under Tier 1 Sun covered. So he'll be active on those YouTube videos. That does it for us. Anyone's Legend, secure top 3 and a chance to return to another LPL Finals after coming up short against Top Esports. Congratulations to them. But again, yes, shout out to Bread and Kelsey, our awesome production team, everyone behind us here at LPL English. And as I always like to close out these broadcasts as an NA resident, you can see the sunlight coming over K-Man's shoulder currently. I can see it, unfortunately, outside my window, so I'm going to bed, and that will be closing out our broadcast. See you guys tomorrow for more awesome LPL playoff action.